Yeah, as you can see, my house is an absolute wreck right now, but it's all going towards building this thing. I'm not going to talk a lot in this episode, so you two do your thing, and hopefully you can join me doing a bit of building.
Waltz of Minnesota to be your running mate. The dude is as far left as they come. They still haven't put out any policy positions. Her website's been updated to show Tim Waltz, but there's still nothing on it. I have no idea what their plans are. And yet there are all these people screaming and cheering blindly like morons for these people who don't represent anything except the narrative, I guess. So I'm torn. I can't tell if their plan is just to lose and have these placeholder candidates just spiral out and burn out, or they're actually hoping just to win with a shadow campaign. So we'll talk about that. We got basically a ton of news breaking down who Tim Waltz is for those that don't know, and we'll talk to you about. I don't think you need to know anything about Kamala Harris because she doesn't have anything to know about her. But Tim Waltz really did outshine her, and this is probably embarrassing for Kamala. He's the actual politician with a record, with policies. And you know what? They could have chosen Josh Shapiro out of PA. We all know why they didn't. Because, Democrats have a problem with people who are pro-Israel, among other attributes, which we'll talk about. Before we get started, my friends, head over to mypillow.com/Tim. Use promo code Tim and buy pillows. Support the show. We're all big fans of Mike Lindell, and you asked and they listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer ever. Get the queen size premium MyPillow now only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. Helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long, so you get the best sleep of your life. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets, only $25. The brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98. Get their famous MyPillow bed sheets for low as $25 and so much more. Go to mypillow.com. Use promo code Tim to get a huge discount. Shout out to Mike Lindell again. Or use the phone number 1-800-925-9096. And also, don't forget to head over to timcast.com, click Join Us to become a member and support our work directly. As many of you have pointed out, this is interesting. Maybe if you guys are watching this after the fact, you don't know this. But for those that are watching live, YouTube's heavily shadow banned this year episode. Gee, I wonder why. We all knew that as soon as we started kicking into full swing election season, and to be honest, I probably thought it would be a little bit earlier, they were going to start dropping the censor hammer quite a bit. I'll also just add that we talked about how Google's an illegal monopoly the other day with no remorse, and they're probably not too happy with this show. So share the show, but more importantly, head over to timcast.com, click Join Us, become a member, because your membership is what makes all of this possible. And in the event that YouTube does ban the show or delete us, we're only going to exist if you guys are members. So click Join Us, and you will also get access to our members-only uncensored show coming up tonight at 10 p.m. So smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share this show with your friends. Joining us tonight to talk about this and so much more is Pastor. Is that okay that I call you Pastor? John Amanchuku.
Thank you so much, Tim, for having me on your show.
Absolutely. Who are you? What do you do?
So I'm a pastor, as Tim has stated. I'm a father of 3 wonderful children. I travel the country speaking at school board meetings, addressing issues germane to critical race theory, gender theory, and queer theory. I'm also a husband, been married now for 16 years, and I'm fighting the woke left every day. And we see what's going on right now as it relates to our current election. There's a lot of identity politics going on. And in my community, if you are black, like really black, not the Kamala style black or whatever, if you're really black, you are expected to vote for the Democrat candidate. But when you choose to not give into what is called racialized restraint, then people cancel you, deplatform you, and say negative things about you. And so I'm in that bucket. So I'm swimming upstream, and I'm glad to do it because I have truth on my side.
Right on. You brought some books that we can't actually show.
Yeah, I can show the cover of the book, but we can't open the book. You know,
they give it to kids.
No, yeah, they want exactly.
And at the rally today, which we should probably wait to get into, but at the rally they're like they want to ban books,
sure.
And I'm like, we'll get into it. It's gonna be fun. Thanks for hanging out. We got Libby here as well.
I'm here. I'm Libby Emmons with the Post Millennial and HumanEvents.com. And I'm glad to be here, you guys. And I'm glad to be here with John, who I've talked to before about crazy Lego woke stuff. Really fascinating.
Yes.
Let's get into it.
Yeah, I'm really excited. And I'm so glad that you're here tonight. I'm Hannah Claire Grimla. I'm a writer for SCNR.com. That's Scanner News. Check out their work at Timcast News on the internet. And let's get started.
Well, here's the story from The Guardian. Most of you probably know this already because it was big news this morning. Kamala Harris bets on Tim Walz as running mate. We are going to win. Well, they just had a big rally in Pennsylvania, and they said a whole lot of nothing. They basically just insulted Donald Trump and J.D. Vance over and over again, talked about how they were bad. They didn't talk about anything they intend to do.
That is
I
a
have
shit
no
piece,
idea what's going
by the
on.
way.
If you go to KamalaHarris.com, the first thing you're greeted with is this.
Don't even
Harris
look
Walz.
at it. It'll
With your
fucking
help,
fall off.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are ready to win this election. Okay, well, what are you going to bring the American people? Nothing. Literally nothing. They have nothing here. And so I just got to tell you guys, I'm seeing all these conservatives making posts, and they're laying down in the mud with the Democrats. Look, when the Democrats come out and their only campaign position is Trump is bad and J.D. Vance is weird, and the response from people on the right is, no, you're weird, that's exactly what they're hoping for. Because the response should be, prices are too high. When they say J.D. Vance is weird, you go, inflation is up. That's the response. And so I'm seeing all this, and I'm like, if there are people willing to stand behind Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania, waving flags and cheering for her when she offers them literally nothing, I don't think you're going to convince those people of anything by just saying, no, you are weird. So I don't know. We'll break down who Tim Walz is and his crackpot policies. What say you, panel?
I just can't believe how empty this campaign is. And I think Tim Walz is an interesting choice. There's so much to unpack from today. I'm kind of trying to figure out where to start. But we had that call, right? That this obviously stage call where Kamal's in her power suit and she's talking to him, calls him buddy, and he's dressed like a regular guy. And again, to me, this just shows that all of this is a performance. It's theater. Tim Walz is interesting because he was at one point sort of a moderate Democrat and has really drifted into more progressive lanes. Like at one point, the NRA had given him a pretty good rating, and then the Parkland shooting happening, and he completely moved towards really strong gun control positions, and they eventually revoked their positive views of him. And so I think this is sort of it's interesting that this is who the Democrats have picked to be the second person on this ticket, someone who has gone from being moderate to more extreme. Again, Kamala Harris was Biden's more progressive option, his sort of olive branch to progressive members of the party. But for me, the biggest thing is the state flag from Minnesota, right? They had this state flag and they moved it to be this horrible thing. And that's kind of what I think this ticket now represents, taking things that are cool and unique to America and making them bad.
Well, I think that Tim Walz wants to trans your kids. He wants to turn America into a sanctuary nation for trans kids.
I just think these people don't actually represent anything.
Well, he does represent that. He has gone out.
Cult.
And, yeah, he represents
Whatever the
trans
cult
folk.
says, it makes no sense. There's no logic. They keep saying the same things over and over again because it's just a cult. And the scary thing is, you look at the way you've got these, I don't know what you'd want to call them. It's a non-theistic religion, wokeness. And you can see people on X that they know they're lying. That they're intentionally playing by a script to manipulate people. They don't represent any values. They just represent this narrative. And there are tons of stupid people who just follow it for whatever reason. So Tim Walz, when he's defending these things, when he's for these things, he's just for whatever the machine tells him to be for. That's why there's no policies listed on their website.
Not a single one.
He always says we are less than 3 months out from a major election, and the Democratic Party has no platform. None.
And wouldn't that be your first priority if you had to drop in Kamala Harris? Her campaign is 16 days old now. Wouldn't that be the first thing on the website, the policies for people to rally around? No, because it's all about identity politics. And also, if they're not going to print their policies, then you have to go off the records. And Tim Walz is not enduring to moderates in America. And Kamala Harris, it's not a real position. She's sort of going to claim victory from whatever she thinks the Biden administration did well, and then she's going to point to a record as prosecutor, which we know is really controversial.
Well, her campaign manager, Julie Chavez Rodriguez, was giving comments about the border and what was going to happen there with border security. And she said, I think at this point, the policies that are, having a real impact on ensuring that we have security and order at our border are policies that will continue. So Tommy Stevenson with Post Millennial today took a look at that, and he was like, well, if you look at the proclamation that came out in June, it turns out that they have provisions to let in just anyone who shows up.
Yeah, it really makes no sense. Karl Marx said it this way. He said, accuse your enemy of what you are doing as you are doing it to create confusion. And so at the end of the day, they always like to talk about the right is going to be a threat to democracy. But truly, they are the threat to democracy. When you back up and take a look at the record of a person like Tim Walz and the record of Kamala Harris and the record of Joe Biden and the record of Barack Hussein Obama, they all are in the same bucket. What bucket is that? It's the bucket of seeking to trans our children, seeking to destroy our constitutional republic. And it's a plan that has been formulated to even kill babies in the womb. And so it's a disastrous movement. They have nothing to offer to America but more of the same. So regardless of whether or not Kamala Harris is put forth or Tim Walz is put forth, it's the same party. Birds of the same feather. And so we know this. We know that more than ever, we need to get back to the real issues. Inflation, the economy, the fact that many students are trapped in a public school system that's failing them. I say it this way, that in the early 1960s, Blacks were locked out of the public school system, but today they're trapped in. You would think that Kamala Harris would want to liberate minorities, right? And give them the best options for upward mobility in America, but they don't want that. They want to break the back of the middle class. They want to destroy our economy. And that all fits into the Marxist regime, and they're just going to jettison that plan even forward the more.
Yeah, one of their big criticisms of Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, who, and they being progressives in this case, when he was on the list, in addition to other things, one of the criticisms was the fact that he had voted in favor of some, essentially school choice options, right, which progressive Democrats will tell you that's bad for, students of color, it's bad for poor communities, it's bad for all these people, when actually I would think being able to spend dollars in a way that serves your individual student would be empowering and would be for the long-term benefit of students.
So I'm hoping that Tim Walz and Kamala are really just throwaway candidates. But the Democrats have realized they can't win. The polling is bunk.
Sure.
It's skewed in favor of Democrats, and they really do intend for Trump to win. So I got this tweet here from Steve Kornacki. This guy is, NBC, MSNBC. And he says, the results of Walz's 22 governor's race in Minnesota don't suggest he provides an obvious boost with blue-collar voters Democrats have been shedding in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And so you can look at the numbers, and since 2012, his districts that that he won have skewed dramatically towards the GOP. Was the idea, I guess, that they're trying to convey is that this guy represents like the white working class or something?
They say that he connects with rural farmers and that he is like kind of going to counterbalance the effect of who Vance brings to the table. I don't believe it.
The best explanation I've seen is this is what woke elites think working class people act like.
Mm-hmm. That's what I got from the video today, where they have this stage obvious video of him pretending to take this call from Kamala. They've already had a conversation about clearly. Otherwise, why does he have a film crew following him around, to be obvious about it? But there is this messaging that he is going to do, a lot for her ticket. They say, vice presidential candidates don't necessarily win you the election, but they can lose you the election. So he's supposed to be kind of strengthening the ticket by appealing to rural Americans, by sort of appealing to a demographic that they think Vance appeals to, and then also sort of adding a little bit more experience to the ticket because he was a member of Congress at one point. I don't think that's going to be the effect.
How can he possibly represent the working class when he went out there just a few days after George Floyd, which was May 25th, 2020?
Sure.
He went out, which was exactly 10 weeks into lockdown.
Mm-hmm.
But he went out there and was asking people to get out of the street and saying like, hey, don't riot. We understand your protest. We want to make room for the protest. You had the Minneapolis mayor at the time saying, can you please send in the National Guard? They then struggle sessioned the mayor in public, and you had Walz saying, I will not patronize you as a white man without living those lived experiences. As the city of Minneapolis was burning, some buildings burned to the ground.
Sure. And that was all intentional. He told the National Guard to stand down. He told law enforcement to take a knee. His daughter apparently at one point leaked the plan of the National Guard as well.
She sure did.
She did so. And all of that it's a strategy. By selecting Tim Walz, Kamala Harris just resurrected the BLM movement. That's what this is about.
That's all she's got.
That's all she has. There's an undertone in this country that I believe that the threat to democracy that they speak of, they are the real threat. And this thing may incite some trouble in the coming days ahead. I'll say it that way and leave it there. But they are not happy. They know that they're not going to win. I thought initially that Michelle Obama would be the person that gets put ahead of Kamala Harris, but Joe Biden messed up. He wanted to select a black female in the same way that he destroyed the legacy of Ketanji Brown Jackson. What was the criteria? I want a black female. Until you do that twice, and now you're stuck with the black female, but Michelle Obama would have been a more formidable candidate to run, but you can't just replace Kamala Harris because she's going to be angry about that. And if you put a white person in front of Kamala Harris, then they're going to lose all of their black support. Consider this, in 2020, President Trump received nearly 9% of the black vote. And this year in 2024, he's trending about 23 or 24%. So he's doing well. And so they had to find a way to stick with the narrative to win as much of the black vote as possible and to dupe Americans. People, do not be fooled. We are being had. We are being taken. We're being lied to. And what's taking place today with this guy coming forward, Tim Walz, is a reminder that the Democrat Party is defunct.
Let's pull up the polls. So we got this new polling in aggregate for you guys. Kamala Harris, of course, is winning in aggregate, with all the latest polls showing he's up 1, 1, 4, 3, 3, giving her an aggregate of 0.5% ahead of Donald Trump. But let's do this. Well, it's still within the margin of error.
Yeah.
When they compared this to Joe Biden at the same time in 2020, Biden was up with 6.4% ahead. Clinton was 6.9. Of course, Trump still beat Hillary Clinton. Kamala Harris is at 0.5. This still does favor a Donald Trump presidency. But let's do this. I got 270 to win. You know I love to bring it up. And currently the polling shows with all the safer states, you've got 251 Republican, 226 Democrat. So let's check this. Arizona. Currently Donald Trump is winning Arizona. That's Nevada. Wrong one. So let's do Arizona goes red. Then we've got Nevada. And Trump is currently winning in Nevada. However, I don't think it's fair to say he's winning Nevada because Insider Advantage's poll, the only other one which has Trump up 10, is from before Kamala Harris. So it's actually Joe Biden. I don't think you could use that. That doesn't make sense. Since she announced that she was running and Biden stepped down, she's up 2. So I say we give Nevada to the Democrats there, just to play devil's advocate. Wisconsin, Trump has by 0.2, and I do think it's fair to say 0.2. So we'll give that edge to Donald Trump over in Wisconsin. Let's check Michigan. Michigan currently held by Harris. So we'll make that one blue. And then I do believe Trump is easily winning in Pennsylvania. Yeah, 1.8 points. There's no poll that has Kamala Harris ahead in Pennsylvania. So this is what's really strange to me.
I agree.
Why did she choose the guy from Minnesota, which is blue, when she needed Pennsylvania to swing things? Now, if she won Pennsylvania with this current polling, Trump still wins with 272. But at the very least, it's what you want to try, right? I got a theory. My suggestion is that Kamala's actually doing substantially worse than people realize. The polls are way over favoring her.
That's true.
And their internal polling shows that they're actually weak in Minnesota. The polling shows that in Minnesota, it may be Democrat, but barely. It could be a toss-up state that we're not considering. They recognize they could actually lose Minnesota. And so their thought process was, let's get Tim Walz. Hopefully that can win us some edge in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. But we need a defensive barrier in Minnesota. Otherwise, we lose that too.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that she is not secure that she has her base. And the base is far left. The base is they hate what's going on in Israel. They really want America to stop supporting, Israel at all costs. That's one thing. They're much further to the left on trans stuff and LGBTQ stuff, even than Biden, who hosted Dylan Mulvaney at the White House to hear about how children need sex changes and all of that. And I think Kamala Harris and the Democrats know that they need to go get that base. And that's why she's got to go left here.
Yeah.
Which is not the common political wisdom. I mean, normally you'd go left during the primary and then center toward the general election. But since she didn't actually run in any primaries and wasn't even considered to be a candidate for all of these months, she's got to go after her base right now.
Yeah, I think you're right. I also have this theory that part of the infrastructure of both the media and the people who have joined the Kamala Harris campaign believe that abortion rights is the number one issue and will change everything. You were hearing this messaging before in January. AP News still does have an abortion tab going where you can check up on all of these things. And of course, there is legislation that's occurring. It's not that it's not an issue, but they sent Harris out on this nationwide quote unquote women's rights, but really pro-abortion tour.
Right.
And that's actually the first place that I know of that she met Walt. He toured a Planned Parenthood with her. And so in some ways, I think that there is misunderstanding of what's really driving people to the polls from the people who are advising the Harris campaign. I think they believe that progressive issue, like they might not be able to win the voters who are saying we don't agree with what the Biden-Harris administration did in regards to Israel and Palestine, but we generally are very supportive of women's rights. They think if they message hard enough on certain issues, they'll be able to basically progressive coerce everyone they need to support them. I don't think it'll work.
All right, so we took a look at the polls, right? Let's play another game, however. I'm going to reset the map, and let's take a look at the poly market betting odds. Pennsylvania going to Kamala Harris in the betting odds. Betting odds currently favor Kamala Harris to win Pennsylvania. Wisconsin, Kamala Harris currently favored to win in Wisconsin. Oh boy, you see where this is going. Michigan, Kamala Harris heavily favored to win in Michigan. This is, again, Poly Markets predictions. Nevada goes Trump. Arizona goes Trump. So Nevada and Arizona. And look at that. Democrats win. 270 to 268. North Carolina, Georgia, whatever, that goes to Donald Trump. With this in mind, I actually don't think polls matter. I actually think the betting odds matter substantially more.
You think so?
Betting odds are the wisdom of the crowd. And often you consider that there are some people who know things too, who are making bets and large bets, which could swing things. If there's internal polling suggesting that Kamala's doing better than people realize, the reason maybe why she chose Tim Walz is because they're actually not worried about Pennsylvania. They've got an advantage there that Trump people in the polls aren't considering. Or more importantly, perhaps there's someone who knows there's a shadow campaign, perhaps, and they're not going to lose the Rust Belt and the blue wall.
Maybe. I mean, it's interesting because I had said a couple weeks ago, I think if one of the reasons she wouldn't pick Shapiro is because they do not think they can win Pennsylvania. They're looking at it as an abandoned cause, and so this late in the game, they're pouring all the resources.
Well, she's super opposed to fracking, and that's a big job thing in Pennsylvania.
And I mean, the attempted assassination of President Trump in Pennsylvania was incredibly impactful. I just think that he'll have strong turnout there. But, you know, all this to say, these are all strategic decisions that these campaigns are making because things are coming down to the wire. I mean, there is not enough time for Kamala Harris to really develop a strong enough message. At least that's my sense of it, because she doesn't have one right now. Everything they're doing is on the attack because she has nothing to offer the voters.
Yeah, and you keep in mind with this, since January 2021, rent is up 21%. All under Biden-Harris. Since January 2021, grocery costs are up over 21%, all under Biden-Harris. Dining out is 22% more expensive under Biden-Harris. Public transportation costs up over 27% more, all under Biden-Harris. Electricity bills are 29% higher under Biden-Harris. Tickets to sporting events cost 34% more.
Oh, that's the worst one.
That's the worst one.
You really want to get to a baseball game one of these days? It's just so fun, you know?
Yeah, I like a baseball game.
Nice hot dog. You get a beer. You watch a baseball game. But what did you say it was? 30?
Oh, up 34%.
34%. Oh, we can't afford it now.
Yeah, so you can't.
We could, but, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, between that and stock market crash.
Oh, yeah. Kamala crash, right? And so your escapism, opportunity to go out and just to have a wonderful time with your family, that's no longer there. Even the thought of being a first-time home buyer. In this current market and economy, that's something that's been removed from the table. And all of this is indicative of the fact that we have a political regime that is destroying and bankrupting America. And people feel it. If they vote based upon the economic ability and the lack thereof in
So
America,
apparently,
there's no way that
the Batmobile is behind
solely on emotional
this
things.
diner.
This idea of they're going to take us
there.
back. I get
Fucking
upset when I hear
Batmobile.
that because take us back to what you can't.
All right,
we heard that earlier today when Tim Walsh was speaking. We don't want to go back.
I'm
Take
not
us
a
back to
huge
what?
fan
Back to
how flimsy some of this
1973
shit is. I
when
mean, like,
they
look at that.
ruled
It's gonna fall
and
off.
allowed Roe v. Wade to be passed,
Mhm.
where
looks
blacks could
neat.
be aborted at an
Uh,
alarming rate, supporting the
Is it a
regime
design
of
choice?
Margaret
Like,
Sanger.
just to make
Are we
everything
going
flimsy
back
as fuck?
to the Civil Rights Act that the Democrat
I don't
Party
know. I'm
resisted?
enjoying it, but
Are we going?
seriously,
Yeah.
fucking
Pro-war
Lego.
draft.
man.
Draft? Are we going back to that? Are we going back to I don't know the Jim
Anyway.
Crow era? And the Jim Crow laws were drafted by the Democrat
Jim
Party. Are we
Crow.
going back to slavery? A part of our country, that's a blot on American history, but at the end of the day, it's Republicans that wanted to free the slaves. So what are we going back to? What is the fear of going back? They don't want to go back to an America First agenda. They want a globalist agenda.
See, this is the thing. There really is the logic. It's what does left and right mean? Logic versus emotion.
Mm-hmm.
The left has no policy pitches. There's no logic here. It's just they hate.
Sure.
It is the Democrats are the party of pure hatred,
Mm-hmm.
and it's fascinating when they claim they're for democracy, they're for love, but they're vile, angry people. Antifa, far leftists, violent rioters marching through the streets, smashing and destroying things.
Right.
Certainly not for democracy. Jamie Raskin talking about blocking Trump even if he legitimately wins.
Yeah.
They're not for democracy. Not that I think the Republicans are for democracy as the word either, but the Democrats are certainly lying about how they are.
Sure.
But they just say it. They just say, we're for freedom. That's what Kamala Harris said. They're really going for low IQ, lowest common denominator. And you know what really irks me? Is that we can't, because nobody on the right's going to fall for it.
Mhm.
If I came out and literally was like, John, Kamala Harris wants to ban Zinn, like we make that joke, like it's going to convince Gen Z. No Gen Z right-wing person really thinks she's going to do that,
Right.
because they're not stupid.
Right.
So we're stuck in this position where we have to be honest all the time, and they get to lie and get away with it.
That's right. And it is because it's this whole feelings thing.
I am kidding, by the way.
They
It's
do
that we are all actually honest people.
Well,
We are-
there's that too.
We are
But
trying
also there
to
is a
be
logic thing.
correct.
There is a logic thing, right? Like when I talk to leftist people about what they think is going to happen, they say things like, but I just hate Donald Trump so much, he's so bad. And you say, but why? And what is bad? And they don't have any answer for you other than that maybe they don't like his personality, which you don't like. I don't like lots of personalities. It doesn't matter. It's like irrelevant to what they can, if they can do their job.
Yeah, it is. It's always attacks on, well, he's too crass, or he said this thing I don't like.
Sure.
And that's why I think
I
they've
don't
had
like his
to,
little dances.
right, or they've had to try and legitimize some of the attacks they have on him through the lawfare, right? I mean, Mitt Romney had said at one point in one of his more recent statements that he wouldn't support Trump because he can't support someone who's been accused of sexual violence against a woman, because he's referring
Like Joe Biden.
Right. Also, we all know that Edie Hill case was crazy and not fair.
There's no date. She can't tell you when
Right.
the thing happened.
But
This is she had to revise when she thought the thing happened based on the dress she was wearing at the time, which it turned out
Right.
had not yet been released by that fashion house.
Right. So they're saying they are creating facts afterwards, right? They've been saying since 2016 he's bad, he's mean to women or not nice to them or whatever. And so eventually they were like, well, we have to find some kind of way to legitimize this. They can't challenge. And it's
Meanwhile, his daughters aren't the ones whose diaries get leaked showing that he showered with his daughter at
videos of
inappropriate
him
ages.
sniffing children. I mean,
There's none of that. There's videos of him, being very generous and kind with his grandchildren.
I just saw one of him like holding a toddler at a rally, and the kid is just saying like whatever last word. He's like, "You want to go back to your mom and dad, or stay here with Trump?" And the kid goes, "Trump."
I don't even care about Trump. Right? I'm just like, dude, please tell me what you want.
Mm.
Democrats, tell me what you want. I don't care. You can say I hate Trump, but like, okay, so what do you want? I just want. There's nothing.
Don't you think they're telling you by what the results of their actions are?
They don't want anything. When Donald Trump wasn't the front runner, Ron DeSantis was.
Mhm.
They were just saying the same things about Ron DeSantis.
Yes,
Running on the news, they're like, oh, Ron DeSantis is worse than Trump. And it's like, ugh. And then Trump wins. They're like, oh, we're back to Trump now.
Yeah, all that stuff.
Right.
They have nothing to offer, and we all know that. That's clear. Since we're not given to diversity, equity, inclusion, we don't abide by the mental atrophy thereof. Therefore, we can see clearly what's going on. But even with that question of DEI, Trump was asked the question, do you think that Kamala Harris is a DEI hire? Rachel Scott asked him that question on a panel. And Trump asked her, he said, can you tell me the definition of DEI? And she couldn't even define it. And so they're asking questions and they can't even define the focal part of the questions themselves. And so really what you're seeing is a big charade. This is solely about making sure that they can continue to push their agenda with trans zealots, that they can continue to annihilate, mutilate, castrate children, that they can continue to divide Americans, because Marxism thrives under division. There always has to be this dynamic of white versus black, rich versus the poor, male versus female, the patriarchy versus the matriarchy. It's always some type of division. And this is what Tim Walz has been brought into this battle to do, because he is the tip of the spear for pushing division. And so Kamala Harris is going to use him as a tool to push division as we approach the coming of this election. That's what we're going to see.
Yeah.
Let's jump to this story from SCNR. Harris VP picked Tim Walz excoriated over socialist and far-left positions. Criticisms of his past policies have resurfaced after Harris announced the Minnesota governor would be her running mate. Okay, look, he's the George Floyd riots governor.
Mm-hmm.
He's an admitted socialist.
So we can get out there, reach out, make the case. And for one thing, don't ever shy away from our progressive values. One person's socialism is another person's neighborliness.
He's an admitted socialist, and let's see.
But it's neighborliness.
It's neighborly.
He's far left on abortion. He's far left on what he wants 16-year-olds to vote. I kind of feel like they chose him because they want to lose.
I think they
hope you're right.
I think they chose him because they want white politicians to act like him. I think they want them to go from being somewhat moderate to being extremely progressive. They think progressive is the only way forward for America because they want the destruction.
Well, Kamala's going to be the fall girl, right? Joe Biden was on his way down and out. And so something happened behind closed doors. We don't know the truth of what has taken place thus far. No one's speaking about it. No one's talking about it. For a while, we couldn't even find President Biden. But it seems as if he was getting ready to be smashed, Biden, and it's like playing football, and you pitch the ball to someone else to make sure that you don't get hit so that someone else gets sacked. And I think that Kamala Harris is soon to be sacked, and they selected Tim Walz to push her agenda as well, but they're both going down. And I do believe that in 2028, you'll see the resurrection of the Obamas and Michelle Obama. They wanted a clean slate this time because they don't think that they can compete with President Trump. So therefore, they just pitched the ball to someone else to lose.
So do you think that Michelle Obama wants to run for president?
I think that she does.
Really?
Yeah.
I've always thought she didn't because she sort of she hasn't tried to get elected on the state level or anywhere else. That's what Hillary Clinton did.
Well, it's not necessary for her to have to do so. Her husband was a professional campaign manager, pretty much. He was an activist. He mobilized people in a local community. There are many people, for some reason or another, who love her and they like her. And I watched the response of the Obamas when Kamala Harris was tapped. There was utter silence. The last person to cash in their vote and support towards Kamala was the Obamas.
Right. There were rumors that Obama went to Biden and said Kamala Harris is going to 25th Amendment you if you don't get out of the way and endorse her. And that part of the deal, I don't know if this is true, this is just a rumor, and that part of the deal was that the Obamas would not endorse Kamala right away. They wanted to make it look more legit.
I had heard reporting, I don't know what 25th Amendment thing.
I don't know,
had heard reporting that Obama was expected, because the media noticed immediately that the Obamas had signed. The Clintons had fallen in line. Everyone was all excited. And Obama's had, and I had seen this report go out, they're just waiting for Joe Biden's moment and Kamala, and they're going to wait a couple weeks. And by the next day, they had endorsed her. So it does make me think there are some kind of calling in of favors happening behind the scenes.
Yeah, something sinister is going on. There's a plot. We don't quite understand it all. I believe that things will come to a head soon. I believe that Kamala Harris will lose, and then she'll begin to leak and say what's really going on and talk about it and share it. She might write a book. or a memoir.
Oh, she might love that.
Oh, yeah, we'll find out everything.
I think Tim Waltz gives Tim's a bad name.
I think you're right.
You know, people are saying tampon Tim, turncoat Tim, and I'm like, hey, whoa.
Don't bring me into this.
You know, Tim's not a bad name. Don't blame Tim. Blame Tim Waltz.
That's right.
Say Wacky Waltz. How about that one?
There's also reports out that in Minnesota, because the abortion laws are so extreme, like you were talking about, that there were 8 babies born as part of like abortions and then left to die.
Yeah.
That they were born alive.
Yeah, I hear that happened
In 2021 during failed abortions, and none of them were provided any care to save their lives. They were just left to die.
Wow.
I don't doubt it. And that, for the life of me, I don't understand why
That's the
someone
thing.
like Kamala Harris, knowing
That just look pretty fucking cool, doesn't it?
blacks, we're not even meeting replacement numbers. It takes 2.1% of births for a population to replace themselves.
And isn't it like 34% of abortions in the U.S. are performed on Black mothers?
It's true. It's even higher than that at times. Blacks make up 13% of the overall population in the U.S. Black men account for 5%. Black women account for 8%. Of the ovulating Black women, they account for nearly 2 to 3% of the overall female population. But they account for nearly 38 to sometimes 40% of the overall abortions.
That's
Oh,
crazy.
So there's a such thing called Black genocide. That's a term taken from Reverend Jesse Jackson. But Jesse Jackson, when it came time for him to run and be a Democrat president, he sold his community down the river, and he would no longer call it Black genocide. And so, according to Reverend Clinton R. Childress, by 2038, the Black population rate will be at the level of Native Americans.
Oh, that's horrifying.
And so what we're witnessing right now is the self-destruction of a community while the National Black Congress supports it, while the NAACP supports it, and while many of your Black activists say nothing about it.
Mm-hmm.
And so in the Black community right now, people are looking at Kamala and saying, we don't identify with you. Because at the end of the day, you've offered us nothing. She's been relatively mute over the past 3.5 years. She's done nothing. And Barack Obama did nothing to better the Black community. When she was asked what she was going to do for the Black community, she couldn't name a thing. When it came time to talk about the asylum seekers and the newcomers and the dreamers and the criminal illegal aliens, she could give you a litany of things that she would do. People see what's going on, and the support that she thinks she has, she's not going to have amongst many minorities this time around.
Let's also add to the story Tim Waltz establishing a snitch line for COVID mandate violators. This is from the post-millennial.
There you go.
Like close millennial.
Post-millennial. I'll make that website. That was basically it. He set up a snitch line for people violating COVID rules.
Mm-hmm.
This is the perfect example of what they represent. They long for Chinese communist-style governance. This is why they choose someone like Tim Waltz. And I have to wonder if the reality is maybe the reason Kamala Harris has become the default nominee, because the deep state actually has finally lost control. I'm not saying I know for sure. I'm just saying maybe. So they picked Tim Waltz, not because it makes sense, but because whatever was left of the liberal economic order trying to maintain some control has lost. And now you literally just have the far left having come in and taken over. So now it's Chinese communist-style governance. Bring in the guy who's going to lock people down and snitch at your neighbors, give no policy positions, appointed by party, and that's all they have to offer.
I think it also makes sense that because Kamala was the more progressive wing of the Biden ticket, that if that's where they're starting now, they're going to look farther left, right? This is the drift they are hoping for, farther and farther down their worldview. In fact, I think there's probably no one objective in the room who can say, hey, maybe this is not the guy. Maybe we should actually appeal to moderates. Like, they can only see him through the lens of identity. They see him as a white guy who's from a more rural state. So, of course, obviously, all farmers in America are suddenly going to fall in love with this guy. And I just don't think that's true. I think that they are lost by their own framework. It's distorting their perception of this.
Mm-hmm. I think that's right.
I honestly think they should have picked Andrew Shiro in Kentucky because, again, it would be a similar argument that they're making that he's from a southern state that's all red, that potentially could have some kind of like emergence of blue influence, that it's closer to this like Appalachia demographic that Vance is trying to pull, but also he's an active Christian, he has young children. And instead, I think they are just looking for everything through the lens of like older white male who won't make Kamala look too old and who has drifted more progressive, which they hope will make it seem okay that that's the way they want to take the country.
I have to wonder if it's an impossible future to predict, but it is worrying. Maybe the reality is most people don't actually fall for this. It's just the system is rigged.
They say that, like I said before, they say that vice president choice doesn't win you the election, but it can lose you the election. Like, it's not necessarily the thing that makes or breaks a ticket. For me, it just gives an insight into the kind of administration or kind of campaign that is forming around Harris, which is pushing the envelope as hard as it can and basically looking for people to comply always.
And it's just vibe. It's like a whole feels and vibes campaign.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's no policies.
There's no policies. There's only identity and smiling and laughing and hating
Stage
Donald
videos.
Trump and and vibe. There's a lot of vibe.
So we have this story from the Post Millennial.
Oh my
Post
God,
millennial.
come on.
You can't stop us. Stop policing my speech.
From the Post Millennial, Kamala's Veep pick Tim Walz gave illegal immigrants in Minnesota driver's licenses, free health care, college. And I mean, that's basically it. There was on the 5 today on Fox News, was it Judge Jeanine Pirro, is that her name? She was like, why give illegal immigrants driver's licenses? And then that liberal person they have on the show for some reason, she's like, so they can drive to their jobs. And then Judge Jeanine was like, but, what was her response?
She said, but they're not going to have car insurance. Like,
Right.
Sure.
Call it for the accidents.
And it's the wrong answer. The right response is illegal immigrants aren't allowed to have jobs.
Yeah, what are
They're
they
not
have
legally
jobs?
allowed to work here.
They don't have work permits. They haven't filed their I-9 forms.
You know, in our state of North Carolina, where I live, there was this battle over voter ID. And the message was, once again, that blacks are not smart enough to get a ID card in time for an election.
Didn't Kamala Harris say that most black people don't know how to use photocopy machines?
Exactly.
Did she really say that?
Yeah.
She did. Just like Governor Hochul said in New York that many black kids don't know what a computer
There
is.
was such a funny Instagram post from this, kid in the Bronx, this black kid in the Bronx.
Right.
It was like him chasing his computer around the room, like sniffing it, like what is that?
Like,
Oh, right, like
Yeah.
hitting it.
Yeah, like whoa.
I want you to know, I'm not a black kid, but I do have a laptop. Here's a black man.
Somebody call
Notice-
Kathy Hochul right now.
Exactly. Call her. Take a picture of this.
She's gonna be like, really?
Yes, I have one. My kids have one as well. But
Just breaking all kinds of norms. It
I'm
doesn't happen in
telling
the
you,
state of New
man.
York.
But this is the world they actually live in, and you know why? Because Kamala Harris is who they think represents black people,
True. But they
and she probably doesn't know what a computer is.
Well, and they think Tim Walz represents Middle East, Middle American white people, even though he's really just like the Hollywood version of that.
It's him being like, I know a black woman, and he points to Kamala, and she's like, what's a computer? And they're like, see,
we don't know.
we don't
Yeah.
know.
So they give the license to the criminal illegal aliens, but at the same time, blacks can't obtain their own license. And so it really makes no sense. There's always some additional asterisk or hurdle that the left puts out as a means of minorities not being able to come up to the status quo.
Yep.
And so I hate it.
Do you,
I despise it, Tim.
do you know what the crime rate among illegal immigrants is?
If I had to guess, 50%.
Wrong.
100%.
100%.
Because they're
You
all here illegally.
Oh, come on, man. See, now, you all have done this before. This is a.
I have heard that before.
Oh, see, I know it. You set me up. Come on, Tim.
I tweeted it a long time ago. I said the crime rate among illegal immigrants is 100%. Because they broke the law. They're illegal immigrants. That's what it is.
You're right.
Yeah.
Oh,
But I think
And
you're
so-
picking up on the thing that a lot of that basically mainstream media has taught us, which is like we're supposed to somehow forget that they're here illegally and just be like, they're a random person. Have they committed a crime? Like they're actively in the middle of a crime.
Right.
That's why it's so horrifying. When I get the car insurance thing, it's so horrifying when there is, an intoxicated illegal immigrant who doesn't have car insurance who causes a major accident or commits some other crime because they are already illegally here. They're not supposed to be here. They're actively in the middle of a crime whilst committing another crime.
Everybody really enjoyed you being like, you got me. Like, what is it? You set me up.
Oh, you set me.
I did.
That's
The first earbuds uniquely tuned to how you hear. Go pro.
smooth one. you got me.
But I'm tired of hearing this from Democrats where they're like, you'll turn on MSNBC, and this is something that I think Jack Posobiec was saying of Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon says, watch MSNBC, and you'll know what their moves are going to be. But they always say things like, the crime rate among the undocumented immigrants is actually much lower than the native-born population. And that's blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, no. That's the lie. They broke the law to get in here. They overstayed their visas, breaking the law. That means 100% of them have committed crimes. Now, whether or not they're committing crimes beyond that, that's a different question. So the appropriate way for Democrats to say this, after the initial crime they committed of illegally entering or overstaying their visas, their crime rate beyond that is lower than of native-born Americans. Sure, if that's the case. But that's not what they say because they're trying to lie and manipulate people. They want you to believe that it's not illegal to enter this country through outside of our ports of entry,
Sure,
or to overstay your visa. And remember, back in the Democratic primary in 2019, the Democrats were asked, how many of you would make border entries outside of port of entry a civil offense and not a criminal offense? They all raised their hands.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what is the country going to look like if anyone could just walk in whenever they want? There's no country.
No.
None at all. And what's amazing, Tim, is this. I'm a pastor. I preach. I read the Word of God. Even the Bible speaks of building a wall. In the book of Nehemiah, that's the focus. The focus of that book is erecting a wall to protect the city. And so as I look at it today, even amongst the Christians that are out there, people of faith, people who are believers, I don't understand why so many people have become duped and bought into the big lie that mass illegal immigration is the way forward for our country. Even this whole welfare state system mentality that was spurred on by and large by Lyndon B. Johnson through the Great Society, which sought to remove the black father from the home and to destroy the marriage ring. Even when you look at that, the Bible speaks to it and says that if a man doesn't work, neither shall he eat. So when you move away from just the gross ideologies of LGBTQ and the abortion topics, just towards economics and working, doing something with your life more than just waiting on a check from the government, one would see that clearly this party is doomed. It's doomed, and it's doomed, and they want to bring that doom to every doorstep in America. And if we're not careful, if we're not vigilant, if we don't fight back, then we're going to be in big trouble.
I like what you said about the wall. One of my favorite Catholic priests, I was listening to a sermon once, and he was saying, heaven has gates, and so therefore it has walls. So therefore the border wall is God's law.
That's right.
And I thought that was great. I mean, I think
Yes.
there are things that religion teaches us because they are basic rules for society that make sense. And there are a part of our culture that has abandoned that. And it actually leaves people without basic tools to have successful lives. And then they look around and say, why don't I have these things? Why are things so difficult? Like we are straying from the way we're supposed to live in pursuit of what?
So why do Democrats so often have the black vote tied up if they've been so bad for the community at large?
Because of racialized social constraint and the terrible job that many black pastors have done. There's this viral video going around of a black preacher speaking and in his congregation, and he's telling them that, hey man, forget skin tone, forget color. We have made a God out of the LGBTQ agenda and out of blackness, and that message is going viral. It's all over social media. It would probably be easy to find, but it's a video that really speaks to the heart of why.
Okay, there we go. We have a blimp. We have a back computer.
supporting the Democrat Party.
Clayface
Because
on it?
by and large, many blacks receive their talking points for politics from the pulpit, right? It's what the pastor is saying.
Really?
If the pastor preaches a more liberal gospel, then the church just buys into it. Oftentimes, they
This is
fact
already
check,
weighing.
you just
really-
go along
wow,
with
look
the
at
big lie and the false narrative.
Oh man.
You know?
Okay, that's
And
looking pretty
and
cool.
it's sad, but that's
Yeah.
by and large true. You know, and that's why some can be placed in
Things
the
going to fall
bucket of
apart
being a
without
low
some
information
structure,
vote.
but yeah, it's
You know,
looking
but-
cool.
They're voting against things that biblically the Bible speaks, voting for things that biblically the Bible speaks against. And so when you consider that, the role of people like myself fighting, you know, the battle every single day and trying to convince as many minorities as possible, it's a heavy burden. It's a major task. And one of the things that I am seeing that slowly but surely we're chipping away at the false narrative, but the blame should be laid at the feet of many pastors and people not taking personal accountability for gaining their own information.
I find the perversion of faith to be very sad, very sad.
Sure.
And I even apply this to the left, right? Because I talked to I should say many of the culture warriors of the 2010s. I was much late to the game, but you in the early days, you had people like Shoe on Head, you had Carl Benjamin, of course, and they're still very much active. These are individuals who don't like bigotry and racism and hatred. And so we all come from this generation where we're like, we just want to be friends, live and let live, you know, relatively liberal. But then the wokeness takes that and perverts it into something evil. They start segregating people based on race. They start advocating for graduation ceremonies for black people and then for white people.
Oh.
They set up in Dearborn, Michigan, they had the virtual cafes for POC and non-POC, they called it. They did the same thing in Seattle. That's the antithesis of what we were trying to do by bringing people together.
All right,
And
don't
they-
even
and-
look at
and
it,
then
or
they
it'll
call
fall
it
apart.
Anti-racism to actually advocate for segregation. That is the perversion of an ideology into its darkest form.
Right. Well, the Ibram Kendi style of anti-racism is really just true racism. It really is.
Yep.
Ibram Kendi said the best way to deal with past racism is present racism. And that is to be condescending and racist towards whites and push the narrative of critical race theory and label whites as inherently racist and blacks are victims. And, you know, I don't go along with the whole victimhood mentality stuff. You know, I've come in contact with good blacks and bad blacks, good whites and bad whites, and so on and so forth for any other ethnicity. But at the end of the day, I choose whether or not I'm a victim or not. I have a choice in being a victim. I choose that. And in this country where people are fighting to get in, risking their lives to get into America, you want me to believe that America today is a racist nation?
Well, that's what we're going to hear from Kamala Harris for the next 4 years. If she gets into
Sure.
the White House, we're going to hear about how she's oppressed.
Yeah, and
How the leader of the free world is oppressed.
it's a big lie. That is a tool to keep blacks on the liberal plantation, to keep them angry and feeling as if they have no accountability, no personal accountability in their upward mobility. When you consider a Pew Research Center study that was done in 2019, it depicted that there
Right.
were 4.6
I don't know if I dare
million
pick this
black
up.
immigrants living in the U.S.
The problem with
at
these
the time.
2D things
And by
is they're quite
2060, that
flimsy,
number
but
was going to balloon
this
maybe
is cool.
5 to 10 times.
But the funny
over
thing
now.
is,
And so when you
the
consider
best
that
part of
the
that
number of black immigrants
is that
are steadily
behind it
increasing, and people are coming to
is
this
Batman
country,
Bill with
how
Batman
come
and
they're
Robin.
not getting the
Well,
memo that
pictures,
America is a racist
Batman and
nation?
Robin.
They're not getting that memo because
But
it's
so
not.
far,
But people are coming to America for a land flowing with
So
milk
shit's up.
and honey. They want life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Consider this: if America is a racist nation, how did Barack Obama win 2 presidential elections in 2008 and in 2012? I told you earlier that blacks only make up 13% of the overall population of the U.S. So in order for a black man to win, it's going to take a lot of white people voting for him. If America is such a racist nation, then why does the median income, the highest median income owners of that level, earners rather, why does that belong to Asians? And the highest earners in America are Indians. Why does it belong to any Indians and not whites? And so this whole narrative of America being a racist nation, that is a tool. It is a plan. And every 2 to 4 years, someone comes to the barbershop, comes to the beautician, goes to the local church, they campaign, and they tell Black people that you can't make it in this nation. My father came to America in the 70s. All right. I'm a African American. My mother was born in the US. My father was from Nigeria. And he came to this country destitute. He didn't have anything. My father has started nearly 10 businesses since he's been in the US. There are many opportunities in this country, but the intent of the Democrat Party and the intent of Marxism is to convince people that there are no opportunities here, destroy capitalism, and socialism is the best way forward.
Larry Elder talks about this a little bit. He tells the story of his father, who he said, I think he would say his mom was a Democrat, his dad was a Republican. They would talk about it, but his dad, I'm not going to do justice to the story.
Sure.
Left home at an extremely young age, 15, and ultimately built in a successful business. I think died a millionaire, and it was this narrative that I don't know that. Definitely young Black men, but I think a lot of young Americans are starting to believe that there's no opportunity in this country. Sure. And that there is no path forward towards success. And there's then you get these studies produced by the U.S. federal government that says, hey, it turns out all of our teens are reporting high rates of hopelessness. They don't believe that there is a future. I wonder why. Yeah,
and part of that stems from the lack of humility in the culture. People are just so entitled and narcissistic. It's me. I want. Someone give me something. I don't want to work. I don't want to put in the effort. If the job is that I have to slide 2 inches to the left, that's too much. You know what I mean? If the job is I have to slide 2 inches to the right, you're asking too much of me. And so as Americans, we have become rather lazy. The American ignorance is at an all-time high. The American arrogance is at an all-time high. And we are in the midst of a terrible election. And it's imperative that people begin to understand what means the most, what's most important. The value systems that our country was founded upon are the value systems that we need more of today. The value systems of one, working with your hands, laboring and toiling and conquering and building, being an entrepreneur, and the system of capitalism. These are the things that's going to move the culture and society forward. But Democrats want to destroy that notion. They're not talking about our true freedoms and liberties. They want to remind kids in the school system that, hey, man, let's do away with the 1776. Let's go towards the 1619 project. And sadly, there are many parents who are duped as well. They don't understand what's going on. And so they bought into the big lie, and they keep their kids in the public school system as they are being indoctrinated.
I want to jump to this story from the Daily Mail. It's a silly nonsense story that represents, I think, the problem of modern politics and falling into the trap that Democrats actually want Republicans to fall into. AOC is accused of hypocrisy after she attacked J.D. Vance for manspreading on Seat, despite being photographed doing the same herself.
I saw that.
So it's a funny story, right? AOC posted, so there's J.D. Vance, he's on the Full Send podcast, and she responds with, "Why are you sitting like that?" Someone then posted a photo of her sitting in much the same way.
See?
Why?
Well, traditionally, women are taught to cross their legs, don't sit with your crotch open,
keep your knees together,
that whole kind of thing.
But and this became an attack against men for sitting with their legs open.
But I mean, there's a reason why we do that, because the way that God designed us. And I mean, maybe she's not accustomed to the kind of men who sit like that. Maybe there's a reason why she's dealing with some soft, weak, effeminate, broken men. But that's how men sit. I mean, come on, I'm sitting like that right now on the Tim Pool show.
Why are you sitting like that?
Because I'm a man, and that's how men sit.
But here's my point. AOC decides to go the weird route,
Right.
They want to play this game they want it to be. Now, I'm not saying Republicans always follow the Democrats, but they tend to. Often Republicans will set the news cycle themselves, pissing the Democrats off. But in this instance, the response should be to AOC, is this what you're concerned about?
Right.
When inflation has outpaced wages for how long? Please. And you know what you need to say to AOC? Say, please, you're a member of Congress. Can you focus on wages and stop tweeting about a man's junk?
Right, and she can't. I mean, she is just representing what I think is going to be the main strategy of the Harris campaign, which is to be a
Save up to £120 per couple in Indulgent Escapes by Jet2 Holidays. This clever clog sold her home for free with purple bricks. They did too. Free. But poor Sue here's still putting up with the bull of high fees. Say goodbye to all that with purple bricks. Just free and easy home selling. Join the homeowners across the nation selling their homes for free. Nice on purple bricks. Go on, sell for free.
don't school mean girl. She might as well have said, like, why are you wearing that tie?
Oh my God, did you know that
Right.
if you wear green on Thursdays, that means you're gay?
Oh my
This is
God.
why-
Like, it's so ridiculous. And
That was
again,
my middle school.
it has nothing to do with anything he's saying. It's to subvert the fact that it has to be an attack on his
And
physical
look
appearance.
at what he's talking about. He's talking about sex changes for minors.
And this is her response.
And her
Amazing.
response is, "You're sitting wrong."
And the response on the right is, "Oh, you're sitting wrong too."
Right.
It should. I literally just be like, AOC, I don't know why it's sitting like that, but is there anything you can do about the fact that inflation has outpaced wages? I mean, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are the president. I know that the Congress is slightly Republican, but can't you do anything? And then let them answer. Instead, it's, oh, look how you sit. I don't know. Look, man, with Tim Walz going up on stage, saying nothing, Kamala Harris saying nothing, and watching them all cheer for people offering nothing, and then seeing on social media the response from people on the right is to just respond with the nothing, but like, oh yeah, we're weird, you're weird. Oh, you think Trump was bad? Well, you were bad. And I'm like, how about we just say Donald Trump wants to secure our borders, unleash American energy. This is part of Agenda 47. We want cheaper energy costs. We'll make it easier for you to drive to and from work. We want to make sure that you can actually have 2 weeks of vacation, earn a better living. Inflation will be reduced. Wages will be increased. You will live a better life. These are the things we're fighting for. How are we doing it?
There we
We
go.
want less foreign intervention. We want less spending on wars like in Ukraine and in Israel and in many other places. With the Red Sea, Iran, all of these things, we want to spend less money there. That means more money for the American people. That means less inflation. And that means we're going to see more jobs focusing on the American people. With a secure border, it means there will be more availability of jobs. With better trade agreements, it means you're going to stop seeing outsourcing jobs to foreign countries. All of those things are clearly outlined in Agenda 47. And that's what people should be saying. I have people saying, I tweeted very derisively at Democrats that they were, and I'll keep it academic for the show instead of tweeting what I actually said, ex-posting, whatever. They are cognitively deficient people of ill repute. That's how I will say it on the show, because I said it much more harshly on X. And many people are like, yeah, but you can still convince some of these people to come around. I'm like, you will convince a moderate American who doesn't really pay attention, who doesn't know what's going on, by telling them, well, with the hundreds of billions we've sent to Ukraine, that's driving up inflation. It's the result of you're getting military-industrial complex manufacturing weapons we don't need to be used in a theater of war that doesn't affect us. That for some reason, Ukraine, most people can't even point to on a map. Why don't our tax dollars, and to be honest, the modern monetary policies that produce wealth, why are they being applied to school teachers? Why are they being applied to infrastructure, to bridges, to roads? Why are we securing our border to make sure that the jobs come for our children first? And by all means, we want immigration, but it's got to be done legally, right? You tell a regular person who doesn't pay attention to that, and they're like, I agree with you. And they're like, okay, well, check out Agenda 47. Just read that. But if you go to them and you say AOC spread her legs, they're going to be like, huh? Because, look, Democrats want the argument to be J.D. Vance spread his legs, AOC spread her legs. Because then you're not convincing anybody. Then Democrats, or I should say,
Always answering.
default liberals who are emotional are not hearing anything other than if I am, then so are you, or whatever. If you, whatever.
Sure.
So how about instead of arguing when they say JD Vance is weird, you go AOC's weird, and then you get a default lib being like, I don't know, everyone's weird, I guess. You say, oh, JD Vance may be weird. Well, this policy will make your gas cheaper. Then they'll be like, okay, well, that's fine, I guess.
I think it should be, the response should always to be go back to messaging, because again, this is something the Harris campaign does not have. They do not have a platform out, and she basically serves up a long-winded filibuster whenever asked a direct question. I think that it's a mistake to try and, like, it doesn't bother me when people online will be like, they say JD Vance is weird, but you're the party of like drag queens and changing kids' gender or whatever. But I do think that ultimately the response should always be to go back to what they can do to serve the American people, because Kamala Harris can't say any of that. Waltz can't say any of that. And it would just be better, because by the end of it, people will be able to say, well, this is what the Trump-Vance campaign is promising, and I actually don't know what the Harris-Waltz campaign is promising, because all they did was talk about the other side.
Yeah, no one knows. No one knows what she stands
I think
for, what they want.
them especially, the Harris-Waltz campaign doesn't know what they stand for.
Like, I just opened Twitter right now, and what do I see? Tim Waltz put tampons in the boys' room. And I'm like, okay, I guess. But I feel like things like that, regular people don't understand. They don't understand. The books, I get. You show someone that book, and you can really make them start questioning what they're being told.
Sure.
When Bill Maher was presented when Dennis Prager presented the tampons in the men's room to Bill Maher, he went, get out. He said, that's for their girlfriends. Get out of here. And Dennis Prager could not get through to him because Bill Maher has no idea what you're talking about. Mm-hmm. But if Dennis Prager, sitting with Bill Maher, said, and this is, the previous administration, but let's say right now, you're having a conversation with a liberal and you said, did you know that inflation under the Biden administration, Biden-Kamala, has been higher than wages? So people have actually been losing the ability to buy products.
Wow.
Fact check that.
Mm-hmm.
And then what's the response? Okay, so what should we do? Well, I don't know, but I'll tell you this, Kamala Harris, 4 more years of the same policy ain't going to be good for the American people. We can start there. If you want to argue that doesn't mean Trump is the right choice for the president, I'm fine with that. But you got to tell me what you want from Kamala Harris. And the answer is they don't have an answer.
Right. Liz Wheeler had a post today on X about how the murder rate has gone up dramatically in Minnesota under Walz. And I think that's sort of what we should go back to.
Funded police in Minneapolis.
And police. And the thing is, what are the problems facing American voters? And that's why I think the Trump campaign did so well, especially in the first debate, being like, we are going to talk about the economy. We are going to talk about immigration and the effects of that, both culturally and the crime rate, because these are things that people talk about at their kitchen table. They need to be able to safely send their kids out into the world. And they also
this is stuff I don't really get about Lego.
To raise their families.
Like, you can't really tell, but that
that's all we should talk about. I don't want to hear
an L
you did
piece.
this or you
Okay,
sat
so
wrong or whatever. I want to hear
that there is
issues.
a 90-degree
Again,
angle.
This
That bit there,
the campaign
which
that's
makes a
formed in
square,
the last 2 weeks
is
about being on the
a
offense,
blank,
but not on
I'll
offense,
call it.
meaning they are proactively
So
trying to
it's
solve
like a
issues
shiny
for
surface.
people. It's just
So
trying
that's shiny
to
surface there.
bring
So
down the
you've
other
got
side. And
3
I think
grippy
Americans are
bits,
honestly
essentially,
have
and a
real
shiny
issues.
surface. Shiny surface is
Yeah.
normally how I'd finish
I'm
something.
just thinking about, I saw this
So,
video on TikTok a while
that
ago
is
where
3
Dad
quarters
was showing the groceries. He's
grip,
like, I got 2 little girls.
1 quarter not grip.
Here's the groceries that I just bought.
I'm gonna put that on.
He's like, $100-something bucks.
Shiny
covers our
surface.
meals for the week.
Right.
3,
So we
4
got
years
3
ago, it
quarters
was way
grip.
more than this. That guy.
There is no reason for that not to be
There's
a
a lot of people like
fucking
middle of
ball
the
grip.
road.
And it's the
suburban,
reason
especially
this thing
suburban.
down here is so fucking
That's what
floppy.
they're thinking about. I think if Republicans
Like,
focus on that,
This is
My
an
attitude is
artistic
this.
choice.
if I were to do
It's
a
not
debate with
necessarily
someone
like
Kamala
a
Harris,
builder's
and she
choice.
said something
Like,
like,
if your house
"This
was
is
built
pretty
like this,
weird,"
it'd
I'd just be
fucking
like,
fall apart.
I
Which
don't
I'm
know
scared
what
this
that means.
thing's
I'm
gonna fucking
tired.
fall apart.
And I mean this genuinely.
Don't get me wrong,
I'm tired.
I'm fucking
I
loving
don't know
it.
what they're talking
I'm
about.
fucking
I
loving
don't
it.
know what they want
And
to
especially
do.
like
Can we
the
just
book.
get cheaper gas? Can we
Right.
just get your electric
Let's go
bill
to the
down?
next
Get your water
section.
bill down? Can we increase your wages? Can we find better jobs? Can we create opportunity for your family? Can we just fix these things? I don't know what it means to be weird. I just want this country to be better for everybody. Because I want my family to live better. I want my friends to live better.
Right.
I want everybody listening to live better. And all I hear from
Okay,
Democrats
right.
and
So
Kamala
this is
Harris
the
and
next
Joe
section.
Biden is garbled nonsense.
Called
Joe Biden says he cured the economy. I don't know what that
Ooh.
means. People are suffering. The economy is not
Catwalk.
going well.
So
for people
every
right now.
single
Food
piece I've been
is
putting
through the
together
roof.
so far
And
is
it's just,
actually part
inflation has been terrible. Now
of
the
a
jobs
different
report
episode.
comes out, things get better, and the market crashes.
Fucking
weird.
perfect.
I don't care. I just want the market
Like,
to
this
improve
is
for
what you
people's
want
401ks
from
and
your
for their
like
kids to be able to go to
Lego.
school and for people to eat
You
bread.
want some sort of story. You want an evolution.
Photos of
Like,
receipts, like
every single brick
she was
you put
like,
in
"This
place
what I
is
had
a
to spend
story
for my 2 oldest for school."
about
And I was like, well, I
a
just got to live
previous
this is what
story,
I
and
had
you're
to
sort of
spend.
reliving it while
We
you're
started
building it.
comparing grocery bills, and
Oh.
like I was like, she has
Perfect.
4
Fucking
kids.
you know
and I
what?
have
This
one,
might be
but
the
in
most
New York,
secretly
no, she
genius
texted-
piece of
when we
Lego
were talking
ever
about it,
for
and we were
nerds.
just going back and forth, and we were like horrified.
Just make it less
horrified.
flimsy.
You're probably doing this too. You've got 3 kids.
Just make it
Yeah,
less.
I am, and when
flimsy.
you look at the grocery bill and you look at
But
the cost
saying
of
that,
school
I'm still
supplies
fucking
and
loving
costs
it.
of essential
Happy as a
products
pig and shit.
Mhm.
Wood is wood, paper is paper.
Might even be worse.
Exactly.
Right.
You know,
Now
but
it's made out of plastic bottles instead of cotton.
true. You know,
All right.
and
Okay.
so
Let's go.
it's evident that, you know, sometimes we can get into the weeds. You know, I've been guilty of that myself, because when you're fighting someone that's looking at you and calling you insane, but you can look at them and see, no, you are crazy. You are insane yourself. It's natural to want to retaliate. You know, maybe we should do more of turning the other cheek, you know, but you're so right. When we get back to the issues, they can't defend their record.
Yeah. And I think the attitude is more like the successful attitude is more exasperation than indignation. I feel like, you know, when I talk to my friends and family and they say things like, well, you know, well, Trump did this, I'm just like, I don't care. I'm honestly super tired of the your guy is weirder than our guy and all that stuff. All I can tell you is 2019 was great. I mean, wages were going great. Unemployment was way down. People were making money. I remember I tell the story when we were setting up the first studio for Timcast IRL. I went to a Bob's Discount Furniture because we needed a table and we needed chairs. And the saleswoman said, I have never made more money in my life. She was so happy. She said, this year has been a windfall for me. It's been incredible. And I'm like, I'm glad to hear it. I was like, me, I'm able to come in here and buy all this furniture for our new show because my show's been successful and we're expanding. And she's like, isn't it great? Then we get a landscaper. We get a guy to do, I don't know if landscaper is the right word, but he was laying concrete and a contractor. And I'm talking to him and he's like, I got to tell you, man, 2019 was the best year for my business I've ever had in my life. He's like, we got more jobs. We hired a bunch of people. And I'm like, this is awesome. Little did we know was going to happen in a couple of months. I don't blame Trump for COVID. I don't blame Joe Biden for COVID. We can criticize individual policies that they did during the COVID lockdowns. We can criticize the governors during this time. But I'm just going to shrug and say, I don't know, it's a pandemic. What I can tell you is Donald Trump was weighted down in his first term with being accused of being a Russian spy and all this nonsense. And we still had a great economy. Still had great. And then as soon as Joe Biden gets in, mind you, COVID, I'll say fine, but we're 2024 right now, and things are bad. There's no excuse at this point, 4 years from COVID. And we're talking nearly 4 years. We're almost 4 years
my camera's
into
shit,
the
but
Biden
trust me, it's
Kamala
really
administration, Biden-Harris, and we've only seen things get worse economically for people. At this point, I think it's fair to say, by year 3, Trump had improved the economy dramatically for most people. And by year 3, the Biden-Harris administration hasn't done much at all in this regard. And we're wondering where the answers are. So I think it's fine when we get involved in culture war issues. I do all the time. Those are fine. I'm just saying when Tim Walz goes up on stage and says, J.D. Vance is weird and he's on the couch. And everyone starts saying, you're weird, you're on the couch. I'm just like, dude, just ask them where wages are.
Right.
You know, like this is not they're on stage advocating for votes. Ask them where gas prices are. Ask them where energy prices are. Kamala Harris's website has no policies on it. I really just want to know what she wants to do. You know what I mean? Give me a reason to actually defend Kamala Harris. They don't have one. They don't. They say Trump is a crackpot or whatever. And I'm just like, bro, if you put on your website, if Kamala Harris on her website that she wanted to get rid of ATM fees, overdraft fees for working class people, I'd say, well, she's right about that because I defended Joe Biden on that one. I think overdraft fees exploit poor Americans. I think they're stupid. And there's challenges there. I get it. But I can at least, they've given me nothing to agree with. So I hope she's a throwaway candidate because Agenda 47 is an actual plan that Trump has laid out for how he wants to improve the economy and make America better. So I'm just, after I watched, I've been ready for this rant because after I watched Kamala Harris and Tim Walz on that stage, I was just drained, like my soul had been ripped from my body.
It was awful to watch.
I'm just like, I'm so tired of this. And then the response on social media was this culture war fervor of calling Kamala weird and tampon Tim and all this stuff. And I'm like, I just want to know how I'm going to pay bills. I want to know how eggs are going to go down, how bacon's going to go down, how milk is going to go down, or at the very least, wages are going to go up. That's what I want to know.
Mhm.
And so we don't need to tweet. Look, people, don't listen to me. Tweet wherever you want to tweet it, whoever you want to tweet about. I'm just tired of nothing. I'm tired of them not offering anything. I know Trump is, and I wish there were other candidates that were offering more. The Libertarian Party ain't offering anything.
Nope.
RFK Jr., he's got a strong advocacy in environmental toxins. I can appreciate that. He's kind of a wacky dude, but he sounds fun. So I don't know, whatever.
To your point, the U.S. Home Price Index has gone up 47% since Joe Biden's inauguration, and rent prices nationwide have risen 26%. Under Trump, the average mortgage rate was 2.7%, but under Joe Biden, it's 7.22%.
Yeah.
And so people are hurting.
So let's take this conversation to the most extreme end that we possibly can, because we haven't done one in a long time. Civil war. So we have this story from MSN.com. U.S. Civil War concerns on the rise, according to study. We've actually had a bunch of stories bubbling up over Civil War, and we periodically do talk about this. We have this article. This is fairly old, however, but I bring this up because we have from
It's time for something new. But where do I start?
Find your right job quick and easy with Total Jobs. Your helping hand when it comes to jobs. Total Jobs.
Get it out of your head and into your home with wayfair.co.uk.
The first earbuds uniquely tuned to how you hear. Dan and Pearl Pro.
PBS News. Attempted assassination of Donald Trump spurred a huge spike in calls for violence and civil war online. This, of course, is from today. And then this story about the U.S. Civil War concerns on the rise, according to study. So my concern is when we're looking at Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, with no policy positions, and you have, according to polls and the prediction markets, Kamala Harris is on track to win. The prediction markets say she's going to win the swing states. I'm sorry, the betting markets. And the polls say that she's going to win as well. She's ahead in the general. What happens when half the population of a country does not care at all about policies, laws, and plans? They care only to hate the other side.
Well, and their feelings. They care about their feelings.
But that's what I mean.
Yeah.
They hate.
Yeah.
They hate Trump. They don't care what he stands for. They don't care what he's done. They hate Trump's supporters. They don't care what they stand for. They don't care what they've done. They're not going to give you any real answers. They're going to say whatever they can to maintain the facade that they are right and the people they hate are wrong. And so one thing I will say about the CBS News article is they are wrong. No one's calling, well, people are calling for violence for sure. The left in response to Trump's near assassination.
I was gonna say all of those riots that broke out after the attempted assassination of Trump. Oh wait, there weren't any.
Right. But no one's calling for civil war in general. What's happening is people are saying they fear a civil war because of what's happening.
But they fear a civil war that from people who don't go out and protest, which is really the weird thing. Like the only reason that they can keep slamming January 6th.
This thing is so colorful.
Unfortunately, no one will ever see it. And it was the first time in a long time as well. Conservatives went out to protest. Yeah, I mean, conservatives went out to protest in the early days of COVID with the lockdown.
By that, I mean, no, someone will see mine, but...
And then they went out to protest on January 6th. So it was interesting recently.
I
Trump
just mean
was
in
asked
general.
about,
Like...
January 6th attack on the Capitol, and he said, there was an attack on the Capitol last week. They vandalized all these statues. They refused to clear out. They were being violent and
I guess this one
whatever
has
else.
some attractions.
And why aren't you guys covering that? And they don't cover that because the Democrats just always go out and protest and are violent thugs and whatever else. Like the anti-journalist who was arrested for anti-Semitic graffiti against the board members of the Brooklyn Museum. And of course, the Brooklyn Museum is where there were 10,000 Black Trans Lives activists in June 2020 standing out there, demanding whatever, that they not be checked and that they not be COVID tested and saying that they get to be out there because this is a public health crisis and all of the other stuff.
we talked about this the other night with Nick Freitas.
It's the most bizarre
I believe it was mostly on
thing
the
I've ever
portion.
read.
Someone asked us what would happen to foreign military bases in the event of a civil war. If it did
That
happen.
was a fascinating question.
And of course, as soon as you mentioned that, Nick, who actually has real military experience, special forces, he has, I would argue, more correct opinions than I would as someone who just reads the news. Of course, I still have my opinions. So we both kind of got into it and entertained the possibilities. I think the bigger question is the conversation around civil war. People like to say, you know, when I did that, I forgot what the show was called. It was what was it, Face Off or something? I don't know. Michael Knowles and I did a quiz show on Civil War, and they said I have the world record for saying the word Civil War the most times in a podcast, and it's good. But the reality is, the media talks about it quite a bit all the time, and we on the show we don't bring up every instance of when the media says Civil War is coming. Mm-hmm. So that's why I was like, it's been a long time. Why don't we pull this up? But following the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, it was trending on X. People saying that we were millimeters away from a civil war. So my concern now is looking at how I'm watching the speech from Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, and people are behind her just cheering and going, yes, and she says nothing.
Nothing.
In the event that she does win, and the policies they begin to enact are, I don't know, like World War III-esque policies.
All right, we've got this building down there, we've got this building up here.
With this stuff, especially when it's become overtly illogical, or more importantly,
the thing needs
when we begin to see things like Oklahoma, for instance, banning abortion, and Colorado
Stop pitching, time to get to 9.
Like these hyper-polarized worldviews on policy.
You know what? Accidentally
Kamala Harris signs an executive order saying abortion is now legal to the point of birth, and she cites some dubious justification for it. Then Planned Parenthood tries operating in a red state that's banned abortion. What happens? Does the state government then come in? Do the feds come in and intervene? I'm not saying I know for sure Kamala Harris will try to do anything like that, but I think it's likely.
Well, and you've already seen the feds coming in to intervene in states that have restricted abortion, access, and that have restricted transitioning children and other things like that. You've seen the DOJ going after those states and bringing suit. That's why it was so interesting. I think it was in June that there was a report out saying that the Harris-Biden administration, as I'm now going to call it because it's clear that Kamala was never in charge, you could see they came out and said that they were opposed to sex changes for minors. But at the same time as they said they were opposed to sex changes for minors, they are literally suing the state of Tennessee for banning sex changes for minors. So what is it that you really think there, Harris-Biden? And while you're at it, what is a woman, Miss Kamala?
I because you brought it up, I do need to give a shout out to George Alexopoulos at GPrime85. You guys should follow him on Instagram and X because he made this comment a long time. He made this comic a long time ago. It's a real quote from Joe Biden. He said, "It is estimated that 200 million people will die by the time I finish this talk." He actually said that. I think what he meant to say was too many people will have died. But you'll notice the sign in front of him says Harris Biden. Mm-hmm. So you mentioned that instantly reminded me of this. Now, shout out to GPrime85 because for those that aren't watching, I'm going to describe it to you. So he literally did say this. Okay, he meant to say will have died, not will die. And then in the comic, the next panel is him with glowing red eyes saying, "And that time," and the next one he says is now, and then he blasts lightning out of his hand and is vaporizing a crowd of people in front of him with lightning powers. And it's just we had this hanging up in the other studio. It's one of my favorite comics he's made. But this is back in 2020, and it says Harris Biden, and it also says Valar Morghulis.
Amazing. Do you think that we're already at civil war?
Civil strife.
Civil strife?
Yeah. So, and it's weird because I only learned this a couple of years ago. I've talked about the fear of a civil war for a long time, and the error I probably made is saying, we're in a cold civil war, we're in some kind of civil war. And then when I spoke with Stephen Marsh, who's a journalist, he's a bit of a lefty guy, but we basically agree on most of these things. Now, he thinks the right is fomenting civil war, which is silly nonsense because they don't do anything. However, he brought the concept of civil strife to me. And he said this is a period pre-Civil War that is defined by political tumult, violence, etc. And academics across the aisle do believe that today we are in civil strife. There have been many periods of civil strife that have not led to civil war, but this is the period before a civil war begins. So if Donald Trump gets elected and then has some minor reforms. Some people get arrested. Everyone starts calming down. He gets rid of wokeness he makes it illegal basically to discriminate on the basis of race at the federal level. Like he actually did this in his first term. And then Democrats are in disarray. If we get 2 more terms of a conservative anti-woke president and industries start realigning, you avert a civil war. However, if Trump or Kamala wins and both sides just continue the hyperpolarization, then I don't see how it's avoided. Right, so just to go back to 1861, not that I think this represents where we currently are today, but history rhymes. You have Bleeding Kansas, this period for 7 years, I believe it was, starting in the 1850s, where Kansas is a new territory. There were fights between people who wanted a free state or a slave state, literally murder each other. John Brown famously was there with his kids, and he started just killing people. The Civil War starts, and no one really talks about Kansas at all. No one cares about what happened. Like, do we even know? I mean, if you read the history books, it's amazing to be like, dude, there were battles. People were killing each other in this place. And so I don't know exactly how we get something similar this time around because of the way states are. But what I do see is interesting is the violence and the tumult was there. Of the states that seceded from the Union, Abraham Lincoln got not a single vote. Of the original states, of the 7 original states that seceded from the Union, there was not a single vote cast for Abraham Lincoln because the South said that, they feared he was going to abolish slavery. His official position was to stop its expansion, but they thought that was BS. So that means, there was a period where in this country, before secession happened, states already rejected the president. Not a single vote cast for them. Ballots weren't issued. Ballots were issued by parties privately, but no, the Republicans didn't operate in any of these states. They thought it was pointless. And so with that violence and with that level of hatred towards the president, Abraham Lincoln gets elected. And then before he's inaugurated, it was in March back then, not January, because they changed it, 7 states secede from the Union. I don't know that we would see something like that happen today because the alignment is different. That being said, it's possible that Trump gets elected, and then in December, there's a constitutional crisis, which results in several blue states arguing that they will not abide by executive action or orders under Donald Trump. Donald Trump gets in office and then signs executive orders, which they defy, and then start acting as independent agents, essentially, which you look at what's happening in Texas with the Biden CBP versus Texas State Guard. Imagine that under Donald Trump. Texas is going to be more reserved. They're conservative, so things kind of go to standstill. But what happens when Democrats just say, we will do whatever we want with impunity, and then Donald Trump has to counter that? I think the evidence suggests that Donald Trump will do nothing based on what we saw in his first term. So it may just be then that the federal government effectively collapses. So I'll put it this way. In a scenario where Trump wins and blue states begin to defy federal authority, in the event that Trump does nothing and just says, well, the states won't listen, then the federal government is just basically gone. And so you're opening up the door to, with weakened federal authority, not necessarily a civil war, but regional dissolution of the United States, similar to the Soviet Union.
And everyone claiming that they're a sanctuary state and immune
I
from
think they
federal regulation.
said that
And that's
piece
just it. I
wrong.
mean, when California starts letting in infinite, just unlimited illegal immigrants,
Supposed to be
because they
a
want to, and then
thingy
Congress,
piece.
when we do the census and then figure out how many congressional seats are in California, but California is like, we no longer abide by federal authority. So, however, we're going to send people to Congress to influence other states. You're going to have a major
Yeah,
constitutional
they fucked
crisis.
that up.
In a scenario where Donald Trump says, iron fist time, we're invoking the Insurrection Act and calling upon the National Guards of surrounding states to stop the crimes committed by California, well, then California either resists or doesn't. Then you might have occupation. Federal
I hope
government
there's another one in one of these bags.
the illegal immigration, or you get
God
resistance,
damn it.
and which is
Oh. No.
no idea.
So instead of civil war, we're at civil strife.
Right.
And you can ask that question because when you consider what
Okay.
happened was,
10.
that's laws in the state where the parent was trained to appear.
Good.
Could it be that we are seeing a neo-style of civil war? whereas there are no physical casualties at the camp.
There are.
And who,
Aaron Danielson was shot twice in the chest by Michael Reinhold in Portland. Walking down the street, Reinhold with the BLM communist fist just shot him twice in the chest.
so
No.
whereas
30 plus people died in civil war. Civil strife includes political violence. So Bleeding Kansas, for instance, John Brown like walked to the guy and just shot him in the face. Him and his kids were going around and they were just they were like God's mandate slavery must be ended. They didn't care and they were used violence to get it. And no surprise, the guy was hanged for treason, for deciding that he would use murder to get his way. And Civil War, man, I mean, especially the issue of slavery, you get to this point where there's no real easy way to defend this. Like, am I going to defend a guy who decided to take a gun out to go murder someone? That being said, the guy was a slave owner. Like, the moral questions are challenging. I usually default to don't be violent. That's where we are right now in this country, where we want to be. Because we don't want this devolving into something substantially worse. But you mentioned the transing of the kids. I said this, I thought abortion might be a catalyst for civil war, because the scenario I imagine is like a man and a woman get pregnant in Oklahoma. After 6 months, the woman is like, this guy's not right for me. I can't be with him, for whatever reason. And so in the middle of the night, she packs her stuff and she flees to Colorado for an abortion. The man, at 6 months. Well, yeah. I mean, Colorado's abortion.
Colorado will do it, but it's just so horrifying.
Right. So imagine she's saying to herself, if I have this kid, I'm trapped with this man for the rest of my life. It's the wrong guy. He's a bad guy. So then what happens when that guy wakes up and says, where's my wife? Searches around, she's gone. And he's like, that's my child. And at 6 months, he's viable. She doesn't need to kill him. And so he calls her, where are you? She's like, I'm leaving you and I'm going to Colorado. I'm going to get an abortion. And he begs her, please, I will never see you again, but don't kill my child. And so then he calls the state. The state says she's attempting to commit crime because Oklahoma has banned this, and she's currently actively living in Colorado. Colorado lets her in. It's a sanctuary. She can get the abortion. Now you've got a very serious dispute. I don't know that this would actually be the case because unborn babies can't defend themselves. One of the issues of the Civil War is that slaves were trying to escape, and they were fighting for their freedom, which was so long as they were independent human beings with their own volition to fight for their freedom, you had a fighting force that was always going to exist. Babies aren't going to do that. But I wonder about the parents of children who are being kidnapped and sterilized. Because you've got Washington, Minnesota. A lot of these states are passing these laws where a third party, I think it was Washington where they said a third party could take a child to get sterilized and they would not prosecute the third party. So a groomer online can tell a kid, get on the bus and come here and we'll get you everything you need, and the state will hold them accountable. That's the issue where the actual fighting force would be the parents of the child who want to see that kid protected. Again, I don't actually know that that's a catalyst either. It seems like what we're looking at is more like Spain or Russia with tribal hatred. It doesn't matter what the issue is. It doesn't matter what the moral cause is. The Democrats just hate Donald Trump. They hate his supporters. It doesn't matter what the policies are. They will vote for hatred and nothing else. And that is a person that can't be reasoned with. And that's what I fear would actually kick off more about it. Why did Michael Reinhold kill Aaron Danielson? We don't really know reason.
It's not just hatred of Trump or his supporters. It's hatred of America and what America stands for, and it's hatred of our freedom. It's hatred for the idea that all Americans get to have the same rights and freedoms. And that we all get to have our free speech. We all get to
God
have
damn
our
it.
religion.
Lego, you
But they
fucked
hate
up.
us. They don't want Christians to be able to practice in their actual Christian faith. They want, like Pastor John was saying over here, they want the dumbed down version of Christianity, the far less progressive version of Christianity that encourages abortion and transing and all of this ludicrous stuff.
There's plenty of.
I'm
not gonna make too much noise.
Church, they've really done me wrong here, but it's not, and it's not.
But I would say mostly yes. There are, when you look at the left, you meet someone and they hate Jews. They don't care about Christianity or whatever. They're so fucking whatever. You meet people who hate cis heteronormativity or whatever. On the surface, it's just a group of people who hate. And that's what unifies them. Donald Trump, he's like, we want cheaper energy. That's like his first policy on Agenda 47 is unleashing American energy. That's not a policy of hatred. Wanting legal immigration is not a policy of hatred. But the Democrats project everything onto the Republicans, and they're literally just saying, we have no policies and we don't care. And so I'll beg any one of these Democrats to tell me what their policies are, what they're voting for. And they're going to tell you something nonsense, like Donald Trump's a threat to democracy. We can worry about policy and campaigning when democracy is at work. That's what they'll say.
Yeah, I think you're right. And part of it, what you then said, was
So I'm nicking it from bag 22.
find that to be where's
It's fascist.
right. They just will hit you with these slogans that they've picked up from whoever. There's no actual explanation. I also don't think you should ask them to talk positively. Like, what are your goals for America? What do you want us to accomplish? They can only speak in the negative. And that speaks to our culture.
I had to nick that from another bag. So
Which further proves that they are Marxists.
28
The focus
is going to be
is
missing
always
this piece.
division,
God damn
disunity, something's wrong. The country is evil. You know, Trump comes out and says that
If I
"I wanna
find
make
this out,
America great. And you have a group
Happy,
of people saying
actually.
that America's always been great. Or what does that mean?
Or was never great.
Or never great. Or who is it going to be great for? Is it going to be great for whites? Or is it going to be great for blacks? All this stuff. And so you're right to that point.
All right, let's jump to super chats. If you haven't already, would you kindly smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, head over to timcast.com, click join us, become a member. Why? Oh boy, if you guys look at the super chats in the chat, you'll notice everybody saying, why can't I find the episode? The episode's not available on YouTube. It took me 20 minutes to find the episode. I'm telling you. I will say, I think they unshadow banned my morning show. I had a feeling this was going to happen because youtube.com/timcast, which is the Culture War Clips channel. And I'm probably going to post cultural stuff there now as well, which is like talking about video games and things like that. That channel, Timcast News and IRL, were all banned from Google. You could not search for it. And then one day on the show, I pointed this out. And then all of a sudden people were like, yo, your videos just popped back up on Google right away. Like someone at Google is watching and they went, oh crap. And they went and took it off because they're like, yeah, we were doing it. And
So now they have to do
Okay.
this one. You can only
I think we're about a third.
Right. But last week I mentioned the Timcast News, which is the morning show. Subscribe.
Third
Everybody
done?
Go to youtube.com/Timcast
Actually, no,
News
I don't think so.
and subscribe.
There's 2 bugs, and
10
I'm
a.m.
like,
to noon is the live morning show. It's just hosted by me. And I mentioned that.
6 done? Shit.
And I just searched it and it popped up.
What a shit
And
to
I'm like,
do.
ah. And I want to mention this to you guys. Become a member at timcast.com. Yo, they seriously, we were
Loving
having
every
a shadow
minute
ban
of it.
for 40 minutes when the show started. And here's what I think happened. Because I can actually see in the analytics. Actually, I wonder if I can do this in the hard analytics. So there is a spike. I don't know, Serge can see it. He's over there nodding. You can see the point at which the shadow ban was lifted, which is really interesting. And it looks like reinstated and then lifted again. Very, very weird, the numbers. I think what happened was they shadow banned the show and everybody went to go find the show. We ended up with like 35,000 concurrent viewers despite YouTube shadow banning us from the front page.
Wow.
At that point, it just got released and all of a sudden the views started to normalize. And that's when, because I was checking when people were saying it, IRL started to appear back on the front page of YouTube for those who subscribe to it. I wonder if they realized like, hey guys, the shadow ban didn't work. People still went to look for the show because they wanted to watch it. So you guys rock. 35,000, despite the fact that you couldn't find the show unless you sought it out, 35,000 people still went. And then we ended up with 42,000 people. Actually, I think the number is, 42,000, rounding up, 41,848 peak concurrents. I thought it was higher than 40. I thought it was 42 or something. So keep trying, but I really do appreciate that everybody watches the show and that the censorship isn't working, though the show succeeds in spite of their attempts to shut us down. But what were your super chats now? And don't forget, we're going to have that members-only uncensored call-in show. Going to be a little not so family-friendly, as it were, especially with the books that we got here in the store that we have out of Ohio. So that'll be for the members-only show at 10. All right, we got Dalamar who says, no commies, please. Vote Republican or Libertarian. Yeah, but Chase Oliver is a commie, isn't he? Well, he's a cult libertarian. Like he says the libertarian things, but he's definitely in the cult.
I think the big point for that comment would be vote down ticket, right? It happens so often where like small town mayors are suddenly communist or like people on your school board. If you have a libertarian candidate on a local level or Republican, whatever, definitely check them out because I don't really know what the left is fielding in your town.
All right. Sea Cowboy says, commies got me burdened by what is to become. I agree.
Yeah, definitely burdened right now, not unburdened at all.
All right. Big Cheese says, Walt sat and watched my city burn. My family hid in the basement armed, hoping and praying that the riots would stop. He failed Minneapolis. He failed this whole state. You know?
Did you see a lot of left-wing outlets are crediting him with the weird thing? They're saying
Yeah,
he's
right,
the one who came
yeah.
up with the weird thing, which I don't buy at
Yeah, I
all.
know. Benjamin88 says, okay, third time's a charm. Could I get thoughts on the bill Lindsey Graham put forth to go to war with Iran? That's, what is it, Resolution 106? I think we had this pulled up the other day, but we didn't end up talking about it. So I'm not sure. You want to pull that up and we'll see what it is? Yeah. Raymond G. Stanley Jr. says 47 months. Hell's bells. I was worried for a sec if it was Shapiro, but I don't think the people are ready for a far-left admin. Normies ain't about it. And shout out to Raymond G. Stanley Jr. He was the most prolific super chatter, and he works here now. And he's one of the most helpful guys. No disrespect to the other Timcast employees, but Raymond G. Stanley Jr. is always on top of things, and he's getting everything done and making this place run like a well-oiled machine. So we are totally grateful, Raymond. And we're glad you're here. We're glad you're here. All right. Justin Hutter says, wait. Day 10 asking Timcast. I should just not read this so you keep super chatting.
Did you see that
Day 12.
Cori Bush lost her primary?
Whoa.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
What, just now?
Yeah, just now.
We got to pull that up in a second.
Yep.
Day 10 asking Timcast style to bring on the
Yes.
Cartier family.
She's
Their political journey as young men helped steer the culture war. Sincerely a fan of both shows. Okay, I got to pull up the court. That just happened.
yeah.
The thing that I found
Holy
on the
gosh.
Lindsey Graham resolution, just this quote from Jewish Insider says, Graham said that the authorization for use of military force would, quote, be triggered if the president determines that Iran possesses uranium that is enriched to the weapons grade level, a nuclear warhead, or were to possess a delivery vehicle capable of delivering a nuclear device against Israel or any of the other allies or the United States.
Okay, I don't know that they didn't call it yet.
They did.
So I've got New York Times,
They have 18% of votes in.
18% of votes in, and I don't think they've called the
I don't
race.
think so. Oh, they didn't call it. Other
Right.
people are calling it on Twitter. Kim Klacik called it.
Yeah.
Okay, you get my hopes up. Not that I know anything about Wesley Bell. Is he better?
He's a prosecutor. He's a St. Louis prosecutor, so I'm sure he also
A little
sucks,
better.
but he might
Right.
be slightly better.
So 18% of votes are in. Cori Bush is at 33.1% to Wesley Bell's 63.8%. But that is,
It's a lot. She's
That-
down by half. Ooh,
well, it's 2-1.
yeah.
I think it might be. Look, if the AP could call it, they'd call it, and they call things early when they
Yeah,
can.
they do. They do.
So if they haven't called it yet, I'm not going to say, but we will track this. In the meantime, we will watch your super chats. And this is the second. Who was the other? Did Rashida Tlaib? No, who was it?
School Hall Jamal.
Yes, Jamal Bowman.
Got
He lost.
He lost. Yeah.
Yeah.
School Hall Jamal is his name.
It looks like
School
Andrew
hall.
Bailey, the Missouri Attorney General's
That's what I
office
call it.
primary too.
Here we go. Jason Dixon says, Tim, I wasn't able to find you today. I'm a 4+ year member. Please shout out the Discord. The mods appreciate the shout outs, building great culture. And shout out to Jason Dixon. Thank you for being a member for so long. You're one of the best members. Not to
Really taking favorites here today.
not to disparage any of the other members, but Jason often super chats in promotion of the Discord and everything people on the Discord are doing. So that's why I say shout out. If you go to timcast.com and click join us to become a member, we have a Discord server with a bunch of different rooms. There's workshops. There's shows. People in the Discord hosting shows and conversations. And then when we do the members only show at 10 p.m. Monday through Thursday, there's an after show. So we actually bring in members to talk to us on the show and join us in our guest. And then afterwards, the Discord continues the conversation. It is based AF. And you guys should really join. You should really join.
You know, Tim, I do want to thank your audience and your support and everyone. Early this year, Kirk Cameron was pushing for his new show, and you all wrote a generous check to him
That was fun.
for $42,000. That was amazing, but he has nearly placed a full season in the can.
Awesome.
and they're at about 90% towards their funding goal, and things are just going amazing. And so they're pushing strong, and so the series on Iggy is getting ready to come out. The Adventures of Iggy will come out soon, and so just wanted to thank you and your audience for that. And then also on August 24th, we're going to have a See You at the Library Day. The location will be released here soon, but everyone can go to bravebooks.com to hear more about that at that location.
And they gave me a Muppet. I'll pull it up for you guys.
Oh yeah, do it.
Oh my gosh.
We'll play the video.
It was really disconcerting to have this puppet here on the table one night, and you're looking at both Tim.
So where is that stupid video? Wait, I can't find it. Where did it go?
Wait.
Have you seen it? I think it's in.
I haven't seen it yet.
I'll have to find
Oh
it.
wait, it's not popping up. Do I gotta click Reels or something?
Why are you looking for it?
We made oh, did they take it down? Oh, there it is. There it is. I was just looking in the wrong spot. So it's this. Here you go.
No way.
Didn't skip the landing there, Tim.
So Jack Posobiec brought a Muppet me
Come on.
and then and a Brave Books skateboard.
No way.
Yeah, they made this for me, and I really do appreciate it. So shout out Jack and Brave Books. And so then Richie thought it was hilarious and started messing around with it. And then we were like, let's have it drop in on the death wall. And that was a good fun. All right, we'll go back to reading your super chats. And then tracking the results of Cory Bush's Democratic primary. All right, Joshua Shaper says, are you keeping Mr. Bokus Pumpkin Spice Experience around for a bit? My girlfriend is currently 8 months pregnant with our son, but wants to try some once he's out. Also make America innovative again. Go to Casper.com.
As an accountant, I've done quite a lot of running. We've been running late or running to catch a train. I still want the big city job. Just find the big city.
Bringing homes to life with the Cotswold Company. Discover our range at cotswoldco.com.
Accidentally ordered extra because we're planning on retiring because Mr. Bokus passed. And then we're making the new
once again,
Focus with Mr. Bokus.
search for bits and all the
So I
fucking bits.
recommend you get it now because I don't know how much is left. I think it says how much is left.
You can order it now, it'll be fine. Right? I don't have a copy left.
It lasts longer than that. You're good. Vacuum
Just so
seal
you can
bag.
get the whole bean.
Yeah.
Ground it and stuff.
Yeah. Vacuum bag.
What a fun push present. Great.
Matt P. Yeah. Matt P. says, hi, Tim, new member, former Marxist, Leninist, Maoist. Your show and guests you've had have pulled me back from the brink. Also, I think saying Harris Waltz installed 24 is a good play on words so that Harris was installed. Well, shout out, Matt. You seem to be a critical thinker, and I appreciate your perspective, and I appreciate you having an open mind. And, you know, I'll say this, too, because I like... we argue with the chat, we'll argue with members, and I should say debate and have discussions. We've had callers come in and say, Tim, you're wrong about this, and then I'll argue with them. And I'm glad those members are here because we don't want to be an echo chamber. That's always been the case. You know, people feel like, why is Ian on the show? Well, when Ian is on the show, because we want someone to have their own views and not just be an echo chamber of, you know, vanilla yogurt. Everyone agrees with each other. We'd love to have liberals come on the show. They just won't do it. They don't want to come on the show. The only ones that do are the stupid grifter ones. Like two people always begging to come on the show. And I'm like, no, dude, we're not doing WWE. But, you know, however, that being said, we are actively pursuing any and all for the Culture War podcast, which is a better format. Because I'd love to have Kyle Kalinske on this show as we go through the news stories. That'd be fantastic. You know, and he said he'd come on before, but we never able to book him. And, you know, to be fair, he hosts his own show, so it's fair that he doesn't come on the show. He's like, hey, I'm busy, I have a show. I'm like, oh, I get it. I'm not going to cancel my show to go on his, you know what I mean? But he's one of my favorites, so I'd love to have him on as well. I think it'd be really interesting going through the news with him here. Because this is the thing about this show. when I have people say like, "Oh, Tim's far right," I'll be like, "Well, we just pulled the New York Times and MSN.com and the Post Millennial." Okay, rag on the Post Millennial.
Oh, come on.
Post millennial.
Post Millennial.
Come on.
Post millennial.
No, but I mean, like, it's not like the Post Millennial is just making things up. It's all sourced news. Like,
They often source the New York Times.
right. It's like, so tell me what you disagree with if we're just reading the news. We all have opinions. Sure. Liberals are allowed to come in here and give their opinions in the news. Here's the problem. Often their opinions are based on fake news.
Yeah, we tend to take the fake news and we'll look at the facts that they present and then see how they spun it. And then we will present it honestly and directly and without a leftist spin.
Maybe I think Kyle Kalinske would be perfect for Timcast IRL because we just pull the news stories and then we talk about it and then he can comment. He'd be like, "Well, I disagree with you guys. Here's why." And I think it'd be a great show. However, some guests got to be culture war, because that's just going to be.
Especially if you want in-depth take on a specific topic. Like
Right.
you're a guest who can be on this show because you have a lot of knowledge, but also you have a more specific specialty with some of your content. I think if you want to have an in-depth conversation contrasting one point of view on an issue, culture war is a better format for that.
All right, let's see. Vectorman64 says, any reason for the 3 minutes till show starts, even though the show starts up, countdown finishes? I don't know what that means. What does that mean? No idea. When the way we start the show is, we used to have people ask that we do a 30-second delay. We press go live, we wait 30 seconds, and then we go. Now, I press go live, and then we have a preset 10-second delay, and then I wait 3 seconds. So it's about 13 seconds from when I press go live, I wait 3 to 5 seconds, and then I hit my camera and I start the show. You guys, our system has an automatic 10-second delay. So it'll go live and there should be about 15 seconds. And if there's not, then it's YouTube doing something. Don't know. All right, Cameron Keir says, do you guys think Biden makes it until Inauguration Day, or will they make Kamala the incumbent before the election? I think it would be bad for her if she became president before the election.
Yeah. I think it would. Part of her challenge is always going to be just to answer for the Biden-Harris administration and her role, or at least insisting her name be a part of that. And if she became the incumbent, she'd be even more responsible for the Biden legacy. I think you'll see her increasingly try and distance herself.
But she's not an outsider.
No.
She's the vice president of the sitting president.
But she's going to try and distance herself at some point.
Yeah, she's been trying this whole time.
It's going to be hard for her to do that. She's playing two roles right now. She's the VP. And I think she's also the president. It's all in one.
Although she
thought Jill
was
was
to
the
be in the Kamala Harris was in the Situation Room, I think today, or was it yesterday? Getting my days mixed up. But she was in the Situation Room over the Middle East war situation, and fancy to talk about that Situation Room. But anyway, she was there, and then she left early before things got concluded.
So, okay, I'm going to say this
That's the
again.
campaign. She's very busy.
The campaign. She's very busy. Yeah.
This is the same thing that happened with Jamal Momin. Tons of accounts are tweeting that Cori Bush lost. They have not called the race. It's not been called yet. It's only 17.9% of votes are in.
There's a lot of.
I'm assuming she's going to lose.
A lot of clickbaiting.
Yep. So when people were saying Bowman lost, I was like, whoa. And then I checked and I was like, no, we didn't. The race hasn't been called yet.
Not yet.
So I have no idea. People are claiming they called it. They didn't. That's what you get when you watch Timcast. We're not going to tell you the race is over when the race isn't over. I think it's likely she loses from the numbers we're seeing now, but we're going to wait for confirmation. All right. The Authentic Hydro PX says, once again, YouTube prevented me from finding this stream. Pretty racist of them that they would deny this person of color from getting his voice out. I mean, I am shocked and appalled. I am I should sue for discrimination. I am a mixed race person, and YouTube does not want me to share my voice. And our guest is black.
Yeah,
that proves it.
And we've got women here. And a guy from South Africa. I mean, what's going on?
That's right. How dare they?
I'm oppressed.
It's funny because
you are oppressed.
I'm oppressed.
Okay, guys, update. It's not 50-50. It's 50. It's not 50-50, but it's 54-42. Cori Bush saw a huge spike. It is now 19,000 to 15,000. I got to tell you, look, I think she's tracking to lose, sure, but she saw tremendous improvement just now. If she ends up winning, what are all these accounts tweeting that she lost already. The Gateway Pundit, guys, far left squad member Cori Bush loses by landslide in Missouri primary. I pulled up the Washington Post. They just updated the numbers, and it's improved for Cori Bush.
Yeah, the New York Times always has a good tracker.
I don't know. This isn't looking good.
I got the New York Times, and I got Washington Post, and right now, it's 54% to 42%. Cori Bush. It's not looking good for Cori Bush. She did improve 26% of the votes in. Maybe somebody knows something. That's why they're saying it. I have no idea. But here's where it's important. In St. Louis City, where Cori Bush is winning, 54% to 43%, 38% of the votes are in. In St. Louis County, the greater area, Cori Bush it's 67 to 30 with 19% in. So it looks like what just happened was St. Louis City just came in. St. Louis City, there's two counties. It's looking like she's going to lose, but we will see. It's still early. If she can improve her margins in St. Louis City to around 67-30, then she probably wins. But we'll see.
The first two members of the squad movement to lose their elections.
Yeah, not surprised.
Black.
No.
I'm gonna run with it tomorrow. I'm gonna have fun with that tomorrow.
But who? Wesley Bell's black though.
So
Yeah.
Wesley Bell is black.
Okay.
But isn't this? I mean, you can comment on this better than I can. But they say that there are a lot of black women who support Kamala Harris, but black men aren't as sold on her. So maybe this is another thing that we're seeing a division within a community. They say a lot of politics right now is going to turn out to be men versus women. I'm sure we'll see this on all sorts of levels within different sort of niche communities.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Is that what you've heard, that like this is becoming a difference between black men and black women?
It is. There are many people like Joy Reid, who would tell you that black women are the backbone of the Democrat Party for the black community. She'll tell you that. But I do think that there's something there.
Okay.
There's a defection going on, slowly but surely.
The Riddler.
The black patriarchs are saying that, we don't want to support this party. That's a
This looks so
healthy
good.
thing.
This is fucking heavy.
So we'll see
Hopefully it
where
doesn't
goes.
fall over and break
they're-
itself to
they're-
pieces.
Going after President Trump, not so much solely the Republican Party. The thing that has really caused them to want to support a Republican candidate is pretty much just President Trump. And so I don't know where it's going to go after President Trump,
Right.
but we're building some solid groundwork now.
So I just want to mention we have a tremendous amount of super chats tonight from everybody angry that YouTube made it impossible to find the show. And I'd like to mention, so what I did was I went on my YouTube app, and normally when I'm checking for glitches or errors or anything, trying to maintain the show, I will check the app, and then the first one that pops up will always be Timcast IRL. This time it was wrong. Yeah. Shut up, I guess.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's interesting. But then around 8:40, it changed. So Girl Wet says, found you. Thank you for the super chat. Mike Anderson says, big app to YouTube. They hit the show today. Going to up my monthly membership on Tomcats in response. I'm assuming that you typed it in your phone and it auto-selected Timcast to Tomcats. That's okay. I like it.
Comcast is the ProCat Discord chapter that we have.
Yes.
I'm just kidding. I'm making that up.
Let's see. We'll grab some more. Homer Rev says, betting odds are also fake news. They measure the trends of today, not 3 to 4 months from now. Gamblers are making a quick buck off of the money again. That is true. That's better than polls. Polls are doing the same thing. If a week from now, Kamala Harris, I don't know, like cures cancer, her polling can skyrocket.
Okay.
Actually, maybe
10,
it goes down.
11,
But,
12, 13.
so the betting markets are people saying, here's what I think is going to happen. I'll put money on it. Polls are like, yeah, I'd vote for them. I think the betting markets are better. But all of it is just based on the current news of the day. So Robert Peters says, YouTube is currently hiding your IRL from view. Had to type in Timcast IRL completely before I could even find it. And it wasn't even the first 3 choices. Seriously, F YouTube. That's another thing people have pointed out. Despite the fact that Timcast IRL is consistently the highest viewed live show for its time slot on YouTube, I think tonight there was a Spanish language stream that was bigger, had like 80,000 views. So we're not always the biggest, but we consistently average a high viewership. Despite that, when you search for Timcast or Tim Pool, it will show you haters insulting me before it shows you my own channels. Now, isn't that something? They're really trying. But I think the issue is that for people who actually watch the show, they're like, oh, I kind of disagree with this guy, but he's just, they're like, okay, he's just showing the news. You know? But it works out. All right, we'll grab a couple more, and then we'll have to take the results of this year election to the members only, along with our not so family-friendly show. Good stuff.
We're going to have so much fun.
Silent says, something I'm worried about is Kamala has to certify this election. Might be another way they try to cheat. Remember what Jamie Raskin said? Trump's going to win, and Kamala's going to say, I will not accept these votes because Trump is disqualified. And then what? Well, actually, they changed the law so she couldn't, remember? That Congress passed a law saying the vice president couldn't reject votes. Mm-hmm. What happens if we get multiple slates of electors that are both not certified? Then she chooses.
Do you think we'll have the election results on November 6th or 7th? What are we thinking? If election day is November 5th, when are we going to really know?
Never. No, I mean it.
When are we going to get at least the story of what the results were?
Immediately, the media is going to call it for the Democrats, probably. It just really depends. I mean, we're dealing with an impossible scenario. I think there's a possibility that Donald Trump cut a deal with the deep state. And Kamala Harris is a throwaway candidate. They recognize they've lost. Trump's a deal maker. Trump's notoriously a deal maker.
Yeah, now it's Harley Quinn.
I think there's a scenario where
some female representation going on the.
I wonder if after they failed to put him in prison, that they're like, okay, fine, what do we have to do to prevent maybe like the mass arrest of federal agents? And then Trump maybe played a little hardball, and then a bullet was past his head or something like that. So who knows? Who knows? Mm. But I think actually, I would say this. I thought there was a possibility Trump cut a deal with the deep state. And I'm not saying that negatively. I'm saying he basically accepted their surrender and took their terms. And then someone tried to kill him. And now I'm kind of like, he may have done that, and they may have been like, nah. You know, so who knows? It's going to be a wild election. I'm just going to make sure we order a lot of wings and pizza for people who are hanging out with us and watching our live show.
Yeah, I'm going to need a lot of that.
You're going to be around for our live show?
When is it? Where is it? Is it like
doing it here? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to like run the newsroom at the same time, but I'll hang out.
We're planning on doing a 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. On stage at a venue.
Wow.
And but people are going to come and go.
Okay.
So I'll probably get up at some point, go eat, hang out, and then someone else will come in, and we'll be tracking the results live. People will be hanging out in the stands, watching and hanging out, and it's going to be a wild show. It's going to be a wild show.
I'll hang out.
Yeah. All right, everybody. If you haven't already, would you kindly smash that like button? 1 like equals 1. Please don't censor Timcast IRL YouTube. That's what it means. That's what it means when you press the like button. And head over to timcast.com. Become a member. The members only uncensored show is coming up. It's not so family friendly. We get some spicy stuff talking about these books they're trying to put in schools, and then we'll track the results of this election. More numbers just came in. It's not improving for Cori Bush. In fact, it's only gotten worse. So it does look like she's on track to lose. We'll see.
Well, now I just want to be justified of having said that she lost.
Well, you're probably right. Smash the like button. You can follow me on X at Timcast and Instagram as well. You can follow the show for clips on Instagram at TimcastIRL. Pastor John, you want to shout anything out?
Yes. First and foremost, thank you so much for having me on. Everyone, listen, if you want to fight against the woke agenda in the public school system and what's taking place as it relates to the pornographic books that are being placed at the fingertips of our children, you have an option and an opportunity to do so. You can join us for a National See You at the Library Day event that I'm having alongside Kirk Cameron and Brave Books. Books like this, Queer, that doesn't belong in a school system. All right? This book, Push, which glorifies a father and a mother who molest their daughter to the point that the father impregnates their daughter. This does not belong in the school system. Books like this, let's talk about it. I can't open this book. I won't do it. It was hard to even show Tim what was going on in this book even before the show. This is sinister. This is corrupt. I'll read this part to you. This is a disclaimer by the author. It says the authors and publisher expressly disclaim responsibility for any adverse effects that may result from the use or application of the information contained in this book. In other words, we wrote a book, but if you do what we tell you to do in the book, you might harm yourself.
Wow.
All right. And then this book right here, Worm Loves Worm. This book is about teaching kids about same-sex marriage. And so I've been going from state to state, from school board to school board. I've now been to 14 states, speaking out against this agenda. I've been able to amass over 300 million views, flip 2 school boards, one in Pennsylvania and one in New Jersey. I've been able to strike down a transgender policy in New Jersey, policy 5756. I've been able to remove dozens of pornographic books, but within that, I still need to do more. Yes, we are fighting the tyrants, the woke tyrants at the school board meeting, but I've now teamed up with Kirk Cameron and Brave Books to produce my own wholesome and virtuous book entitled Deep Within Doom's Dome. This book is currently out. You can go get a copy of it at bravebooks.com. Kirk Cameron and I will be at a given location. We'll release the location here soon. But we're going to be together reading at maybe 2 or 3 different libraries, sharing wholesome and virtuous stories with families. 2 years ago, Kirk wrote a book entitled As You Grow. And he wanted to go to the libraries that were bringing in transgenders to read to kids. And you know what he was told? He couldn't read his wholesome book to kids, but the transgenders could come in and read to kids all kinds of evil and demonic and filthy things. So Kirk said, you know what? I'm going to start a campaign. In 2023, he said, you know what? I'm going to every library that banned me and said I couldn't go. And he went. And they told him initially that the parents would not be interested in what he had to say. Man, it was tens of thousands of people.
Yeah.
You know,
there were no seats. There were lines out the door.
Exactly. Lined up by the drove, wanting to just hear virtuous content. And so within that, we also, and this year, want to do it again. He did it last year with Riley Gaines. This year, he's doing it with me. And we're on track to surpass the number of hosts at libraries around the country this year. We're at about 280 at this point today. Last year, there were 306 hosts. We suspect that by the time this is over and we reach August 24th, that we might have nearly 500 to 600 different libraries around the country in hopefully 50 states. Right now, we're in 46 states, but by August 24th, we might be in 50 states where people are saying, you know what? Instead of allowing the left to indoctrinate our children, we're going to make sure that we put the best content in front of them to help them to develop and grow and to protect their innocence. And so I want everyone to consider going to bravebooks.com. Join us for See You at the Library Day. Get a copy of this new book, Deep Within Doom's Dome. The focus of this book is self-control. Now, if there's anything that we need today in America, especially to teach our kids, it is self-control. And once again, thank you so much for the support that you all showed and displayed towards Kirk Cameron and putting together his new show. He's 10% away from his goal, but that thing is getting ready to go live. And Tim, you were so kind and generous. So on behalf of Brave Books and Kirk Cameron, thank you so much.
Well, thanks for being here. It's been a blast and look forward to seeing more.
Yes.
Libby.
I'm Libby Emmons. You can find me on Twitter at Libby Emmons, and you can check out what we're doing at thepostmillennial.com and humanevents.com. And also, I remember that when Kirk Cameron did that, it was pretty amazing. I interviewed him to talk about that, and all of these libraries, they just said no.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm so glad you could join us. It's been really fun having you here.
Thank you.
Libby, always so fun to see you. I'm Hannah Claire Brimlow. I'm a writer for scnr.com at Scanner News. Check out our work at Timcast News. We have an amazing team. Their work's incredible. If you want to follow me personally, I'm at HannahClaire.B on Instagram. I'm Hannah Claire B on Twitter. Thanks for everything you guys do. We wouldn't be here without you. Have a great night.
We will see you all over at timcast.com in about a minute. Thanks for hanging out.
and I move. I move. I move. I move. Bass news and I move. I move. I move. I move. Bass news and I move.
BP is working to bring more lower carbon energy to the UK, like developing offshore wind. And we're keeping oil and gas flowing, helping to meet today's energy needs. It's and, not all. That's how BP is backing Britain.
Tim Walz is now being accused of stolen valor because on numerous occasions, he either tries to make it seem like he served in Afghanistan or Iraq, or he outright says he was in war. Even CNN is calling him out. The dude served in Italy. And I can certainly respect 24 years of military service, but you can't go around saying that you were in war carrying weapons or that, using language trying to make it seem like you were actually in the Middle East when you were not. Now, I love this because CNN is saying that J.D. Vance is attacking him without evidence. We got so much evidence to lay down for you. The only explanation is that people at CNN are intentionally lying to you. Unless, of course, they're just really dumb people. But we'll talk about that. Cori Bush is also out. Joe Biden says that he does not believe there will be a peaceful transfer of power if Trump loses. X. And Frank Luntz says if the election were held today, Kamala Harris will win. How fun is that? Before we get started, my friends, head over to castbrew.com to buy Cast Brew coffee. When you buy Cast Brew coffee, you're supporting the show. It's our coffee company. We're trying to set up these coffee shops. We are working to set up these coffee shops. So if you want to support the show, buy our product, go to castbrew.com, buy Appalachian Nights, Raj Roberto Jr. Get all these different flavors. Mr. Bokus Pumpkin Spice Experience still available. But once it's gone, it's gone. And Ian's Graphene Dream quickly becoming a new fan favorite. Also, head over to timcast.com, click Join Us to become a member and support our work directly. As a member, you'll get access to our Discord server, an exclusive members-only call-in show, which will be happening tonight at 10 p.m. You don't want to miss it. The other day, YouTube was really censoring us. People were not getting the video display in their feeds, and while many are now saying that it seems to be better, in fact, it is not. Once again, I checked my homepage, and who run the account, I run the account. Normally, IRL is always the first thing around when I open the app. Not today, not yesterday, and this is election season. So if you want to support us to make sure we can't be held back by manipulation, shadow banning, and censorship, go to timcast.com, click Join Us, become a member, support the show. But also don't forget to smash the like button. Share this. Share it. If you're watching on YouTube, take that URL, post it on every social media platform, share it. That is stronger than their shadow banning and their manipulation. That'll help us out. Share the show with friends. Joining us tonight to talk about this and so much more is Joey Manarino.
Hello, thank you for having me, Tim.
Who are you? What do you do?
So, used to do radio in Philadelphia. Now I do political strategy and digital marketing, fundraising, stuff like that. So that's pretty much my thing. And I have a Twitter page. I'm there all day now. And that's about it.
Well, right on. It should be fun. Thanks for hanging out. We got a lot hanging out.
Hey, everybody. What's going on? My name is Alot Eliyahu. I'm a field reporter here at Timcast News. Joey, thanks for joining us. And Claire, I like the color of your shirt.
I love the color of your shirt. It's fantastic. It's adorable when we work with the same place and we match. I'm Hannah Claire Brimlow. I'm a writer with Alot at scnr.com. I'm so happy you guys can join us tonight. Let's get started.
Here we go from CNN.com. Vance reopens line of attack into Walz's military record as two veterans now vie to be vice president. Heck of a headline there. I love this happening now. Kamala Harris speaks at rally in Michigan. Let me just X that out because we don't care. They say Donald Trump's running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, stepped up his attacks on Minnesota Governor Tim Walz's portrayal of his military career, accusing him without evidence of ducking service in Iraq when he left the Army National Guard and ran for Congress in 2005. Vance also accused Walz of falsely claiming he had served in combat in a combat zone while the Democratic vice presidential nominee was in the Army National Guard. While Walz retired 2 months before his unit received alert orders to deploy to Iraq, the attacks on Walz's military record are part of the race from both parties to define the relatively unknown governor. Okay, so I'll just pause there. If you get your news from CNN, I feel sorry for you. And that's why we highlight this first. I have got so much evidence it is going to make your head spin. How about this first one from Jack Posobiec? This is an article from 2005, a press release. Walt still planning to run for Congress despite possible call to duty in Iraq for immediate release, March 20th, 2005. They knew in advance. They say on Thursday, March 17th, the National Guard Public Affairs Office announced a possible partial mobilization of roughly 2,000 troops in the Minnesota National Guard. First District Congressional candidate Tim Waltz currently holds the rank of Command Sergeant Major in the 125th Battalion, which is based in New Ulm and largely composed of men and women from southern Minnesota. When asked about his possible deployment to Iraq, Walt said, I do not yet know if the artillery unit will be part of this mobilization, and I am unable to comment further on specifics of the deployment. Others have come out calling him a traitor who abandoned his men, bypassing the chain of command so that he can get relieved and then go run for office. I don't know if that's true, but I can tell you, evidence certainly suggests he did know he would be deploying and decided he would leave instead. Now, a lot of people have come out and said, no, he was planning his retirement months in advance. That's true. However, many commenters and many other veterans have stated that when deployment orders were in the pipelines, many of them stalled their plans to intentionally serve their country, knowing they would need to be deployed. Tim Waltz is being criticized for not doing that, for deciding to leave. And now, and there's, look, even if someone else came in, I don't think it's fair to call him a traitor because he didn't want to deploy. I think it's more just like, I don't know, to do something like this. And then later, from the Washington Free Beacon, Tim Waltz falsely claimed he served in Afghanistan. When a local vet called him out, his office did nothing. Come on. I'll just play this video because CNN is garbage. We're going to play this video for you. You can listen. You can hear what he said for yourselves.
Hope woke up like many of you did 5 weeks ago and Dad said, Dad, you're the only person I know who's in elected office. You need to stop what's happening with this. I'll take my kick in the butt for the NRA. I spent 25 years in the Army and I hunt. And I gave the money back, and I'll tell you what I have been doing. I've been voting for common sense legislation that protects the Second Amendment, but we can do background checks. We can do CDC research. We can make sure we don't have reciprocal carry among states, and we can make sure that those weapons of war that I carry in war is the only place where those weapons are.
Yeah, heard it. He said he carried weapons of war in war. Homie, according to Wikipedia, we're going to use Wikipedia because the source is actually task and purpose. They say he deployed to Italy and in support of Operation Enduring Freedom. He did not deploy to Iraq, Afghanistan, or a combat zone during his service. So what do you guys think? Is that stolen valor? At least it's not legally stolen valor, but many people are calling it stolen valor.
It's definitely implied valor at the very least, right?
It's pathetic. It's pathetic is what it is. He's trying to run for office under false pretense. He's trying to say he's a veteran, he fought in a war, he did all these great things. What did he do in Italy? Sip cappuccinos with bombs going overhead? It wasn't World War II. No, you didn't see combat, so don't act like you saw combat. It's very simple. It's a disgrace. It's just, they're all liars. The whole ticket over there is just a bunch of frauds and phonies. It's disgusting, and he needs to resign, frankly.
Do you think that Americans will make the distinction?
Will Americans make the decision?
They'll hear, oh, well, he was in the National Guard, he was in the Army.
If the media lets them hear the facts, CNN without evidence, there's a...
Put your money to work with Trading 212 and zero commission.
This is a good one. There we go. You can see the Gotham Court. It's got some fancy stairways on it. All right. On to 11. This one is called Riddler's Reform.
Yesterday was absolutely crazy. We did like a 5-hour long show. It was a whole lot of fun, and in the end, the Republicans did fairly well. If you were tracking the projections a month or two before all this went down, then you're not surprised by the results. If you were tracking the projections only in the week or two before, you probably thought they were going to do way, way, way better. And look, I'll say everybody wants to yell and scream red wave because they want to boost morale and get everyone to go and vote. But this is why I was saying things like don't think you're going to win. You need to go out and vote no matter what the polls say. But in the end, it's within the parameters of what even 538's projections were up until like 2 weeks ago when these debates started happening. So right now, I think we're looking at potentially 224 seats for the Republicans in the House. We're looking at potentially 51 seats, maybe with the runoff. We'll see. Looks like Nevada might flip. There's a few congressional districts we're still looking at potentially that are about to flip. It looks like in Maryland, we may actually see one district flip. And then what do you expect? I mean, Republicans take the House in the midterm. They can launch investigations. They were never going to pass laws. We'll see. But Joe Biden gave a speech. Joe Biden came out and said, I will do nothing. I will change nothing. Everything that's going as bad as it is will continue, thanks mostly because, well, not a lot could have changed, but because Democratic voters, they wanted it. In places like New York, California, this is the thing that they want. I mean, I can't blame them. They live there. They want it. By all means, you can have it. So we'll talk about that and so much more. We have a lot of election stuff to go through. DeSantis with his double-digit lead, winning in Florida. Now people are suggesting that he's the front runner for 2024 and for the whole presidency, in fact. And this story that I just love, Democrats voted in a dead guy because they went in and they voted Democrat and the guy was dead. And I feel bad, my condolences to his family, but they voted for a dead guy. So we'll talk about that. Before we get started, head over to timcast.com. Become a member to support our work. We're going to have a members-only show coming up for all of our members at about 11 p.m., which I can only imagine will be fun and spicy. So go to timcast.com, click the Join Us button, and you'll be directly supporting our journalists, and you'll get that members-only show. And you can follow the show at timcast.irl. You can follow me at timcast. And don't forget to check out our new song over at losingmymind.com. We are currently now number 28 trending for music. We beat Shakira, I think, thanks in part to you guys who are listening to our music. We're bigger and better than the mainstream. And we're going to keep producing culture and push back on these establishment figures and take parts of the space over with your support. So there you can see the image of me scowling at Rachel Maddow. I love the video. It's good fun seeing it. There you go. Joining us to talk about this and so much more, you heard him laugh, it's Mr. Milo Yiannopoulos.
I've never been more petrified. No, really. I've been interviewed by very aggressive, intelligent, and hostile people, and you're of course a sweetheart. But I was just introduced. I have a greater understanding of the restrictions under which you operate now, and I was sort of mentally checking off as we talked about the things that I probably shouldn't say. I just sort of mentally checking off, like, oh, okay, that's yeah. So I don't really have any ways to communicate that don't aggressively violate the rules of YouTube and whatever. But I've got Post-its, I've made post-its of the most egregious offences, and with every good intention in the world, I'm going to do the best I can to be socially acceptable for you.
But I want everybody hearing to realize that we're going to do the members only uncensored show, and then we'll show the post-its and people.
By the time that rolls around, I'm going to be so desperate to swear. It's going to be very undignified.
The reason we don't like swearing is because people watch it. Their kids are in the room, or they're listening in the car and they're talking to their kids. But if you swear, we just it is
A ghastly childhood to be subjected to political commentary. It could only happen. It could only happen in a third world country. Civilized people are not so obsessed with politics.
Milo, we have a lot to talk about, like with you and everything that you've done and been going through, and what you're willing to talk about.
From child abuse. No, look, I'm going to do the best I can to stay within the lines that are terrifying me. But yeah, I don't think I've done an interview for nearly half a decade.
Wow.
Because I just realized that I didn't trust myself to color within the lines.
Well, we're mostly just going to be talking about what's going on, so we'll get into it.
I'm very excited about this Fetterman guy. He's my new fascination.
All right. Well, thanks for hanging out. We'll talk all about it. We also got Luke here, of course.
This should be a very interesting show. I'm looking forward to it. And they voted in a dead guy. And John Fetterman.
It's because Democrat voters can relate to him.
This is going to be a fun show, but this is why I decided to wear my Normalized Critical Thinking t-shirt, which I think we need more of than ever. If you agree, you can get the t-shirt on thebestpoliticalshirts.com. And because you do, that's why I'm here. Ian, thank you so much for coming. Where's the hat? I gave you a hat yesterday. Where is it?
It's too warm, man. I just wore a sweater. Milo, you nailed one aspect of communication. That is that outfit. It's badass.
Well, I figured
the flip-flops are better.
I like it.
They're fish flops. I'll show you.
Fish flops?
Oh, yeah, shorts on.
Oh, they're
if
fish.
If you live in Florida for any period of time, you begin to go native, and you start to wear things like this. And somebody got it for me as a joke, and they're the most comfortable things I've ever had on my feet. So I live exclusively in crushed velvet handmade slippers from German Street in England and fish flops. You know what? I have $2,000 like Versace brocade, slides and the rest of it. I get no compliments remotely close to how much people love these shoes. I get asked, I think, 10 times a day, where did you get those shoes? So yeah, no, I'm basically living the life of an eccentric retiree, which I'm happy with because I do a lot of work behind the scenes for people now. So I get sort of all of the clout, influence, and income without any of the stress of being in public.
Yeah, the wild ride.
Because your life seems terrible. I couldn't do it.
From 2016
I have a better
to 2018.
understanding now of the I have a better understanding now of the limitations within which you have to operate. And I have to say, I wouldn't be capable of doing it.
We should we should have that conversation for the Uncensored show and just talk about how the whole.
I should probably just talk then.
Listen now, talk then.
Listen
yeah,
now.
I play that game
well,
sometimes.
You'll have stuff to say, so we'll get into it. We also got Serge pressing all the buttons.
Hey, what's up, guys?
So I wasn't trying to give you a hard time. It'll be difficult. I don't really know how to talk to normal people anymore because I've just been a regular human for 5 years. So I mean, like, I don't know how to do the coloring between the lines thing.
Yeah, it's an art form, man. It's a weird time to be alive with social media subjugation, in a sense. I don't think it's ever happened in history of humanity before. Like
Ian wants to explain how to make chlorine gas or whatever.
Hey, you.
Does it have an extraordinarily depressing effect on you? It must be demoralizing.
It does. Last night, I wanted
it's
to say so much.
emasculating, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like part of you has been chopped off.
It's like my soul is muted. It's really disturbing, and I want to change it.
Well, you're a sweetheart, so it's probably not so difficult for you. But those of us who are compelled to break the rules with every breath we take, I think there used to be a place for us,
California.
Yes. I think we can have a much greater conversation on this for the Uncensored show, but I'll just add, I view it like running through a battlefield where, minds have been placed and we're trying to make it to the other side to win this conflict. So
also, when you're trying to change a system structure, it's good to go right next door to the system and behave the way you want that system to become, and then it will bleed over into the new system.
Let's say that. Let's talk.
We'll agree to disagree on strategy.
We'll talk about that for the members on the Uncensored, where we can go really off. But let's jump into this first story, ladies and gentlemen. Last night, Republicans won, and then I wake up in the morning and all the conservatives are angry. They're saying that this was an unlosable election and we did so poorly. And I'm seeing all these leftist personalities cheering and screaming like, oh, no red wave. And I'm just like, I don't understand. The Republicans won. Like, they won. They won. And there's likely more winning coming. I get it. Republicans wanted a bloodbath. But instead, they got a victory. So now, this is great. Biden says he won't change anything after a successful night for Dems. Does intend to run in 2024, and it will be fun watching Don v. Ron taunts press. Okay, he's not going to change anything. That's not the message that people wanted to hear. The message that people want to hear is things are going to get better. But things are bad. And for a variety of reasons, people are willing to vote Democrat, and a variety of really weird reasons, like they voted in the dead guy. But
I don't think people want. I think people used to be engaged in politics because they wanted to get a glimpse of a better world. But that's the washing powder version of politics. I think people are well into bitterness. I think people want to see the bad guys bleed. I think that people want to see the bloodbath that you're talking about comes not from a desire to reimagine the world in a better way, because I think people are losing hope in that. I think people want to see their antagonists suffer.
I agree. I agree.
And the reason for the Republican frustration is that they were expecting a rare moment of catharsis, which is not granted often to people with right of centre politics, a moment in which they could reassure themselves that sometimes justice is done, that the universe is capable of delivering true justice where it is warranted, and they were robbed of that. So what was stolen from them was not some kind of washing powder commercial glimpse of a better future. What was stolen from them was revenge, because these people don't feel like they've been out of power, and that's a shame. They feel like there are. I mean, they articulate their feelings now in very religious terms, and they talk about their enemies in terms of demons, devils, and Satan, and the way in which they express themselves, and I think the sunk emotional cost that they had attached to the midterms as a moment when they could reassure themselves that maybe there was, maybe there was still some glimmer of.
But they won.
Well, not really.
But they won what they needed. The House.
No,
what could they have done better? What could they?
It was a bog standard or slightly unimpressive midterm in which the usual swing occurred. That is not what Republicans were expecting.
Right.
They wanted not what they were hoping for. That's not a victory. When something happens that always happens, that happens whether you campaign or not, that happens whether you do anything or not, that's not a victory. That's people perceive that as a kind of as a sort of almost like a weather event. It's just part of the natural cycle of things.
Yeah.
There was no victory because there was nothing above and beyond what the ordinary course of a midterm election.
I understand what you're saying. That they needed something that proved something symbolic and something meaning.
They just wanted the people who they feel are tearing the fabric of their civilization apart, doing all kinds of things that we'll talk about in the to suffer. They wanted to see the I forget what the Conan quote is. I haven't seen it for 25 years, but they wanted that. Whatever the first bit is, the lamentations of their women. They wanted shrieking. They wanted the 2016.
Right.
They wanted to see liberals panic.
But that's nebulous in the sense that by taking
it's activistic.
No. Look,
it's fundamental.
It's by winning the House. There can now be inquiries, investigations.
Nobody cares about winning the House.
Right. So listen.
Nobody cares about winning the House. The entire Republican base is now
for them to get
elections are
the retribution, for them to feel the satisfaction is simply their choice. They got what they could get. Now, I suppose they wanted to see a tremendous landslide victory.
They didn't get what they could
which
get.
Wouldn't have changed anything procedurally. It would have felt good.
No.
Well, I would just say
they didn't get what they could get. They rightly intuit that they were robbed of this victory by people who should have had their backs.
So what's the victory? What does victory look like?
They wanted to see their enemies humiliated.
Right.
And they didn't.
And the only reason they're not being humiliated is because Republicans are acting like they lost.
No. What happened in this election was not only were the leaders in the Republican Party removing spending from some of the most inspirational and popular candidates, which itself is a form of demoralization, and sabotaging some of the candidates that had the most promise for upsets, those little things that give you a burst of joy, in an otherwise, I mean, you know, it would have been nice if he'd won, but what they correctly intuited is that this was another example of the powers that be in the Republican Party leaving money on the table, actively sabotaging the candidates that the base likes most because they hate them. And they are right about that. That's what happened. The powers that be in the Republican Party sabotaged some of the candidates that were the most popular with the base, and changed the result of some of those elections through removing millions of dollars in spending. So the Republicans are acting out not because they're babies who are cheap.
Not a wedding or the ring, just a ring.
Choosing to be losers. They're acting out because they were wronged and they know.
Sure, but I don't think that explains Ben Shapiro, for instance.
Nothing explains Ben Shapiro.
Well, look, you look at the Daily Wire guys, and they're upset about the results. They're saying, you know,
they've never had a moment of contentment in their lives.
So perhaps that's it. They weren't going to be satisfied no matter what happened.
Well, they weren't. All sorts of things.
Well, just really quickly, I really wanted to bring in and make a point
like
here.
this. They won't be happy until a quite different flag is flying over the White House.
Yeah, but the midterm elections are usually a referendum on the president's term. I think there's a reason why Biden is coming out right now and saying, I'm going to keep doing what I usually do, but they historically politically are. And if we look at previous midterms, like in 2010 and 2014, the Republicans overwhelmingly won by huge numbers. They didn't do that this time. The Senate, again, is still undecided.
And these results don't match how people feel about Biden. They don't. Now, there are candidates that are weird special cases, like Fetterman, who has inspired sympathy, and he's just I can't help but sort of like the guy. It just brings out kind of a warm feeling. I just kind of want to see him succeed because I see him struggling.
I see a Fetterman Biden ticket.
Normal response to seeing somebody struggling is to want to help them. Like I watched that debate and I wanted to vote for the guy. What people are seeing is results that are out of step with how they know people feel about this presidency. And the reason those results are out of step is the Republican leadership. Do you think who didn't just sit by and say, let's just let what happens happen? They actively sabotaged the chances of some of the most populist, nationalist, Trump-adjacent characters. Voters are a little bit better informed and a little bit more intelligent, I think, than Washington people give them credit for. They have correctly intuited betrayal. They are not upset because the results were, they didn't get enough seats. They are justly incensed and indignant because they know that they have been betrayed by the people they pay to have their backs.
Do you think that the Republican Party should split in half or split apart?
I think the country should split in half. I'm very much in favor of a national divorce. The Republican Party is an entity that survives despite failing to understand how to talk like human beings, how to talk to human beings, and how to reflect the concerns of the voters who, out of the indefatigability of the human spirit, keep hoping for the best and vote for them anyway. The party is not fit for purpose, and if it doesn't reinvent itself in Trump's image, it doesn't deserve to live.
Trump or Ron DeSantis, that's going to be the big debate here as well.
I don't think anybody is seriously in favor of DeSantis unless they're paid to be.
I strongly disagree with you on that. But that's going to be a topic we're going to be discussing here in a little bit.
If you're on Meghan McCain's side, you're on the wrong side.
I don't think I'm on Meghan McCain's side at all. But more importantly here, there is something to say about this performance in the face of economic inflation, lockdowns, crime waves, which seems like it wasn't really affecting the election results. There's also the fact that a lot of Trump-endorsed candidates didn't win. Trump's attacking some of them right now, and the ones that he didn't, and then the ones he attacked won.
There are some examples of that. The problem, I felt a bit icky seeing Trump whine about the consultants. It didn't seem like a kind of alpha dog daddy thing that we're used to from Trump. Seemed a little bit pathetic. And my hope is that he will announce soon and get his mojo back, because at the same time as he's taking these very light touch, teasing pot shots at DeSantis, who has zero chance of succeeding. Look, DeSantis is almost as popular as Trump in some bits of Florida, but don't ask them to choose, because he is gone the second they have to choose between him and Trump. Don't get it twisted, okay? He has no chance. It is not happening.
Do you think even in Miami and Tampa? Trump wasn't able to flip those districts.
You're out of your mind if you think that somebody with the charisma of a potted cactus can go up against Donald Trump and not end as just another casualty on the list. You're out of your mind. And looking at the rogues gallery of people who are being paid to support DeSantis, I think unless you can provide a compelling case, which to date I have not heard, you are being charmingly naive in falling in line with the worst people.
I can give a very
the worst people in this country. The worst people in this country who want more than anything for the will of the people to be subverted. They want to suffocate Trump and all he stands for, and he is, of course, merely a proxy. He's a shorthand for a variety of things that they hate about Americans. They hate the gaucheness of the South. They hate everything about the South. They hate Appalachia, with its lack of sophistication. They despise and are contemptuous of the people who love Trump, and they are the architects of their misery. I mean, there's a reason that these places that vote for Trump have vote problems. It's because the postal elite systematically killed these towns by taking all the manufacturing aboard to weaken the economic clout of Republican places.
Now,
okay, these places were deliberately and systematically sabotaged, and the result of that is like human misery on a scale that nobody really truly comprehends. There's now no reason for many of these towns in the South to exist, and they stagger on with no factories, with no jobs, with no hope, and people lose themselves in godlessness and in drugs and in all manner of self-destructive behaviors. That was done to them. That was the thing that was done to them. Okay, and Trump is a neat shorthand for the kinds of people that coastal elites consider to be beneath them. And the DeSantis project is about ensuring that Trump was a temporary, unfortunate blip, never to be repeated. Because they think they have the right to determine that. They think they have the right to dictate that. I don't think that's going to pan out for them. I think they're going to continue to be humiliated, just as they have been every time they've tried this since.
Let me ask you a question.
I would love to hear your case for DeSantis, because
absolutely. But my first question would just be: if we took Trump and DeSantis and we made a Venn diagram, everything they agreed on, what are the differences you see that DeSantis doesn't have? That what is that X factor that Trump does have that you're talking about?
Well, you just said it. Trump is a once in a generation charismatic authority that cannot be replicated. It cannot be imitated. As somebody who has a little slice of that kind of charisma myself, and has experienced a retinue of desperate cleaners and imitators in my life, I can tell you it never pans out trying to, just snatch the bits that you can stomach from the guy everybody loves, and otherwise keep serving your special interests. Trump is a look. Whether you believe in God or not, you could express this in terms of ordainment if you wanted to, or you could just say that some people are born with a magical kind of personality that captivates people in a way that nobody else can imitate.
In terms of what people are getting
DeSantis, on the other hand, has no identifiable personality at all.
Well, sure. But what symbol, policy, feeling do people get from Trump? What victory?
You're making the mistake that all politically minded people make, which is assuming that people vote on the basis of policy.
How's it feeling?
DeSantis has scored some victories in Florida. He's been an excellent governor in Florida, and that's where he should stay because he's been a very successful and excellent governor in Florida. But as I said, people like him in some bits of Florida almost as much as they like Trump. But ask them to choose.
I'm
and he's
trying to figure
Now,
out
on the
gain people get from Trump they don't get from DeSantis, and that could be emotional.
It's precisely that. It's precisely that magical intangible that you try to articulate and stumble, and then when you go to a rally, you're like, "That's what I was talking
It's
about."
kymetics, man. It's vibration. It actually alters DNA.
I don't know about that, but
sound can change the way people's bodies
that
structure.
sounds like nonsense. But
Really, that's amazing. Is that music can heal people and stuff?
no.
So the people's voices.
But there are people who are born with that gift, and they typically find some way in which to express it. Some of them become singers, some of them become actors. And
saying Trump exudes
rarely
charisma doesn't quantify what's happening for us in a way that, so for me,
of course
right?
it does.
Well, no, right.
Mesmerizing.
I get that. But what do so a lot of people are motivated.
He's an intoxicant that blots out the sun. There is no conventional political candidate who has a chance.
What does an intelligent individual or working class person gain from that? A good feeling?
I don't know what kind of logical fallacy that is. What does an intelligent person gain?
Well, because you're saying the average person doesn't care about policy.
I can't speak for intelligent people. But,
so if no one actually cares about what their politicians are doing for them, then why should I care about Trump over DeSantis? What happened in 2016 was the last time that half this country felt good about themselves and like there might be hope. You cannot fight that. Hope for what?
Trump.
What?
Their world wouldn't be ripped apart by social engineering and by other things I can't mention right now until the third hour. But there are things going on in this country that threaten the very basis of our civilization, that stem from original sins like women's suffrage, but go all the way through to more modern fads and manias to do with things we can't talk about. But there is the people are keenly aware that the physical reality of the world they live in, the facts they took for granted, are being ripped apart by the political dissent.
Oh
now I
God!
I understand.
Okay, so
my missus thinks I want to marry her.
I was very blessed to have the opportunity.
Always find out what girls ring size and
that was the last
subtlety.
time that an entire half of this country felt like things might end up okay. And he turned out to be disappointing in office, but how could he ever have been how could he ever have ended up otherwise?
Not appointed really horrible people around him, like John Bolton and Dr. Fauci, and put him in positions of power. That's one of what. But one thing I want to bring up.
Trump has a weakness for his family.
I want to ask.
He finds it very difficult to say I his family, but that's the answer to your question. The reason that people will flock to him no matter what, even though they hate what he has to say about certain medical things. They hate it. They can't understand why he's so proud of it. They can't understand why he never shuts up about it. They just want him to stop. And it's like, do you know who your base is, bro? But they'll forgive that and everything because he was the last guy that made them feel like justice and hope was within reach.
I'll try and quantify it the way what I'm basically hearing is that there are dark forces that are destroying the fabric of this country. Donald Trump stood in front of that and put a fist up to stop.
And said it might not be too late. So when Christianity comes into Europe in the Middle Ages, right? It's real innovation is a sort of joy and happiness that's not fueled by self-indulgence and self-destruction. So pagan societies, people losing themselves in music and substances. There's always kind of a cost attached to that kind of ecstasy, right? You get yourself caught up in some kind of hypnotic pagan, trance thing. The nearest cognate we have these days is drug-fueled EDM raids. And it always comes with a cost attached. There's a price to it. When Christianity comes in the Middle Ages, you suddenly see like intensely religious people singing and dancing. They found this way to be happy that doesn't involve killing yourself in some sort of slow motion suicide. People who are full of the joy of the incarnation. and you have gargoyles pulling faces on cathedrals. You have religious people with smiles on their faces. One of the emotional the capstones of Western civilization is that joy. Another characteristic of our artistic tradition is yearning or longing, right? Most great works of art are about reaching for something, about that sort of romantic frustration. But one of the sort of the emotional building blocks of our civilization is joy in Christ, happiness for its own sake. I don't think anybody could plausibly claim that society is getting happier and more joyful. What we've seen with runaway school marmishness and restrictions and regulations, the kind of intolerable and oppressive conditions under which some people, valiantly continue to labor, is a gradual suffocating of the joy. There's nothing recognizable as comedy on television anymore.
Just really quick.
I'll be quick. Sorry. That gradual erosion of happiness. People feel that. They're aware of it. They won't articulate it in the way that I do, but they're aware of it, and they know that the last time that something good happened was this crazy guy that they remembered from a TV show who suddenly inspired them with confidence that maybe it wasn't too late to beat back the hordes of hell.
Yeah, it could be also the loss of religion and the overindulgent society that is being prioritized by big tech social media. But when I want to specifically talk about Trump, because I did agree with a lot of things you said, specifically that he does have a cult of personality. He did represent an idea that was going to help the American middle class.
That's a demeaning minimization of what he had. Cult of personality is never a compliment. Cult of personality means that somebody has managed to baffle and bamboozle their followers into doing destructive things. Cult of personality is
like maybe taking a product that they shouldn't be taking that has been proven that has been with Operation Warp Speed. But I just want to specifically get to the point of what happened today, because Trump's messaging doesn't look strong today. He came out and he talked about how he got more votes in Florida during his election. He talked about how one of his endorsements was wrong, and he openly threatened Ron DeSantis on Fox News, saying specifically that DeSantis is going to hurt himself badly if he runs, and that he has some kind of dirt on him that his wife doesn't even know that he's going to release to the general public. This doesn't seem like a unifier or someone who's going to bring the party together and help the party overall. It seems like he's looking out for himself.
Even Picasso had a blue period. I mean, Trump is permitted a wobble given what he's been subjected to.
He spent the past year just nonstop talking about the past.
I agree, and I think it's a mistake. Yeah. And I think that he currently sounds pathetic, and I think that he needs to fix it real quick. But let me tell you, the moment that guy that gets his mojo back, there isn't anybody else on the field. And you best believe that will happen.
That's a video. Seamus.
You best
Trump got his mojo back.
Best believe that will happen shortly after he announces, when he has kind of, I think, emotionally reinvested in the fight. But this is a guy who...
Art of war. Make your enemies think you're weak when you're strong, right? Is that what it is?
I don't know if Trump thinks in those terms. I don't know if he's...
I'm only half kidding.
I don't know if he's read a book, but I don't know if he's read his own. But he doesn't need to, because he has that gift that a couple of people per generation have, which is when they're in a good spot and they're firing all cylinders, they just have an atavistic, reflexive, natural understanding of their people. And he's an interesting anomaly, because typically you see this where there are more explicitly established class systems, right? So class operates in America, but everybody pretends it doesn't exist, which is why you don't really understand half of what's happening. But there's a weird affinity between the aristocracy and working classes in European countries that retain some vestige of aristocratic systems. And it's something to do with the fact they live in the same places. They both live, rurally in the countryside. They have some of the same hobbies. They are involved in the same kinds of bits of the economy. But they also have a similar outlook on the. They tend to be conservationists rather than environmentalists. They have a kind of understanding that the anxious middle classes, that the doctors, teachers, and lawyers who live in big cities can't understand. Trump managed to pull that off in a way that I don't know if any American really ever has before. Reagan maybe had a little kind of dollop of it. Extravagant and yet at the same time kind of mid-brow, mid-market version of opulence that he was showing people set him so far apart from ordinary people that he just managed to form this kind of like weird but real bond in a way I've only seen previously in these vestigial class systems, and it's something to do with the fact that when he's listening to his own instincts instead of certain family members and
like Ivanka Trump that told him to bomb Syria.
Well, her husband is the problem.
And Jared Kushner, who represents the establishment and is tied to some really seedy and bad places and people.
Well, Steve got fired for the same reason that I'm going to get escorted out of here, as his friends are very difficult not to tell the truth. So when he described Ivanka as dumb as a box of rocks, as soon as I read it, I was like, yeah, Steve said that.
But this is my fear, Milo. I just want to bring this up really quickly.
She's not a diabolical architect of her father's destruction. She's a very easily influenced woman who's very in love with her husband and anxious to maintain some kind of social status independent of her father, which means distinguishing herself from the views of his that are unpopular with yours.
And I absolutely agree with you, but aren't you fearful that the establishment base of the party has been kicked out or prosecuted or is being currently put in jail, while the establishment wing of the Trump administration is still the anti-establishment is getting thrown in jail, has been kicked out of his administration, and the pro-establishment side is still surrounding him.
I don't think that whatever petty humiliations visited upon those brave enough to raise their head above the parapet, I don't think those ultimately inconsequential humiliations have much of an effect at all.
Like Ivanka's there, but Bannon's not.
Yes, but look, there are those of us who are called, compelled, whatever. It didn't feel like it doesn't feel like much of a choice to me. It just feels like what I was put here to do, to charge out in front and accept the cost of that and what comes with it. And those sort of spectacles, those moments in culture, those moments in history, they linger for decades. They have an effect vastly more complex and far-reaching than people usually appreciate. And when people watched certain things happening to center-right popular funny guys, it will shape the thinking of Republican voters for decades. The fact that there is for all of the wailing of the left about systemic injustice, which can never really be located or convincingly explained, there is a hideous injustice that has been visited on them and many of the people that they have admired and loved. Yeah. That stuff shapes the way that people live and the way they think. It shapes their opinions of new players on the scene. There will always be sacrificial lambs. That doesn't in itself mean anything bad, usually the opposite. Martyrs are remembered for a reason.
Yeah, but do you feel let down because you were one of the people that was really behind Donald Trump? So were a lot of other people that were censored, that were punished, that were banned on social media. And a lot of people think that Trump was in a position of power where he could have stood up for his supporters, stood up for all the individuals that were going down, taken down as he was in positions of power. Do you feel like slighted in any way where he could have done something to big tech social media? He could have reined them in. And he could have also gone to Parler. He could have also stood up for free speech, but he didn't.
I understand why a 70-year-old man might not have comprehended the priority that was. Look, I watched the cancelled summit at the White House, and I noted, like everybody else, that nobody who had actually been cancelled was invited.
Yeah.
It is a fact of historical record that every year when the new interns came into the White House, they were asked if anybody was a fan of Alex Jones or Marlene Oplis. And if they said yes, they were escorted off the premises.
Interns for Trump?
For the White House interns.
And you guys were the biggest.
That happened every year that Trump was in office. Now, Trump bears ultimate responsibility for his hiring decisions, but the whole apparatus of the party was deeply committed to a business model that Trump threatened to wreck inside a generation. The gravy train might be over if he succeeded. The antibody response, that you saw to Trump was the aggressive, ruthless, sociopathic response of people who are wedded to earthly riches, seeing their hoard threatened by somebody who could, cast a spell and impoverish them. I wouldn't want 2016-17 to have played out any other way. What possible better story is there than of these people who were, it's like, people were robbed of us, it sounds conceited to say, but, this fascinating and exciting corner, well, it wasn't a corner, it was culture really, was sort of wiped out by bad people with bad intentions, and no one was ever held accountable for it, and everybody feels poor as a result. Without cancel culture, you wouldn't operate under the appalling conditions that you do. I don't know how you do it every day. I couldn't get up in the morning, and I that's why I don't wish for it to go any differently than it did. I think the lasting impression and the righteous indignation that produced is one of the most powerful motivating energies behind the Republican base.
Well, what do you think about Elon Musk buying Twitter and everything that's happened so far?
Well, a sensible person would probably say they're cautiously optimistic. The thing I've been following most closely is his. So somebody sent me a Telegram channel that just kind of catalogs all of his activity on Twitter. And I don't so much look at what he tweets because that's obviously through the lens of public management, whatever. What's more telling, and where I think everybody kind of gives themselves away, is in those casual likes that happen at 2 in the afternoon or 2 in the morning, and the way he brutally handled Kathy Griffin. What I look for when I'm trying to kind of work out what's really going on, I try to think, what's making this guy smile? What is bringing this guy happiness, satisfaction, joy? Because that I find to be a reliable indicator of future behavior. So I'm looking at some of the stuff that Musk likes, and I'm getting a bit more optimistic. And then, when he said she was impersonated for she was banned for impersonating a comedian, that's funnier than anything that Kathy Griffin has ever said.
That's true.
That's funnier than her whole career.
Yeah.
And this tells me that he takes great personal satisfaction in seeing justice served to those who have been living high on the hog for far too long, abusing and insulting the rest of us while not allowing us to respond in kind. And that tells me that he is powerfully motivated to see justice done publicly.
So do you think that Kathy Griffin was a good move or a bad move?
It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal because it was. I mean, Elon is the king of vaporware, and that's very frustrating. But at the same time, he has a sense of theatre and spectacle, and it was classically intelligent Elon because it was just the right demonstration that he meant what he was saying. He put his money where his mouth was. He put one of the most famous comedians in America in the sin bin, and then insulted her.
Amazing.
And forced her to tweet from her dead mother's Twitter account, which she then tried to play off as like knowingly ghoulish, but she just looked weird.
Yeah.
I mean, she's now. I mean, she is a damaged figure anyway. But she is a greatly diminished figure as a result of this interaction.
He didn't force her. She decided to do it herself, which is disgusting in itself.
The mom thing was just kind of like the clown world capstone. The way in which he brought her to heel by being funnier than she has ever been, which is supposed to be her job. I mean, like, who would go up against a comedian on Twitter? Anyone, because they're not funny. Because they're not allowed to be anymore. The basis of comedy for centuries was laughing about our differences so that we can realize they're not that serious.
Exactly.
You know?
That's comedy. In its
right.
essence.
Because when you point out in an affectionate way, amusing ways in which you differ from somebody else has the effect of bringing people closer together, not driving them apart. And a deliberate misunderstanding of this is behind, the death of Joy I was talking about. But he chose just the right person who had already damaged herself with the Trump head, and therefore was difficult to defend, to demonstrate that he really meant what he said. And then, in a final act of sadism, which I enjoyed, he said, I guess if she really wants her account back, she can have it, meaning beg.
He said for $8.
For $8, yeah, which is great too. You can say what you want about me. That's gonna be $8.
Yeah.
But he basically said to her, I have humiliated you in front of the world. You can come back, but you got to beg me.
Yeah.
That's what. And in doing that, he, in a sense, was speaking for all of us in that moment, and we were all kind of like, this is what we've been waiting for, and we got a little glimmer of maybe what we felt in 2016.
Yes.
But it was more than that. It was putting his money where his mouth was, right? Not that he hadn't done it already, but I think he borrowed most of the money for the purchase, but he put a lot of debt on the books. But who wouldn't? It was him showing us that he meant it. He actually did mean it, and it was a stand by and stand back or whatever it is. It was a just hold on. I'm going to deal with this.
You made a very important point about comedy healing society, and I think one reason why society is so ravaged is because comedy has been pretty much been made illegal. I remember your Patrick Ewing comment. We don't have to get into the specifics of it, but I remember it just being hilarious. But specifically, if you were given the chance one more time to go back on Twitter, would you take it? And how would you post differently? How would you be different, or would you be the same?
Everybody I know has had a very different trajectory after cancellation to me. I'm sorry, people are going to know who I'm talking about, and some of them are friends and some of them used to be friends, but I've just seen people become just destroyed. I've seen people wreck themselves through this hysterical kind of manufactured grief about a Twitter account. It was never that serious. It was never that important to me. It was just one medium through which I enjoyed amusing people. But for some people, it was kind of all they had. And many of those people have been wrecked by this. They're not the same people they were in 2015. And I saw some of my friends, people I previously admired, doing this kind of, pathetic clamoring for some glimmer of form of relevance, doing anything at all costs to stay in the headlines occasionally. And frankly, I felt that it was squalid and decrepit and beneath me, and was absolutely not interested in lowering myself to that. So I think I've emerged from it the most psychologically intact, because everybody I know was driven crazy by it. That in ancient Rome, when an emperor was especially bad, they would do something that was later called damnatio memoriae. So when the emperor died, they would chip his name off buildings and smash his busts, with the goal of erasing him from history. The idea was that nobody would be able to tell in future, because in Europe, in Western civilization, we used to think in terms of civilization, of legacy.
Yeah.
When the patriarchy was intact, we thought more about that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so the Romans were very concerned about how they would be viewed in future. So when somebody was especially cruel or wicked or crazy, they went to great lengths to erase them from history. There's something oddly more sadistic and wretched is happening now, because people are alive to see their own erasure, and that's new in history. There's no real close equivalent to that.
You used to have banishment.
Well, yeah, sure, but you can go and you can make a new life, but to be forcibly installed on the sidelines, watching as your name and your work and your reputation is destroyed and dismantled and urinated on. That's something that not even the most sadistic and insane Roman emperors suffered. And I can understand why a lot of people find it traumatic. Perhaps I had a bit more of a healthy attitude to all that in the first place, so I didn't kind of feel a existential loss of like, it's a Twitter account. I still have my house, still have my health. It didn't make me wake up in a cold sweat thinking I've lost everything, as it did to some other people, because I think I maybe had a bit of a better appreciation of what it represented and what it didn't. But I understand why they're traumatized. It's been very upsetting. I personally would do nothing different at all.
Will you come back on the platform?
Sorry, that was your question. I don't know. I feel like, I kind of like sort of define that era, and me coming back is going to be like all roads lead to some kind of disappointing tribute act to past glories, and I don't really believe in kind of trying to resurrect past successes. I'm happy that they happened and all the rest of it, but I'm not somebody that can live that way. So if I do, it will probably be in a very different format and a very different style. It's a battlefield that I comprehensively conquered, and I don't feel the need to revisit it because I beat it. I beat it so much that they had to institute the regime that followed. They had a hashtag. I can't say the word.
They had to make rules because of you.
They did. It set the trajectory for the failure of the company. And that's something I regard with nostalgia and satisfaction. Revisiting it would be to fall prey to a sort of debilitating temptation to live in the past.
I found. Let me. Rob, sorry. I want to ask you this question because you talked about legacy and Roman emperors. I'm wondering if you think the loss of that in modern civilization, that many people no longer care about their legacy and their history, is a defining factor in why things are the way they are, falling, becoming darker.
Yes, it's a product of women's suffrage. The kinds of people who were plausible candidates for office changed when the voting base broadened. And I think it's controversial to say that the sexes are different and have different priorities and different preoccupations and different ways of approaching the question, who do I want, right? I'm of the view that women's suffrage changed politics for the worse because I think it opened the floodgates to opportunistic, charming sociopaths who might previously have been weeded out or considered not the right kind of person. Sometimes you see glimpses of this if you watch Mary Poppins, right? And the dad, who's kind of like vilified, Mr. Banks, is the only virtuous character in the whole thing. And he's talking about how discipline, order, and that essential English virtue, restraint, are the basis of a well-function of a orderly civilization. And those are the virtues, the values, the habits that we should aspire to. And all around him, he's got this pampered, prideful mess of a wife who can't be bothered to be a mother and is churning through nannies instead because she's got her whatever. There's this witch who descends from the sky and gives the kids psychedelic drugs, I guess.
We got to remake this movie, by the way.
And tells them, no, it's already done. They already did. She kind of wears the thin veneer of rules and manners, but really she preaches chaos. And she undermines. There's stuff in that movie that is on purpose. Like in Feed the Birds, she has the audacity to claim knowledge of what the saints think about airborne rodents pooping on cathedrals, damaging the architecture. It's a very subversive movie about the triumph of witchcraft over virtue. But
is that what it is? Mary Poppins?
Oh, it's hideous. It's very dark. It's very dark. You have this.
We have to do like the thing where we watch it and you do like a director's commentary kind of thing where you explain all this
There's a show in Britain, I think, called Gogglebox, where the show is two people on a couch talking about the show they're watching, and it sounds like unendurable, but it's really good.
Gogglebox.
I think I've never seen it, but everybody loves it. No, I mean, there's so much in that movie, to unpack the way that she presents as an appropriate candidate for the role, but then immediately sets about wrecking the social order, and it's a particular kind of Christian restraint that Mr. Banks is explaining. He's saying that we can't just give in to every reckless and wild abandoned temptation. He's saying, in order to prosper and to be happy and to be successful and to and for our ancestors to be proud of us and our descendants to be grateful to us, there are virtues we should cleave to that involve not indulging ourselves. And what does Mary Poppins come and do? She comes and makes a mockery of the business of tidying the room by using witchcraft, so there's no effort expended, violating the natural order of things and teaching the kids that they can do their chores without the effort required, and therefore they don't learn lessons from it. She takes them on this psychedelic journey, teaching them nonsense words. She praises. I mean, you won't know this as Americans, but you don't feed pigeons in London. They're rats with wings. That's what we call them. This lullaby to send people to sleep is about encouraging a vermin that has destroyed the architecture of London. Everything in that movie is about undermining or overturning the natural order of things. And this is what the headless, selfish, prideful mother, wrapped up in her own political escapades, neglecting her duties as a mother, is engaged in. She's engaged in these things. Now, the reason that I abhor women's suffrage is not that it was something women just demanded that they don't deserve or that they're not capable of executing. Actually, it was a manifestation of cowardice from the men, because it was a way of saying, you're on your own, handle yourself, I'm not responsible for your decision making, and therefore I can't be held accountable for what happens afterwards. Women's suffrage was a result of a crisis of confidence in men, and this was greatly enhanced and concentrated by the two world wars that Europe experienced, where men, I think, basically lost they felt like they lost the right to rule. They felt like they'd wrecked the world. I mean, it's difficult for us from this distance to appreciate the unfathomable psychopathic horrors of the Third Reich, in whatever manifestation you choose to believe, whichever configuration of historical fact, they're all terrible. How a well-ordered Christian society gets to the point of going along with that is something that ought to haunt all of us, and it haunted everybody. Because people had friends in Germany, and they're like, how could you send your kids to Hitler Youth? Well, everybody's in Hitler Youth. It's just like the Scouts. The way that country got swept up in it, it's something dark and dangerous about human nature that we are yet to really understand.
It's the obsession with religion as an institution that's really done Christianity dirty, man. To say that it's out there, and if I think those things, then I don't have to live like Jesus was. You got to live like Jesus. That's your job as a Christian. Then you embody the Christ. That's what we need.
Well, I'm Catholic, so I can't agree with your heretical opening, but certainly we should look to Christ as an example to live by. But Christ is not an emotionally incontinent person in the Gospels. I don't think he ever laughs. He's quite a serious guy, and says quite outrageous things, things you couldn't say on YouTube. And he is actually quite a profoundly serious figure, despite the great joy he brings into the world by his selflessness and sacrifice.
But very interestingly, I just also want to bring up
what he lays down for us is what became the great classic English virtue of restraint. It's I'm gonna say no, because I understand that there are consequences that come with short-term pleasure, and this really is the most useful lesson that anybody can teach their children. And Mary Poppins is just an extended undermining of the most valuable lesson that any parent can teach their child.
Yeah, and when you look at modern entertainment, you do see a lot of those themes regurgitated and exaggerated. especially with
Well,
some
now
of the
things
early.
are just grotesque.
Yeah, it's unwatchable because it's not entertainment; it's propaganda. A lot of it is sometimes, if we're lucky, it's subconscious and subliminal, but many times it's overt, in your face. The larger messaging of not just degeneracy, short-term pleasures, but just also destroying not only race relations, sex relations, but destroying kind of humanity from the inside with this psychological mass hypnosis, as I call it.
The individual subject matter are all, arguable, and we'll probably agree about all of that. But the real characteristic that it has, the way to understand it, because it's happened before in history, the nature, its character, its nature, is that we're entering a late decadent period of gloating that is common to all illegitimate tyrannies. And the one we have right now is something that Orwell didn't foresee, a weird blend of private enterprise and government, run by the same people who operate both for their exclusive enrichment, and which has impoverished all of us in spiritual ways, in financial ways, in all kinds of ways, culturally, you name it. In every conceivable way, our lives and our society are getting dramatically worse with each day that passes. And my decision personally has been to refuse to play along with that, and I won't operate within those rules because I think it's beneath the dignity of a human being to do so. I don't mean that as an insult to you guys, because I admire the discipline that it takes, and I understand the calculus that you've made. Right, we're gonna say less, but to more people. I totally get it. And there's a spectrum on which we all operate. I'm on the opposite end to you guys, so you guys are taking a different strategy to the same problem. Both are right and both are needed. I just you just are on opposite ends of it. But this gloating, the gleefulness with which they revel in their unaccountable and untrammeled power over us is.
The fantastic new DIY kitchen showroom
It's
is now
the
open.
fantastic new
Exploring
DIY.
50 full-size displays of the UK's largest kitchen showroom with free refreshments and free Wi-Fi. Your kitchen, your way.
Intolerable and unsustainable. And when that happens in history, the empire in question typically falls quickly, shortly thereafter. And when big empires fall, they don't fall like you think they're going to. They don't kind of ossify. They don't disintegrate. They evaporate. It happened to Rome. It happened to the USSR. And it happened to America.
Around that time period.
The vector for America is probably going to be the petrodollar and the dollar general.
I asked you about the loss of, I guess we don't care about legacy anymore, or at least many do, but many don't.
It's a shift in priorities from the widening of the electorate.
Right. You mentioned that. So I want to specifically go in that direction. You're saying that women don't care about legacy as much as men do, or what's the how does that happen?
A system working perfectly is a system where everything is in its right place, performing the function for which it was designed. Okay, and if any component in that system is improperly utilized or damaged or in the wrong place, the whole thing can seize up. And sometimes it can be destroyed. A fine watch from a Swiss watchmaker will be irretrievably wrecked by a component being moved from here to here. You can't fix it. Only the very expensive ones, but you get the point. I take the same view of creation. We ought not tamper with the order that has been laid out for us. And there are different, distinct, equal but different, I suppose people want to say. There are distinct, I don't think they are equal. I think women are greatly venerated and always have been. And when women ask for equality with men, I'm of the view that they are silly in asking for a demotion. What we shouldn't tamper with is the proper order of things. There's a proper order to the physical world, to the natural world, that reflects the heavenly order, that represents the supernatural, that reflects the supernatural, right? It's an echo of it. And when we have men doing things that women should be doing, and women doing things that men should be doing, and when we commingle the definitions of those two things, we risk the whole system falling down. And I think that's what's happening. I think that's what we're witnessing. And Camille Paglia, the feminist critic, says that the one characteristic, an infallible guide to imminent collapse in all great civilizations in the past is an obsession with, she calls it a kind of gender madness, right? Without getting into the subject in a way that would be dangerous, a preoccupation with innovative and sometimes confusing new definitions of things, a sort of confusing of this fundamental natural law. This is the moment at which civilizations lose their way, and they don't last long after that. So I think that it is a man's responsibility to protect and to provide. I think that men go out and create all these extraordinary things ultimately to impress women. When men want to impress other men, they take creatine and work out. That's always for other men. Women don't care about physics so much. That's always for men. Something sort of intrinsically homosexual about that. But when men go out and achieve these great feats, building civilizations, constructing cathedrals, all that stuff, it's because they want access, they want in, and they want to, it's a romantic project, and it's beneath the dignity of wives and mothers who have a far more important purpose on earth to give them, the petty workings of these political experiments that men have come up with to occupy themselves, to distract them with that stuff. And I don't think it's something that women especially love. I mean, women kind of hint this. They send us subtle indications that this might be the case. You see very often women kind of adopt the politics of their husbands. It's kind of a phenomenon that is actually more pronounced the more extreme that the husband's politics are. So you have these women who fall in love with like jihadis, and they adopt radical Islam, and then they go husband surfing because their husbands all kind of do suicide bombings. And they bounce from husband to husband, but they start off like perfect normal. Jihad Jane, Jihad Jenny. There's a Samantha Luthwaite. Loads of examples of this. Women who just kind of adopt any politics at all to get the guy, right? And this is their way of telling us that they don't really care. It's just like they have other priorities. They want to feel safe, they want to feel secure, they want to feel loved, provided for, protected. And part of doing that is sparing women from the ugly, baffling, and frankly squalid world of politics, full of opportunists and freaks and inappropriate people. They're all the people who want power, right? The people in politics, and so we suffer that.
But you think women shouldn't be in politics?
I think that in America, because American men are so utterly pathetic, all talk and no action, that I find American women much more impressive than American men. And there are lots of examples of women having to step up where men have left vacuums. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene is an example of that. She will readily tell you that in a perfect world, she wouldn't have to be doing this, but she felt that it was necessary and that she was the right person at the right time.
Where are men?
Because no man is doing it for her. So I see her as a kind of a sort of a Boudica, Joan of Arc kind of a warrior queen archetype. She's doing the thing that no man will step up and do. And every couple of hundred years, men need a reminder like that they're reneging on their responsibilities. I don't think it's the proper arena of women to concern themselves with the intricacies of politics, because they have a higher and higher and much more important purpose to which their skills are better suited. And I think that when in the two world wars and women flooded the workplace out of necessity, and then you have the invention of the washing machine, which frees up this enormous amount of time. Once women had been pleaded with to come and keep the factory line running, nobody felt they had the right coming back from war and neglect the world to say, all right, back in the kitchen, love. So they just sort of accepted the new reality. We can see what's happened as a result. There's been a feminizing of our institutions. Police forces have started to act more like school teachers, where they're kind of scolding people for using the wrong language rather than secret criminals. There's all kinds of hints that the priorities, that the mission statements, that the modus operandi of our state institutions and now private enterprises too have changed, and I don't think for the better. as a result of what was missold to women as emancipation and was actually their enslavement.
Would you advocate for repealing the 19th Amendment?
Absolutely.
For those that don't know, it's the women's right to vote.
We owe women an enormous apology for the imposition that we placed on them by this grievous ongoing offence, subjecting them to the ugliness of politics when they should be concerned with raising the next generation and perpetuating the dynasty, which is of course the thing that the man is worrying about, and finds a wife that he believes will be a partner with him in that task. And while he's having these grandiose thoughts and building these extraordinary structures, it's the women that are doing the hard work of raising the next generation. They can't do both. And I think now we've seen, and women beginning to admit in columns and Atlantic and elsewhere, that they couldn't do both and they wish they'd done the other one.
Why do you think this is happening? I mean, there was a big push by the industrialists, individuals like David Rockefeller, that wanted to, of course, make sure wages were lowered, make sure that there was a bigger tax base. There was a political push, a psychological push, but there's also a biological push. If you look at men, their grip strength is going down. Women's grip strength is going up. Men's testosterone is going down, their sperm levels are going down, reproduction rates are going down, family units are going down. There's a lot of different things that we could attribute.
It's so delicious.
But I think
Code Red.
Stop it! Don't you, Milo? How dare you? I
will drop dead because of Code Red. I will.
You probably will.
It will be the thing that kills me. I will be so fat.
I don't know if those rumors are just urban legends or whatever.
But I want to get back to this question here: is what is responsible for it, and how do we fix this overall problem? How do you see how do you quantify the problem? How do you fix it?
So capitalism wants maximum freedom because maximum freedom means maximum profits, and that works on both the supply and every point in the chain, right? So the more workers you have, the better. The more people who can work, the better, because the more diverse the workforce is, the less likely they are to unionize, which is why big business is in favor of diversity, because it makes their workforces easier to abuse and to manage. That's the reason big business likes diversity, because if you have a workforce made up of people who can barely speak each other's languages, they are never going to get together to be the boss.
Well, let me add to that too. When the rules are so atomized, you can get someone in trouble for anything. Anybody who's acting out of line, you can say, oh, well, you're violating this provision.
This, I believe, is a manifestation of a frustrated maternal instinct from women who should have had children and didn't. And it's become a sort of, it's become this kind of out of control, turbocharged policing of others, this attempt to impose order on the world. And I lay the blame for this at the feet of men who, it's the job of a husband to establish the parameters within which his family will operate. These are the things that I will accept, and these are the things that I will not accept. And he counts on his partner to express those wishes in her daily decisions and how she raises the children. Well, men haven't been doing that for a really long time, and the result has been anarchy, and not just chaos, but true epistemological anarchy. They're like multiple fact universes in America now. There are people who believe completely different pictures of what they think is objective reality, right? Because instead of politics being the art of the possible grounded in reason, now we have competing narratives, and these narratives are completely factually divorced from one another, and in most cases from reality themselves as well. This is the result of this is a feminization of discourse. Because we become untethered from Mr. Banks's reason and discipline, which always falls on the man to hold mind. And instead we begin to indulge in, to put it in grammatical terms, right? Women live in the subjunctive. They live in the world of the possible, right? And the economy of value for women is completely different than it is for men. No man really understands until he has it explained to him why women like expensive handbags. So why do you want this thing that costs $5,000? It's not worth $5,000. Everybody knows it's not. What he doesn't understand is that the price point is part of a feature set for a woman, because when she exhibits this handbag to others, she's signaling that she has snagged a high-status husband, that she's secure, that she's safe, and that she's part of an ongoing and secure dynasty that will outlive her, and that she has acquired a secure and enviable position in the social pecking order. And that social pecking order, is a preoccupation of the parish, skulls of popular legend. Men don't understand that buying the big diamond, that makes no sense, because the association with diamonds and eternity and love is an eventually ad industry, right? Like
it was a scam.
It's a complete confection, but it's meaningful now and it matters now because it's an expression of something that women want to see in their husbands is that they will do anything, the grand gestures, the romantic gestures, even where it imperils their own pleasure, well-being, to publicly demonstrate their love for this woman, right? And then they want to build a home with a man who they don't necessarily always agree with, but they always admire and respect. And the deal is, I'll do what you say, even when I don't agree with you, because I respect and admire and trust you enough to let you set the parameters for the household. When men fail in their duties to set those parameters, women expand endlessly with no limit, and we see that in HR departments. I mean, the reason that people like me can't get podcast deals is that the ad sales department is entirely feminine. It's 100% women, and so the vice president will be like, "I love you. I just can't get these women to sell you to advertisers because they're going to come up with a bunch of reasons why you're whatever." The economy of value is so completely different, and when people stray into areas that are not the proper domain, and that could be a husband interfering in something that happens domestically, or it could be a woman in a conventional male sphere. It's a trap. It's an illusion. It seems at first like freedom and emancipation, but actually it is enslavement.
Yeah. Just real quick, I here at William Hill Vegas, get these exclusive offers and daily chances to win cash prizes and free spins. I agreed on a lot, but I disagreed on one thing. I don't think it's related to anarchy. I think it's related to centralization, especially when it comes to things like the ESG score that has been pushing a lot of these social norms onto people. I think, the industrialists, the governments, especially with the policies they put forward, the initiatives that they put forward and what they do and what they incentivize truly has been leading to a society that is creating more slaves and the state having more power and more centralization.
There's a centralizing tendency in matriarchies because they're trying to recreate the patriarchy that's let them down. They're trying to recreate the patriarchy that failed them by disappearing, right? So they're trying to recreate it, except they don't know how because they don't have the tools, right? Just like, the reason Satan rebels and becomes Lucifer is that he is driven mad by jealousy because God gives women a gift that angels don't have. And it's the gift of co-procreation with God, right? When you, within the holy sacrament of marriage, are blessed with a child, you don't just create a child with your husband, but you are co-creating with God, because while you produce the biological matter, God imbues that child with an immortal soul. So in that sacrament, the husband and wife are engaging in the act of creation alongside their Almighty Father. That we talk about forever, but the angels didn't get that. And driven mad by jealousy and rage at what he saw as the sort of preferred younger sibling. This is the basis for the rebellion, right? That should frame our understanding when we talk about this. It's not that we think that women are stupid or incompetent. Clearly, they can manage perfectly well in these spheres. Whether the effect is good or not, is another matter. But clearly, they can handle it. But it's allowing, encouraging them or enticing them to do so, as big business does, because it's good for the bottom line, is only possible when you set to one side the reality of the magic and responsibility and incredible gift that women have that we don't.
I thought that was really, inspiring what you said about society kind of becoming overly mothered because women aren't having enough children. And so they're turning that motherly instinct out.
Yeah, it's got to go somewhere. They're built for it. And if they choose, if they are lied to and choose their career over having babies. It has to come out somewhere. So what do? They end up in HR, where they get to make rules, just like they would if they were a mom.
This is funny. We talked about this because there was a story we read, and I mentioned that there are some women, not all, not most, but there are some women we see posting on things like Tinder that they wish they just were able to have families and didn't have to have careers. And the Young Turks took that and turned it into Tim Pool thinks all women, or some like Tim Pool's ridiculous argument about women. It's fascinating that you can't even acknowledge that some women feel that way.
There's a counterintuitive but inescapably true fact, which is that the freer women have gotten, the more miserable they have become.
Well, how about just one quick point? In Sweden, where women have more equal access, the gender differences are actually more pronounced.
Yes, because people are so desperate for them. You can neatly trace the history of women's emancipation, and it tacks directly on to how women report their own increasing misery.
And also the antidepressant use, and also big pharma tablets, SSRIs, and antidepressants, which have gone up with that unsatisfaction.
1 in 10 Americans on antidepressants. Half of all Democrat women say they've been to the doctor for mental health problems. That's not normal, and it doesn't happen elsewhere in the world. It doesn't happen in other places.
Yeah, we medicate their misery.
And yes, and this is the pharmaceutical model of mental health is only capable of treating symptoms. It can't fix what's wrong with you because it doesn't account for the existence of a soul at all. It treats the body as a purely mechanical machine, and if only we could find out which bit needs more oil or which bit needs replacing, we can fix your depression. Well, that's not the nature of depression. That's not the nature of most mental illnesses. We just recently discovered, finally, that the psychiatric industry admitted that there is no basis for the accepted wisdom that depression is a chemical imbalance. Yep. They can't find it. They can't prove it. So it might be that depression is a product, maybe of guilt about sin that has not been no absolution has been sought, of terrible things, all kinds of possibilities. Let me open up. But the current system is totally incapable of healing. It's only capable of
dealing with the symptoms,
placating in a way that produces new and worse problems like addictions.
Yeah.
I mean, the range of temptations that are available. So we don't understand addiction very well because we don't understand the brain very well. But the one thing we do know is the main difference between people who relapse and people who don't is it available? Is it right there? Right. So people who stay away from from the junkie hangouts and all the rest of it, it's not in front of them, so they're less likely to relapse. That's the one thing we do know about it, right? We are force fed. I mean, this country force feeds people with a bewildering array of potential addictions, whether it's to compound interest or competitive consumer purchase, TVs, cars. I mean, none of you own your cars. None of you own your car. I've never bought a car in any way other than outright in cash. And in this country, people burn money jumping from car to car, like saying goodbye to 20 grand each time, and making endless repayments that will never be fully paid down. Yeah. I mean, your whole life is enslaved to interest, to people who don't do anything for the money they make, which is usury, which is a sin. People who are entirely parasitic. I mean, the basis of value in the economy is human labor, right? It's people doing stuff. These industries that are designed to profit without effort. There's a reason that the church, regards this as sinister and sinful, because it is. And the manner in which we are presented. I mean, I think that mostly what people said about video games in the 80s and 90s was stupid, and what people said about Marilyn Manson was pretty stupid. But the religious right was pretty bang on about everything else. Now, however, when you consider as part of the overall kind of junk food, drink, prescription drugs, I mean, I can't. It's a wonder that I think every American basically has 2 of the 10 categories.
But Klaus Schwab,
wrestling,
yeah.
you know, this is not normal. This is not normal.
Yeah.
This is an abusive relationship. So I'll be quick. I'm sorry. In just the same way that many of these cultural problems have come from women's suffrage, the failure of institutions to protect people is a result of American independence, because when you throw away the monarch, you don't really just get rid of him. You make space for something else to move in, and you might not have control over that. So America is now in a position where they are ruled more brutally and more savagely and more abusively than any monarch in living memory anywhere in the world. But they don't know the names of the people who are doing it to them.
Central banks,
and they have
Reserve, that's for sure.
certainly they're a part of it. But what instead you have is the empty pomp and circumstance of the 4th of July. This rippling flag. Why do you love a flag so much? Because there's room to hide behind it. And the people who are really running the show, whose names none of us will ever learn, are what moved in instead of the king. Instead of having king. And people will differ on this very violently. I appreciate that. I'll probably take a minority view on this, but when we think about how the earthly order should reflect the heavenly order, that's the sort of basis of legitimacy of the papacy and monarchy, right? The way that societies are ordered reflects the heavenly order, and conforms to nature and the way that and our nature, the way that we were designed, the way that we work, and those are the best and happiest systems to live under. They work the best. The removal of the monarch from the top, and then these kind of weird self-sabotaging things like we're just gonna trust that everybody's going to be Christian, so we'll outsource morality to Christianity, and we'll give people these extraordinary freedoms that don't exist anywhere else, that wreck society unless the whole population is Christian, right? You cannot give people the First and Second Amendment unless they're Christian. You just can't, because only with that kind of incredible reverence for the sanctity of life can you trust people with weapons of war, and only with the responsibility that comes with knowing that you have to go to confession for lying can you be trusted with freedom to say anything about consequence.
I agree with your statement on that second. I think that the founding fathers' perspective on society dictated their view of why everyone should be armed. They trusted each other. They all thought each other had some fear of doing wrong.
I just don't think they anticipated that the society would become godless. I think we're talking about 1700s, right? I mean, you're living in the wake of the King James Bible, which changes everything, because it's people sometimes try to demean it by saying it's the greatest work of literature in history, which is true, but stop. The way that the America's founding documents are phrased and the way that the founders spoke is heavily influenced to the point of dictated by the language and the style of the King James Bible, which came out in the early 1600s, right? So when this country is founded in the wake of this extraordinary moment, unique in the history of ideas, where one book changes everything and sort of defines everything that follows it. I don't know. Did they ever imagine? I mean, when they enshrined freedom of religion, they were thinking about just making sure that Protestant denominations weren't at each other's throats. They weren't intending for Ilhan Omar to come in and say some people did something, and for her to be sitting in Congress, allegedly from a family involved in very ugly things in her home country of Somalia. She couldn't possibly have sought election in this country for virtuous reasons. I can't imagine what they would have been. This is not what was intended, and that's this ugly phrase Christian nationalism that people are so afraid of. What it really is in my view, is a restitution of the original vision for America, but with a few more safeguards in place. So it's a acknowledgement that this country doesn't work without Christianity. It falls to pieces, and it is falling to pieces thanks to godlessness. Why? Because those understandings of the proper places and roles and functions of things aren't in the law anymore. They exist in common law and in tradition and in custom in Europe, but this rupture that happens with the sedition and getting rid of the king resets the clock in America, and there's none of those things to draw and just trusting that people are going to stay Christian and therefore be nice to each other was stupid.
One thing I don't necessarily agree with is that there's a statement, we're made in the image of God. The universe is we're like fractals of reality. So there's one God, hence one monarch, and that is
I don't
natural.
know any Christians who talk about fractals of reality.
Well, that's just scientific, observations.
Do you do a lot of LSD?
Not a lot, but I have
Yeah, a little bit.
That's a yes. That's a yes. Keep your dosage just low enough to stay sane, my friends.
A very dear friend of mine who's a very gifted photographer does little microdoses of LSD, and he has a similar phrasing to you.
Oh, cool.
Well, what I'm thinking is, you see, everybody thinks that they have this extraordinary, unique experience that turns them into a genius, but they all sound exactly the same. I'm just kidding. Sorry. Carol.
Oh, so there's one God. I agree that there is, in one sense, one overarching magnetic field or whatever the hell God is. But then there's also within that, it can be broken down into infinite gods, all infinite fields creating one mega field. So in that sense, we could have one king, or we could have a decentralized system of many, many local leaders.
I think you've broken your brain.
Well, it's two ways of looking at one
This
thing.
sounds like astrology for men. What LSD does in creating those new connections in the brain, which produce the moments of inspiration, is it disorders the established pathways. And while it's thrilling and exciting and can make people sound very interesting, it also gets in the way of critical thinking, because there's a sort of people that have done a lot of LSD, they have this infatuation with this way they see the world now. They think they've got this insight that nobody else has into the nature of reality, when actually they're just confused by a bunch of things being stuck together.
I agree. Have you done LSD?
No, most of them not.
You should do it before you talk about it.
I don't need to kill someone. No, is wrong. There are things that I'm happy to trust that I shouldn't try, and that's another thing about women's suffrage is it's a kind of violation of the innocence of women that men are so attracted to. I mean, the soil that nourishes that protective instinct is the purity and innocence of young women who are unsullied by the ugliness of the world, men can go out and be reckless and wreck their brains and make terrible mistakes and all the rest of it. But when you inject women into a sphere that they're not created to flourish in, it does something inexcusable to them. It is an imposition on them that I think that we owe them an enormous apology for, and we should try to set it right.
Yeah. What you said earlier, I found very interesting. But I would even, in some instances, go even further, because you talked about godlessness. I would say there's even elements of just pure Satanism in our society, in our establishment, especially when you look at people like Jeffrey Epstein, when you look at all the celebrities, when you look at all the occult stuff.
The rappers are doing satanic rituals.
Yeah. There's like blood sacrifices. Lady Gaga leaves a bathtub of blood in her hotel room, but that's a whole other topic before even getting there. But also I want to talk about what you said about institutions, because you said institutions aren't protecting people. I would even go as far as to say that the institutions are attacking people, especially when it comes to the way of life, especially what they incentivize. And I think it's the institutions that are a problem. So how do we go back to the...
We've given ourselves AIDS, so the white blood cells that should protect us are attacking us instead.
Exactly. So how do we fix this problem? Because it seems like a lot of the solutions you have is, okay, let's support Trump, let's support these strong institutions. These institutions are corrupted. How do we fix these institutions? How do we make them work for us again?
America is doomed without a reversal of the sedition that sealed its fate.
Which is?
American independence. I'm afraid to say it's all encoded.
Sounds like something a British person would say.
Yes, it does. But there's a reason I'm here and not there. It's because I like it here better. And I want America to succeed and to win, and it would have done so better as a member of the Commonwealth in good standing. It might not have had some of the remarkable financial successes such as they are. But I can't really imagine in 500 years people are going to be discussing the Real Housewives of Atlanta. I don't know that the lasting legacy of America is going to be particularly valuable compared to other empires that have been as grand, as rich, and as long-lasting. Somebody wrote an essay, I forget now because I'm old, but one of your viewers will know, I'm sure. about polarity and the fact that for a long time we lived in a unipolar world, right, where America was kind of the tent pole. I think the effect of that has been unquestionably damaging and destructive. And it might not be such a bad thing for us to return to a multipolar world with multiple, perhaps competing superpowers, where there are other visions of what the good life looks like. I mean, Putin is obviously personally deeply unpleasant and maybe even hideously evil person, depending on how much you believe of what he's supposed to have done. But there's something very exciting about the way he talks about cultural issues, and it's wounding when he is savage about the failures of the West because he's right about so much of it, and it's easy to do from there. And there's all kinds of horror in Russia, and you can't get emails about bribing mailman, and it's like practically that bad. I mean, Russia is not really a functioning society without it's like Greece really. They haven't got anything done at all. You need a lot of cash. It's all kinds of problems, but I think something that Russia has preserved that the West hasn't is the high standard of public discourse, the tone of which is like typically set by the Prime Minister, the President, the monarch. When Vladimir Putin speaks to the Russian people, he does so in grand historical terms that nobody in the West has done for 50 years or more. When you compare it to the witless prattle of most American presidents in that time, the pathetic pandering of most European leaders, we have become captives of this feminized discourse that treats everybody. What is the reason for the nannying culture? This intrusive, invasive, and destructive thing. It's feminization of culture that seeks to control what everybody says and everybody does. That's the primary problem in America is not race. It's between the sexes, because the sexes have completely failed to fulfill their promise and their obligations. Men and women now alike, admittedly, probably original sin being men, the men's, a failure of duty. Men and women are now completely failing to perform their rightful functions. And so in a globalized information economy where words are powerful, well, that's the arena of women. Words are a woman's weapon. So women wield this kind of like outsized influence and ability in social media, all the rest of it. So these become very, very heavily policed, very feminine places really fast. Because, I mean, the way that men typically settle things, I can't talk about in the podcast, but it's a bit different. Or at least there's a kind of bubbling, underlying, ever-present threat of something else when men are talking, but women use language very differently, and that's what we see now, how everybody talks now. I'm so struck by the way that, Matthew Arnold said that everybody, no matter where they come from, the working class living in a trailer, they deserve to be exposed to the very best that has been thought and written.
We need to go to Super Chats.
Yeah,
questions from...
That seems to be what Putin is doing. Our leaders, on the other hand, infantilizing us because they want us dumb and dependent.
Yeah.
And we're very close to collapse.
We're going to go to Super Chats. If you haven't already, would you kindly smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends, and become a member at timcast.com, because we're going to have the Uncensored show coming up at about 11 p.m. And I imagine you're not going to want to...
Have I done well?
Very well.
Have I been good? I've been just panic stricken.
Oh, you've been great. No, it was absolutely fantastic.
It's worse than my life.
A lot of people are.
I'm having a terrible time.
It was a great discussion. We didn't agree on something.
I'm glad you like it, because I'm just sitting here hoping that I don't say something.
Welcome to our world. Welcome to my world.
So let's read the Super Chats.
Everything is right place. Some people, to be really sorry, I promise I'll be very quick. It is the Christian way to reform from within, right? In other religious traditions, that's like the blow it up, burn it all down. The terrorism is I'm not talking about any. Well, I'm talking about two specific religions. Terrorism is a characteristic of other religions. Historically, the Christian way of improving, fixing things has been to reform from within, right? So that's, for instance, what Marjorie does in Congress. She's on enemy territory every day, but she does there what you do here, and I have great respect for that project. I don't mean to speak disrespectfully about it if I did. because I know I couldn't do it. But no, it's everything in its right place, you know. So you're doing what you need to do over there, and I'm doing what I need to do.
We'll explain it in the after show.
Yes. All right, Raymond G. Stanley Jr. says, Mr. Poole, your positivity this morning was welcome. Early water cooler talk was somber here in PA. We were nervous to start anyways, but a win is a win, and we can't fix this mess overnight, so gracias. Yeah, I mean, as Milo pointed out, many people wanted they wanted revenge, and I think
they were counting on it.
They were counting on it
because they were promised it.
But they can.
They were betrayed.
They don't got to cry about having a win, though. I mean, it's not the win they wanted.
I think it's wrong of you to trivialize it as people being crybabies when they have a justifiable grievance. You know,
I said they were being crybabies.
Well, you sort of certainly cry about it in a sort of dismissive way. I received that as a.
I said they don't have to cry about a win.
Yeah, of course you do. Because if it's just part of the ordinary pattern, and you know that you have been actively betrayed by people that you place in power to look after you, you have a justified grievance. Offense and outrage are not dirty words. They have been systematically misused by bad people for a long time. But when you have a valid grievance, it is right and proper to feel aggrieved. And I don't think people are crying about it. I think they're furious, and they're right.
The metaphor I get is like if you're gambling on a sports ball game and you're like, I'll take the Eagles by 16. You need them to win by 16. Even though the Eagles win by 3, you still feel like you didn't win, even though the Eagles won.
Yeah, but the difference is that in our model, all the games are fixed, and the coach promised you that they'd do 16. That's what we're living in. You know, it's like in the mafia version of the sport. The outcome is predetermined, and you've been promised an outcome, and you've placed a bet on the basis of that outcome. If that outcome doesn't happen, you have been betrayed, and you are right to feel angry, and you are right to seek vengeance.
All right, we got Rusta who says, love the show, was wondering your thoughts on the theory of companies such as Ford, Chevy, and other car manufacturers pulling Twitter ads in order to hurt Tesla, as Elon used it as collateral in his purchase of Twitter.
I think it's nice that Elon Musk is doing a real business instead of some sort of outreach of the state. I mean, all of his previous businesses have been.
It is still outreach of the state. The government runs numerous bot accounts for public manipulation, and he's now.
You're right. It is, but in specifically in the financial, he's always had enormous publicly funded cushions. Although, to be fair, Tesla doesn't have them, while other EV manufacturers do. Because sort of Tesla's
carbon selling.
Yeah, the situation is more complicated than I'm suggesting now, and he doesn't get a lot of benefits that other people do, but he would never have got any of those businesses off the ground without being, effectively a kind of colossal welfare queen. But I think it's audacious and brave and self-sacrificing, and I think that's what people admire about this, is that it has cost him something to do this. And that's why people like Trump too. And it's another reason that DeSantis can't beat him, because he's having hundreds of millions of dollars poured into his coffers by the worst people in the world. Meanwhile, Trump's life is irrevocably wrecked by the sacrifice that he made to become president. I think people see that. I think people admire that. And with Elon Musk, this is the first time I think he's done something somewhat selfless.
I want to know who these individuals are.
All right.
We'll talk about that
Ken
later.
Griffin. But let's read. Code Writer says, Milo speaks the truth so directly, correctly, and unapologetically. This is why he was banned. This is what we need. This is why we love him. Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry I'm in retirement, but maybe I'm not. I don't know. I don't know if I think I would be profoundly miserable trying to operate in this environment. So you will have to see me now and again in controlled contexts and dream about what it might have been like.
Or check out the Uncensored show after the live portion.
That one, yes.
Oscar says, Milo, I started being political thanks to you, and hearing you speak again makes me understand why I loved watching you. You summed up how I felt 100% to the T with your commentary just now on this.
They won't all be compliments, will they? It's very boring. You won't know this about me, but I can't abide flattery. No, thank you for being kind. I'm responsible for a lot of bad things in the past, particularly the kind of ugly band of imitators at Turning Point. I've given birth to a lot of ugly things I'm missing. I'm trying to make amends for that behind the scenes. I hope that by the time I fall asleep forever, that I will have left a good impression on the world, and it will be slightly better. At least that people will smile a little more than the way things were when I arrived. And doing a reasonable job so far.
All right. Kyle Miller says, as someone who voted for Trump twice, I think it is time to move on. Mainstream media has tainted his image and now toxic to voters. DeSantis 2024.
His favorability is the same as Hillary Clinton in some polls.
It saddens me to see people with lack of faith like that. I think if you loved Trump, you should remind yourself of why and consider how much you really care about Trump's name being toxified by the media. Sounds like you have capitulated to the enemy narratives and accepted criticisms of Trump that actually don't matter at all. All that matters about Trump is if people love him and vote for him, he will be president. Doesn't matter what the New York Times thinks about him. They never liked him.
I think legitimate criticisms matter because they can make him better. And I think he should have his feet held to the fire for doing so many wrong things.
Your closest friends should be your harshest critics.
Exactly.
And when we get into the next bit of the show, I have some things to say about that.
Okay.
But if you abandon the one person who imperfectly and perhaps disappointingly at least tried to break up the abusive stitch-up that is the prevailing American hegemony, sounds like you've got the country you deserve, mate.
All right. P. Scully says, I'm a one-issue voter, avoiding World War III. Trump is the only politician I am certain would tell NATO to F off. The establishment lining up around DeSantis wouldn't do so if he has a hard line with regards to Ukraine.
DeSantis will declare war on someone on day one. He is enabled and funded and supported by all the same old people who have done this time and again. Trump is the only president in living memory who didn't start a new war.
Right.
There are things that he really intensely disappointed with about Trump. But one that I can say in an uncomplicated way I'm delighted with is that he did not initiate more widespread, needless human suffering for the benefit not of some nebulous American democratic project.
It's time for something new. But where do I start?
Find your right job quick and easy with Total Jobs. Your helping hand when it comes to jobs. Total Jobs.
At Screwfix, click and collect is even quicker when you check in on the app.
Only the best obsess.
Get inspired by investors worldwide. eToro. Be the investor you want to be.
Save up to £120 per couple. Indulgent escapes. Waited 2 holidays.
But really too much Walmart. Dropping bombs on Riyadh so that people can drop Oxy back home. Just the not buying into the fiction and corruption of this theatre that we're presented with, this illusion that we're sold, and refusing to start a new war is maybe the best thing and the most Christian thing and the most important thing he did.
But what he did to Yemen, I think, was absolutely disgusting.
What did he do?
He was a part of the Saudi coalition that was bombing Saudi Arabia. That was bombing, Yemen in favor of against the Houthi rebels working with Al Qaeda.
Let me read this one. Stephen Bachmeyer says, Milo is a good hype man, but not a good convincer of those of us unconvinced of Trump. I'm convinced Milo is paid to talk up Trump. The irony of what he's saying about DeSantis supporters.
It's been discovered that people who have a standard deviation difference in IQ are effectively not really able to communicate with one another. They sort of talk past each other. And they're sort of, like they say about Britain and America, kind of divided by a common language. So I'm sorry that you're not able to grasp what I'm sort of trying to express. But perhaps
that was a very eloquent way of saying you're dumb.
Perhaps you'd be happier at the Daily Wire. I don't know.
Oh, the dig.
Standard deviation being 10
I'm
points.
trying to be nice. I don't know how to be nice. He said personal invective is banned. I don't know any other way to communicate.
You're doing a great job. That was actually more hurtful The way
Yeah,
you put it.
yeah.
And
Yeah,
funnier.
that will even mark.
All right, let's see. Christopher says, question for Milo. Who is the Democratic nominee in 2024? And how long do you think realistically until things get to how you want them?
I'm not optimistic enough to believe in a Fetterman presidency.
Michael Malice was calling for him.
I was calling for it too, like weeks ago.
Listen, I think America could do with taking itself just a little bit less seriously sometimes. And these kind of elaborate codes of behavior that remind me of Versailles under the Louis, of all these people orbiting power, except there's nothing in the middle of it. At least under monarchies, people were competing for the favor of the king. In America, there's nothing there. There's no there there. It's just a flag, and then you pick it, and there's nothing. A bank. Sorry, what was the question?
Well, who do you think would be the Democratic nominee? And do you
so what I was going to say is, the Senate is a sinister and boring place full of sinister and boring people. It should, I think, reinvent itself more along the lines of the upper houses that it was founded to imitate, and be full of quirky eccentrics who together, in a messy way, approximate the mood and the spirit of the nation, and together kind of safeguard against un-American laws, from a variety of different quirky perspectives. I think Fetterman's going to be harmless, and I find him adorable. And frankly, I think the more people with mental shortcomings in the Senate, the better, because less harm they can do.
So what you're saying is Pete Buttigieg 2024.
No, he's a different kind of
Biden Fetterman 2024.
Buttigieg is a particular kind of problem, because he's somebody of very average intelligence who cannot be persuaded that he isn't a genius. And those people are very dangerous, and because they are beyond the reach of reality and reason. They're convinced of their own special place in history. And he's I hope that he will go down as a joke and a footnote, and it looks like that's the case. But people who are maybe even not entirely there because they've gone through something awful, or they've had some kind of a catastrophic brain injury or whatever. I don't mind the idea of a quirky committee of national treasures who somehow kind of coalesce and protect the country against itself, because although they're all wacky and weird and peculiar, somehow the sum total of them safeguards what America is. That's what the House of Lords is always supposed to be in Britain. They kind of wrecked it now, but that's
what the Senate was supposed to be.
That's what the Senate is modeled on, not this soulless, grim, sinister, secret club of backroom dealers. I think the Senate should become more colorful. I think it should have more personality, and if Fetterman is the first step towards that, I welcome it.
All right. Ian King says, Tim, just bought your song. Would love to see you do something with independent artists like Adam Calhoun, Ryan Upchurch, or Tom McDonald, as well as see them on the podcast. I'd love to have them on the podcast. That would be an honor. Tom McDonald put out a new song called Fighter. It's such a good song. It is 10 out of 10. It's one of the best songs I think he's done. It's my favorite of all of the songs, and he just put it out. I was really impressed. It's good. So, I've talked with Tom periodically. He's an amazing guy. I would love to have him on the show. He's a busy guy. And it would be epic if we were able to put a song together. I don't want to say too much, but keep dreaming and keep imagining what you think may be happening. But I'm talking with Tom. We'll see where it goes. It'd be really cool to have him on the show.
If you say don't stop believing, I'm leaving.
Don't stop believing.
Restraint. I'm too lazy to get up.
Anyway. All right. Rando Bunderson says, I had to say it after you said that. Rando Bunderson says, heard a lot about Milo, but never heard him speak before. Is this what D&D characters with 20 charisma sound like? Yes, they're all compliments, Milo.
I actually understand that compliment. Thank you.
I like you point out that you thought DeSantis has low charisma, because if he was a D&D character, I think he has like average charisma.
No, he's like a dense,
no,
intelligent. Something clammy and unpleasant that you find your hand accidentally touches when you're thrusting about for a monk.
You see, these are way more hurtful and funnier than direct insults.
Yeah. I agree to disagree. I think we've moved past the period of debate and the mask of manners, and I think we're in shut up, stupid, territory and culture at the moment. But we'll talk about that later. There was a particular group of people who were dressing as DeSantis this Halloween. Women who like women, and it was clear that in picking outfits, they merely selected from their own wardrobe, and it was uncanny. And I've never really been able to see him the same twice. He's. I'm sorry, he just ain't it. And if you have allowed despair and the demoralization techniques that you're being pummeled with to accept a lesser substitute that cannot possibly hope to fix the deep spiritual crisis that this country is in, then I'm sorry for you, but you're part of the problem, so you should just get out of the way.
Next, the Slayer says, wait, what? Mary Poppins agreed with the father's virtues. Spoonful of Sugar was to point out that rewards can help reinforce the important but sometimes bitter truths the father wanted to impart.
Except when she wears a shallow mask of madness, right? She presents as, in just the same way that cultural subversives always do, they present as a functioning member of the prevailing order. But what she does is intensely subversive. I mean, she recommends witchcraft as a solution to chores, right? There's a reason that humble and unassuming people consider their daily duties to be character forming, because they are. They have intuited something that Aristotle understood, which is that habits become character.
I want to say I agree with you and disagree with this point. A spoonful of sugar implies that you should be rewarded for doing what you're supposed to do.
Bribing you for doing what you're supposed to do anyway.
Exactly.
With addictive drug, by the way.
Right. No.
Listen,
sugar's bad.
When we go to the movie theater and we drench ourselves in fat, salt, and sugar and stare at an electric light on the wall, we are hypnotizing ourselves in the closest thing that our society has to a sort of pagan ritual. You probably love it.
We're going to see
no, I'm not.
I'll pass. What was interesting about that film is
screw that CIA propaganda.
What was interesting about that whole series, which I like, is that they made the woke guy the villain. He's the bad guy, and also that movie was very distinctively African, not black. And I noticed a lot of American woke black activists trying really hard to like it while also not quite getting it. And growing up in Europe, and I was surrounded by West Indian Africans, Jamaicans, and Nigerians. I've been to Africa, and most of the fans of that movie haven't. And so I was able to appreciate a lot of what they were seeking to accomplish in this I noticed about that film, it didn't do the easy and obvious things, right? It was very distinctively African, which was a big risk because American blacks don't know anything about African culture, and Africans are they have some real choice opinions about American
such as Africans from South Africa.
I'm from South Africa.
Okay, so you understand.
Yeah.
So that was a risk, and then they make the woke guy the genocidal villain. So I actually didn't mind that first movie, and I could see a lot of bad people kind of performing fandom and not really. But also, they didn't love it like they loved Endgame. But so I actually thought the movie was intelligent.
I agree. T'Challa, the main character, wants closed borders. He says if we open up our borders, they'll bring their problems into our country, and we don't want that. And not to mention, it was a patriarchal society where women weren't allowed to rule, and you won your
they fixed that. They fixed that in the sequel, don't they?
But you win your rule through trial by combat.
That's an offense that cannot be allowed to stand. Like Thor, who was too masculine for his own good and had to be turned into a fat joke. Yeah. To reclaim the
like most men on TV.
Yeah, all right, let me read this next one. Douglas Kaplan says, Milo, have you heard of Frank Turek? He is pretty good explaining evidence for Christ. Also, Tim, it seems people here near me are getting used to shootings. I was near one today as I was delivering car parts near Carnegie, PA. Wow, crazy.
I think that the shootings, I think your impression of the frequency of shootings, everybody seems to notice they're sort of happening a bit more often. The press just reports selectively as per their priorities on any given day. And I think if I had to guess, I would imagine that they're getting more frequent. There's definitely a pharmaceutical component to that. There are some systemic root causes that all come back to the things we've been talking about, mostly fatherlessness. In a completely feminized culture, with an endemic single mother. I mean, most young men have no male role models. And think about the people who were crowned male role models over the last 10 years.
Dylan Mulvaney.
Me, I was gay. Jordan Peterson, a drug addict. These are like very, very damaged people in different ways, which just shows you how desperate this age is for heroes, right? But there are role models everywhere you look. You just have to work a bit harder. I get so many emails from women who say, "How should I vote?" Because I know this is outside my sphere. And now I just say don't, because it's the least you can do after everything.
All right.
There was this first part of his question.
Oh, do you know Frank Turek?
I know the name. I'll check into that. Thank you.
Makise Kuristina says, "Oh, okay, I understand. My grandmother was born in 1920 and lived to be 100. She always said that the downfall of this country was giving the woman the vote. Had 15 kids, never had a career, and said if every woman had her life, no one would complain."
Blissfully happy. I bet that she was the happiest woman in the world. And you'd be amazed at how many grandmothers, and it's specifically grandmothers, who have the benefit of wisdom and are seeing secondary generations, right? You'd be amazed how many grandmothers write to me and say, "You're absolutely right."
Do you think there's going to be a reckoning where these childless millennial women are 70 years old without families, that they're going to be upset?
I'm going to try to persuade Marjorie to introduce a Friend in Need is a Friend Indeed Act that removes the vote from people who are on antidepressant drugs. Just sit back and enjoy the fallout. Half the Democrat base. I don't want to incriminate her in that. There's no way she'll ever do that. I would pass a law that says that to care for the most vulnerable in our society, we don't want to expose them to traumatic, stressful, and triggering events like the high pressure environment of voting in elections.
Anxiety.
So aren't you on anti-anxiety medication? So if you are one of those people and you've had a prescription for anxiety or depression medication in the last 12 months, we're going to ask you to sit this election out. That would be an enjoyable fallout. I'd love that.
Maury says this episode is too based. The amount of red-pilled truths being spoken here is insane. There's a handful of people who are like, "Wow, Tim, Ian, and Luke aren't talking." And there's two things I'll say to that. One, what Milo was saying was interesting to hear your thoughts articulated as they were, but also it's been a while since people have heard from you, and to hear your kind of your stance on things. You said it's been a long time since you've spoken, and here you are speaking for quite a bit, explaining a lot of what you've seen.
It feels like you got to get a lot off your chest, and you haven't talked in how long?
Oh, I'm also just very rude, and I just bang on forever.
But it's interesting.
Most of it's good material, so people put up with me. No, I'm just not particularly petty. It seems a lot easier. But thanks.
We are going to head over to the members only show. So if you haven't already, would you kindly smash that like button and become a member at timcast.com. Click join us, sign up. We are going to have a members only show, and I imagine it's going to be very, very interesting because there's a lot that Milo's written down.
I've got so many post-its. These are things that I'm not allowed to say. I don't think you understand. I have been living in fear. I can't even read out.
We'll explain it. We'll explain it, and we'll show. And then you know what I want to do? I want to actually mail those out to people who's posting those. So anyway.
Well, yeah, when you see them, it'll
be fun. Become a member at timcast.com. And also, if you want to support us in our cultural endeavors, we released a song that's called Genocide. It's available at losingmymind.com. You can buy it on iTunes, Amazon, or wherever. We were
uplifting.
BP is working to bring more lower carbon energy to the UK.
Elevation is 5.
Like developing offshore wind. And we're keeping oil and gas flowing, helping to meet today's energy needs. It's and, not all. That's how BP is backing Britain.
You have to all
be working at the same cadence all together in order to win a match. And there's so many different parts to that.
Ogni anno
Oltre per essere, voglio essere la migliore versione dell'anno scorso. I think as a professional athlete, you always want more. To chase dreams, it takes sacrifices. It's what I love to do. Volleyball is kind of like a dance. Il mio rapporto con la pallavolo è nato quando avevo 11 anni, guardando Mila e Shira, un cartone online. Ancora prima di iscrivermi alla società giochicchiavo imitando i movimenti che facevano e poi è iniziata, diciamo, la mia avventura. My mom for years was begging me and really asking me to start playing volleyball because I was a huge basketball player. I think I was 12 years old or something. We were very close with our neighbor and she was the one that said, oh, there's like a gym around the corner basically from where we were living and there was a test day, like you can go there to try out. We tried it, we went with her.
Simple. It's a disgrace. It's just, they're all liars. The whole ticket over there is just a bunch of frauds and phonies. It's disgusting and he needs to resign, frankly.
Do you think that Americans will make the distinction?
Will Americans make the decision?
They'll hear, oh, well, he was in the National Guard, he was in the Army.
If the media lets them hear the facts, CNN without evidence, there's all the evidence. Tim just read the evidence. Let them hear 2 minutes of that. People are just going to understand this very quick. Kamala's a liar about her past. He's a liar about his past. It's a ticket of liars.
Here's more evidence from CNN themselves. How about that?
Waltz did make a comment speaking to a group. He's done it a couple of times where he has used language that has suggested that he carried weapons in a fighting situation. As you know, with your contact with the military, I know from coming from a military family, there is a difference between being in a combat area, being involved at a time of war, and actually being in a position where people are shooting at you. There is no evidence that at any time Governor Waltz was in a position of being shot at, and some of his language could easily be seen to suggest that he was. So that is absolutely false when he said that about gun rights out there.
So this is, we refer to this as assumptive language. And I'll give you a simple, you can look at what he says and understand the basics of it. I served in Operation Enduring Freedom. And the assumption people then make from that is that you're in the Middle East. No, it's the Middle East. So if I said something like, guys, for dinner, I really want to get these amazing steaks, these beautiful $1,000 steaks for each and every one of us. And if you show up to work early tomorrow, I'm going to do everything I can to get you these $1,000 steaks. And then when everyone shows up, I go, everybody, I did it. I got dinner. And everyone's cheering. Yeah. The assumption is I got the dinner I promised. Mm-hmm. But then when the end of the shift comes around, there's pizza. And it cost me $20. Tricking people by using language that would lead a reasonable person who trusts you into believing something that is not true. That is what Tim Waltz is doing because he's a scumbag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is. Everything about him is disgusting. Every policy he's espoused is horrible. Everything.
Which of the gun control ones?
The gun control ones, we can get into that. We can also talk.
There's very few, to be completely honest.
Well, he's just a pathetic guy with the whole pedophile bill. I mean, everything about this guy is horrible.
You got to blame the state legislature in Minnesota for that one too.
Well, he could have vetoed it.
Exactly.
The thing is, he wouldn't have. What I find really fascinating about Waltz's story is that when he ran for Congress, he was in a more conservative area, and he basically postured like a moderate Democrat, right? And I hear sometimes right now, oh, he's the populist progressive that Kamal has added to the ticket. No, because as governor, especially when the state became completely Democrat controlled, every branch of government was led by Democrats. He was like, great, I'm totally here for any progressive thing that you guys want to get behind. And I think that's what is the problem. Like, does he have these values, or was he always a progressive hiding in plain sight, faking it to moderates? Or is he just going to do whatever his party around him tells him to do. I mean, it's not a good position for us to have in AK.
As you go up the political chain, you come under more scrutiny from the media and others, as you should. And it seemed like he got caught with his head in the cookie jar here, clearly embellishing a little bit. Not the craziest embellishment, but obviously trying to make him seem like he has more credibility with vets and stuff like that. I'm surprised the Kamala Harris campaign didn't catch it sooner, because I'm sure they vetted him very thoroughly. And this was probably one of the focuses of the Kamala Harris campaign too. Like, how can I reach out to like the suburban white veteran type voter? And it's, oh, look at this jolly old former football coach, and he was a veteran, and like that plays well to help rough out the edges of Kamala Harris, so to speak. And now it's kind of backfired in their face under more scrutiny.
It gets worse. It gets worse. We have this from Green Beret Nap Time on X. He's 18 series Army, taking naps and hunting down terrorists, politically homeless, conservative, tired of the BS. And he posted this: "Hey, Tim Waltz, this you? Do you often wear our crest even though you were only National Guard with 0 deployments? Never went through special SFAS or the Q course, and by all accounts never even worked with Special Forces? Stolen valor much." Now, I got to correct you there, Green Beret, buddy. He had a deployment to Italy. Ah, man, getting deployed to Italy, that sounds like a nice one. No, look, I will say this too. Like, I'm not going to give him 0 respect. I will criticize him for exaggerating and claiming he did things he didn't do. But I respect anybody who's going to serve. They'll get at least a couple degrees of respect from me. However, like J.D. Vance, he actually did serve in the Middle East. Well, that's tremendously more respectful. I do not respect the administration, the governments that lied to get us into those wars, but the men and women, J.D. Vance or Tulsi Gabbard, who ran full speed to serve this country when they thought this country needed it most, I respect. Now, take a look at these pictures. You have this picture of Tim Waltz. He's wearing a Green Beret insignia, baseball caps in numerous photos. And, people are saying, like, it's just a baseball cap. Come on, hold on there a minute. When the dude says, I was in the Army and I served in Operation Enduring Freedom, and then he puts on a Green Beret cap, come on, you know what he's trying to trick people into thinking, that he's Special Forces who actually was in combat, and then he lies and says, I carry weapons of war in war. Now that deserves 0 respect. It is an indignity. It deserves scorn.
Yeah, it cancels out what he did in the military, if you ask me. It really cancels most of what he did out, because it's disgusting to try to falsify everything to get people who want to vote for you because of your service to vote for you under something you never did. It's a disgraceful lie. It really is. And it just shows to his character. It shows the kind of person he is. And it's just the kind of person that she is. They will say anything they need to any audience to get them to believe it, so they can walk into that White House and ruin this country. Say whatever you need to say. He's the Midwestern dad. No, he's not. No, he's not.
Can I just say this? The Democrats have a contingent that hate Jews so much that they chose Waltz over Shapiro. And did you see Shapiro's speech at that PA rally?
Good speech.
He did a good job. Speech. And I saw a lot of conservatives be like, well, I'm glad they didn't pick this guy. But what's funny is conservatives understood what Shapiro did well in speaking at that rally. But Democrats understand as well that progressives will not vote for a Jewish man who has pro-Israel views.
Can you elaborate more on that? Because I think that's Democrats have been calling that a Republican line of attack. I actually caught up with Senator John Fetterman at the Philadelphia rally yesterday and asked him this question about him being, do you think if his pro-Israel bona fides is what helped drag him away from that? And he said no. So a lot of Dems are trying to cover for this. And of course, it also makes the Democrats look bad to say that, though. But
progressives wrote a letter saying, do not pick this man because Arabs, Muslims, and young people will not support him. We don't like his views on Israel. On CNN, you had numerous commentators, including recently, this was a George W. Bush, was he an advisor or something? I don't know.
A good night out. It starts from the beginning, doesn't it? Even get ready, we usually get ready together, don't we? Yeah.
We've had some crazy times, don't even know we can talk about all of them, but life for me is nothing without the good times. And our friends cannot, sorry, just got to be falling the foot down.
Administration, I think. This is not just a right-wing point. This has been widely, look, let me put it this way. If what they're claiming about Shapiro was true, that no, it has nothing to do with that. Cory Bush and Jamal Bowman would still be in office. Or they would have won their primaries. Sure. But Democrats do not like people. Like you get my point. You get my point.
And I think Shapiro has something like a 60% approval rating.
Very popular in Pennsylvania.
And I know the Republicans are eyeing Pennsylvania very aggressively, but I'm trying to think of the past few elections when Mastriano lost to Fetterman and Bob Casey was there as their senior senator there. So, I mean,
it's tough. Pennsylvania's, we think about it every 4 years for Republicans. It's usually a dream. Trump got it in 16 by a very slim margin. If we get it, we get it. We don't necessarily need it for the map. There is a map without it. There is no map for the Democrats without it, though. Their map does not work.
I want to rephrase what I just said to clarify, because I don't know if it was clear enough. Cori Bush and Jabal Momin were their campaigns were outspent by support from, I think it was AIPAC directly. Was it AIPAC directly?
Or the United Democracy Project, because this is within the Democratic primary.
Right. I think it was United Democracy Project. Progressive leftists face windfalls of cash against them for being anti-Israel. These are people who won in the first place on these positions. AOC was resilient to this. It is very obvious when Cori Bush goes on stage after losing, screaming. What did she say? Something like, "I will end your kingdom."
Yeah, I will tear your kingdom down.
Is that what she said? Yeah. That there is a lot. She got 50,000 votes. So Democrats know for sure that if they choose someone like Shapiro, they are going to lose large swaths of votes. And the interesting thing is, I wonder if it's not so much that they were facing real damage from the anti-Semitic portions of their party and anti-Israel. I know it's not the same thing, but in Minnesota, they may have lost Minnesota if they got Shapiro because
Michigan is the one that really we're going to lose. Dear right. All the Muslims were thrown.
But you've got Somali Muslims.
Oh, I know.
Massive population. So
that's why they picked him off. He's basically a Somali.
They could have lost Michigan and Wisconsin over someone who had. Did you see the things that Shapiro had said?
Yeah, he was in the IBF.
When he didn't serve in a military role. He served in a volunteer role.
Sort of similar to Tim Walz, right?
I think they really were mad. The anti-Israel people were very mad at Shapiro because he said he didn't believe in a two-state solution or wasn't ready, or the Palestinians are too violent for a two-state solution. He's not wrong on that, I don't think. I also think there's an important distinction we need to make between the anti-Israel sentiment that we are seeing within the Democrat Party. I think there is a portion of there's a way to criticize Israel without being anti-Semitic. The question is, how many of the people who are criticizing Israel and are anti-Shapiro are doing it out of their bigotry?
Let's pull the story. We have this from today. CNN panel explodes as ex-Bush advisor claims Kamala Harris couldn't pick Josh Shapiro due to rampant anti-Semitism in the Democratic Party. I don't think it's fair to say the panel exploded. This is Scott Jennings, a former special assistant to President George W. Bush. He made his point, and no one got bent out of shape over it. He made his point. Let me pull it up here. I think it's around the 5-minute mark where he chimes in on this one.
Bowed down to the radical left of her party by not picking Shapiro, who is Jewish. There was a nasty campaign run against him. Everybody knows it. No one wants to admit it, but everybody knows it. And she wound up choosing the person who was not Jewish and not as talented, and not from the state that she has to win. He did a nice job tonight. Everybody could see why he was the best choice, but she couldn't do it because the party is somewhat awash in anti-Semitism. And for Walz, when he did what he did during the riots, to me, it was him saying, I don't have the strength or the character to stand up to this anarchy. So in two big decision points for this ticket, they showed us they will always bow down to the radical left. So I think if you want to talk about normal to the normal people in this country, bowing down to the radical left is not normal. It shouldn't be normal, and it should be a flashing red light.
But this is the reality. And I think he's right. I think the reality is, when you look at Cori Bush, they had to dump so much money to compete against her. Now, the reality is people in the district don't like her. People in Ilhan Omar's district don't like her. The Somali Muslims don't like Ilhan Omar. And this is an important point. So a lot of conservatives think that she gets massive support from the Somali community. They roast her all the time because she's a leftist, she's woke, and she's pro-LGBTQ. You can still see, with AOC and his squad, a large DSA leftist, anti-Israel, pro-Palestine contingent. And the question then becomes, outside of the woke, you do have Dearborn, you do have the Somali migrants in Minnesota. were they to have picked Shapiro, maybe they could have won in Pennsylvania. Maybe they could have won back some of these more moderate Jewish voters in the United States who are concerned and probably going to be voting for Trump. But they probably would have lost a lot in Michigan and Minnesota, which I believe it was Michigan where they had that campaign to not vote for, was it not to vote for Joe Biden?
Yeah.
Well, remember, Kamala wasn't running during the primary.
Right.
Still VP.
And I think it's fair to say that there's a difference between criticism of Israel and claiming that they would vote for a Jewish guy. But I got to stress this because we had Taylor Hanson on the Culture War podcast, Tenet Media, Friday 10 a.m. I think this was last week. I have been on the ground, and you have too, Elad. So Tom, I want to hear your experiences, but I will tell you mine. I have met many people in the 10 years that I was on the ground who are holding up signs publicly saying, we have no problem with Jewish people. It's just Israel. When the cameras turn off, they're like, no, it's Jews.
So there's so many different groups and types of people, different types of people that you'll see at protests. And some of them are on the same page and some aren't. So at these
fair point. I've met people who are strictly anti-Israel. I have friends who are very critical of Israel. You're allowed to.
I'm trying to be very nuanced here. So you'll go to these events and there'll be like young white liberals, the people from the young crowd, like a young black person, a young Spanish person. And I find like some of those people actually tend to be not pro-Hamas, but I'll find them next to more extreme protesters who wrap the keffiyeh around their head, who are usually Arab, who are more likely to yell Allahu Akbar. For example, a couple of weeks ago when Bibi Netanyahu came and visited and gave a speech at Congress, what were the chants that we were seeing when they took the flag down and started burning it? It was the Allahu Akbar. Some of the people dispersed at that point. There are only a few flags that have Hezbollah's logo on it. But then again, it's considering like, I remember back in the day when at a Trump rally, if they saw one person with a swastika somewhere outside, they'd say, oh, everybody at the rally is a Nazi. But nobody seems to condemn this stuff actively while they're there. So I'm just trying to have some nuance.
No, I completely agree. So I'll clarify my point. You go to these rallies, you go to these protests, and you'll find people who are like, no, I don't want any hatred towards Jewish people. My friends are Jewish. I'm concerned about Israel. And that's their legitimate position. But there's a lot of people who will on camera say it's Israel because they know what the PR looks like. And then once the camera's off, they'll start talking about Jews starting the slave trade and using banks to control the world and start world wars. We saw this with the Women's March. You had that story from Time magazine. Do you remember this one?
No.
There was a woman who was one of the top organizers, said that the other members of the Women's March sat her down to explain to her how the Jews can start the slave trade and start all the world wars and all of these things.
Really?
They won't say it publicly. So and I'll pull that story.
You'll find those people. You'll find a small group of those people at all anti-Israel protests, but I don't want to try to tar all of those people as those groups, because if you hate Jews, then you want to show up to the anti-Israel events.
Yeah, but who was screaming Allah Akbar? Was it the Muslims or was it white kids?
It was people who were wrapped up in keffiyeh, so they try to cover themselves, and in that way you can't really tell because wearing a keffiyeh isn't a Muslim thing. I think it's like a Palestinian Arab thing. It's where they wrap their head up and they're using it to conceal their identity. And a lot of young white liberals, non-Arabs, non-Middle Easterners have appropriated it, and it's kind of just become Palestinian symbol, but a way to cover yourself too. So
they do realize, like, I don't know if any of them realize this. Look at London right now. You see all the Muslims attacking everybody, raping all the women, stabbing all the kids. Okay. Just because you think you're one of them, you're not. They will cut your head off too. Like,
well, I think it's clear to see who is pro-America and who is anti-American in these protests. You can dive into all the details if you want, but go on.
I'll ask you a question. Is Farrakhan an anti-Semite?
I believe so. I think his rhetoric is not only anti-Semitic. I'd say he's also anti-white.
I think when he called Jewish people termites, or made reference to Jewish people he didn't like as termites, I think it's fair to say he just literally doesn't like Jewish people. So this is a tablet magazine from 2018. It's not the only article, but they mention the Women's March leadership. Okay, these are Democrats.
Sarsour,
they wear the pussy hats. They did the Women's March in 2018. Linda Sarsour, Tanika Mallory, Carmen Perez all proudly declared their friendship and partnership with Farrakhan on various occasions. And this is just one of the stories where it's like, yeah. So I'm just saying this. The idea that Democrats are claiming, because you mentioned earlier, it was Fetterman who said it, right? Fetterman said that no, the reason everyone's, it's a Republican talking point that Shapiro wasn't chosen because he's Jewish, BS. These are the organizers of the Women's March who are pro-Farrakhan. They would have lost too many votes, and they can't do it. And Democrats they won't do it.
Yeah. It's about margins. It's a slim election. You cannot lose. They could have lost 3-4% of the party. Very easily.
That's right.
Easily. Conservatively, 3/4 of the party.
There's a lot of different strains, and we don't need to focus on this too much. But my last tidbit on this is there are many different strains of anti-Semitism, and I think it's important to analyze them and take them for what they are separately. This Louis Farrakhan, Tamika Mallory, and Linda Sarsour adjacent anti-Semitism is from a place of viewing Jews as rich, privileged white landlords. So I just wanted to kind of
have you
flesh that
seen
out.
the memes posted by people of this repute?
Well,
where they show the privilege pyramid with white people on top, and then above it is a free-flowing Jewish group. Like, these are the memes that these people were posting in 2018. They think they were saying things like, "You're not ready for the truth," and it was the white privilege pyramid meme with Jews above it. Right. And then you've got people like this. Because I don't know what they posted. I know that people who are following them have been posting things. I know that there have been a lot of instances where some members of Congress had images from a group they were following were posting things like this and being screenshot. I'm going to say this. By all means, please criticize Israel. You're allowed to do it. Israel is just another country. I don't think the U.S. should be funding any of this stuff. That's my opinion. That being said, the Democrats do have a large anti-Semitic contingent. Large could be, like you said, 3 to 4%. They're not going to pick Josh Shapiro.
Much larger than 3-4%. I just think there's only 3-4% that would withhold their vote. I think the anti-Semitic, quote unquote, I don't care. And I'm not big on the Jew thing. I don't care either way, one way or another. But it's at least 25-30% of the party because literally cannot stand Jews. I think that's it. Yeah, I do. I absolutely do. Who's it all?
I think if the progressives have become like the poison pill on Jews largely. Like,
I don't necessarily think it's just progressives. Muslims as well, more fundamentalist Muslims. I think you make a good point. I don't think all the Somali Muslims in Minnesota are going to be like, "Oh, we won't vote for a Jewish guy," but I think enough of them.
Yeah,
and that causes problems.
He won 11,000 votes. Trump won these states, some of them 11,000 votes. You can absolutely convince 11,000 of these guys to not vote. And I'm wondering how they're going to vote for a woman actually. Though. That's one of my things. They don't respect women. They hate women.
Is that the Democrats have painted it that, they're the open-minded party and they love everybody and they, it's just occasionally they have to take down white people who have too much power for too long, and Republicans are the racist ones. And that's just not true, right? Like fundamentally a lot of racial, religious, ethnic groups in America have tensions with other people of different backgrounds or different, persuasions, let's say. And they have just marketed to convince themselves that they don't. And I think that's why the conflict between Israel and Palestine really shocked a lot of older Democrats, because they thought, oh, no, we're the good guys and we're always on the same side. And the reality is that there are tons of people who have bias against different racial groups. It's in the Democratic Party, just like everywhere else.
Let's jump to this next story. Tim Walz labeled Tampon Tim by infuriated Republican after forcing schools to stock feminine products in boys' bathrooms.
Bad week to be named Tim, I guess.
I guess. It's fine, though. I'm just going to go by Daniel from now on. It's my middle name, so this is Daniel Cast.
Just wait out this storm for a little bit.
Yeah, the storm. Tim's not a good name to have. Tim Walz, you're ruining it for me.
Do we have tampons in our bathroom here?
No.
Oh, well, that's not very good.
Oh, wait. Yeah, we do.
Oh, well, I guess we're...
Don't we?
I'll check later. Come to the members only show. I'll let you know.
You're the only one who should know.
I'm pretty sure this is an office. We've got mouthwash. We've got like hair trimming stuff.
There's makeup.
We used to keep hairspray on stuff for if the gas was
I'm pretty sure.
Accommodating.
I'm pretty sure we have literally everything you would need, like makeup and all that stuff. Actually, we don't have makeup here right now. We did at the other studio. This studio had like everything you could possibly need. Change of clothes.
Shower downstairs.
Yeah, because we're doing a show.
Tim's very accommodating to all of his guests, everybody.
Well, I mean, just standard studio stuff. We've had instances where people have like needed a white shirt or something. You know what I mean? Like someone spills barbecue sauce or whatever. What do? You don't wear barbecue sauce and shit. Anyway.
I start calling you Tampon Tim.
I don't know what you're asking. I'm Daniel. This is DanCast. The Democrat was announced as the VP. We know, being a white military veteran from the Midwest, broadens Harris's appeal. I've heard people calling him Tampon Tim because why use a progressive individual that wanted to put tampons in boys' locker rooms in the school as governor? Florida Republican Rep. Brian Mass said of Harris's VP picks gender policies. The name Tampon Tim has since been used throughout conservative circles to describe the governor governor picked to pad Harris's presidential prospects. While I do think it's absolutely hilarious to call the men this, I think it is horrifyingly ineffective. Someone else made the point, I can't remember who was on Twitter, they said, all this will do is when a normie asks a Democrat, why are they calling him Tampon Tim? The Democrat's going to say, because he wanted to fund feminine hygiene products in schools.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to go, really? That's why Republicans are mad?
The issue is he put it in the boys' room.
But that's never,
we're never going to talk about that.
Yeah.
No, we're never.
Just like
he used to be called transgender Tim.
No, I disagree.
No?
I disagree.
What do you?
Like wreck the economy waltz or something. Like you. I mean, honestly, Donald Trump knows it better. When he just said like low energy or Lil Marco. In that vein, I'd say wide mouth waltz. He's got a big mouth. He talks like this. He's a weird guy. Make fun of his appearance. Mock him for being kooky and weird. That seems to work at the lowest common denominator. But Tampon Tim, just like with the school books, we ask ourselves this every day. Why is it that we have shown these books time and time again where they claim it's sex ed for kids and it's just normal stuff and it's graphic porn and weird degenerate stuff. And still, to this day, the Democrat lie persists.
True.
Because it's been effective for them and we haven't cut through the mold enough. Now, certainly a lot of people have been informed of the books in these schools. And they say you're trying to ban books. Still on stage. What do you get? You get Walt saying they want to ban books. No one wants to ban books. They want to ban porn, but they're lying. So calling him Tampon Tim or Trans Tim or whatever is not going to do anything. You got to take it from the Trump playbook and call him like Wacky Waltz.
Yeah.
I think Wacky Waltz got a big black mouth and he lies all the time.
Well, Trump will coin the name soon, and we'll see what it is. Trump's not going to use Tampon
Trump
Tim.
should just call him Timmy. Because I feel like grown men, like you might
Yeah,
call a kid Timmy, but you don't call grown
Tiny
men
Tim.
Timmy.
Tiny
No,
No,
Timmy,
just
Timmy is good.
And then if
Timmy
Timmy's kind
Waltz,
of
they
like,
call him.
he's not a serious person, it's kind of emasculating. Like if you're an adult man who goes by Timmy, that's totally fine. I'm just saying.
No, you're right.
And then just
Timmy is the right way to go.
And then be like, Timmy watched his city burn. Timmy couldn't decide.
Timmy.
He didn't have the leadership. He was too scared.
How about Weasel Waltz?
That's
He's
a
a
good
liar.
one. Weasel Waltz. is
Weasel
good.
Waltz lied about his service, claiming that he was in combat when he wasn't because he's a weasel, that's what they call him. But Timmy works too because Tommy is fine. So, like, you're not going to call a grown man by usually these. What are they called when you let someone
Nicknames.
Diminutive?
Well, yeah, like diminutive. No, it's not really it's kind of a nickname, but like someone's name is Rick, you call him Rick. But there's you can call anybody Rick, but you don't call him Ricky.
That's
like
true.
Some people, some people can keep it up. A Ricky.
Like, these names that I think of as being for like children versus
Right.
like your family might have called you Timmy when you were like 4, but
Not when I was 7.
You know what I mean? I think you transitioned into a more evolved into a more masculine form. But I think this is the thing. Like, this is a man who's now claiming to have or implying that he has maybe seen combat. He hasn't. Like, it to me is seeming very kind of
I actually
immature.
like that a lot.
You know what I mean?
Timmy too.
Little Timmy Waltz. He was scared during the riot, so he did.
There's just so much. The sad part is, in 1 week, nobody's going to talk about this. It's going to be back to Kamala.
I don't think so.
You think he's going to remain a focus?
One of the benefits to choosing Kamala Harris as a VP candidate, and one of the risks, is that she has no SEO. So when you're crafting YouTube videos or tweets or Facebook posts, you need to consider, if you're doing any kind of social media marketing, the volume attached to someone's name.
Yeah.
This is why you'll notice this, there are a lot of obsessed people on the left who make videos about me all day, every day.
Mm-hmm.
It's because Tim Pool and Timcast have massive search volume. So if you go on YouTube and you're like, I want to get 100,000 views, make a video about Tim Pool and people are going to watch it because they love to talk about me. Kamala Harris has none. Her search volume, so we use these metrics that track by a percentile. I think her search volume is like high 40s, whereas mine is like 72. So I have a higher search, a higher SEO. It doesn't necessarily mean more people are talking about me, like there's more instances of Timcast. In this instance, I think it does. But let me clarify that. Kamala Harris has been in the news quite a bit, but she's never been the centerpiece. So while there's a lot of articles and a lot of social media posts about her, social media commentary was almost always about Joe Biden, and she was an afterthought. They'd mock her, but they'd never use her in the titles, in the descriptions, because her name never had strong pull. I do think it's fair to say that only because I've been doing a show for a decade that there's going to be more instances of my name on social media, specifically where people are insulting, attacking me, creating a lot of drama and arguments, and Kamala was more in the corporate press. That may be why. But all I can say is, if you make a video using Kamala Harris in the title, you get 0 views. There is no SEO attached to it. I think the strategy there is make it very difficult for anyone to generate any kind of, like, I gotta tell you, you try to make a video and you're like, Kamala Harris is the VP, and like, YouTube will not recommend it. It will not get easily found in search, because the way the algorithms work is when someone, if someone searches for a name and the percentage by which people click on it is high, then YouTube's or Google or whatever is going to keep recommending that higher and higher and higher. Kamala Harris has low SEO, a low SEO score. Now, I wonder, because we got another story we'll pull up in a little bit about how they're trying to hire people like Kai Cenat and FaZe, I think his name is, to do these streams with Kamala because of the Aiden Ross thing. They're trying to generate more SEO. I wonder if this is their strategy, that this is their version of the basement campaign. Everybody knows Kamala Harris, we know her name, but it doesn't play well on social media because no one really cares about her. She's an afterthought. Biden had history for a long time. She's got nothing behind her.
It is true.
She's got no policy. She's got no plans. And so it's hard to actually go after her. Social media personalities, I guarantee, especially on the left, are going to be saying to themselves, if I make a video about her, no one's going to want to click on it.
Yeah, but I actually think the mainstream press is getting kind of frustrated with her because she doesn't have any policy. She's also refusing to do interviews. I was watching an NBC morning show, and they were specifically saying, they're like, oh yes, and she did a good job, and whatever. They're doing typical talking points. They're praising Waltz and Harris for the rally, but then they're like, well, she's really only answered one press question since her campaign began. And I think that the lack of personality and identity attacks on Trump and Vance is starting to sort of peter out. I mean, if you look at Vance just showing up at her airplane today, it was so funny. She could never pull off that kind of organic online engagement where you get this funny photo of him, walking out. It's not the same.
She's a robotic person. She has no personality. She's extremely bland. She's brain dead, but she's stupid enough to know that she's stupid, because she will not go talk to the press, because she'll get obliterated. She can't answer a question. She couldn't even sit in this room and have a conversation with people. She is just dumb, but not dumb enough to not realize she's dumb. There's two different
What
types.
if she's like insanely smart?
I think it's a great campaign strategy.
That would be hard to believe.
She should try her hardest to avoid getting nailed down on any policy positions. Her campaign
tried very hard before.
It's just
set me up for that.
It's strictly vibes, and she's running as a black female. What's that?
Even though she's not.
Black woman.
Even though she's not.
And then the implications that supposedly come with that. Abortion is a huge issue for Democrats, especially coming on the heels of the Dobbs decision. So that is really the face.
On the heels, though, right?
It's still on the historical heels of the Dobbs decision.
She was the abortion.
Abortion is probably the #1 issue mobilizing Democrats.
Yes.
And now having a woman at the forefront, a black woman nonetheless, people who have the most abortions, is what it's all about. Vibes. She doesn't want to get nailed down to.
Well, and then she can't be accused. If she were to win, she can't be accused of not fulfilling her promises. She
No.
won't promise you anything.
But ever since the Dobbs decision, she toured the country for 2 years, going to abortion clinics, where she went walls, like you said. All she did was talk about abortion, abortion, abortion. That's the only policy anyone even
It's
knows.
a great strategy for Democrats. Though.
Well, it's kind of wild that the Democratic Party has this large contingent of women terrified to have babies and men who just want to bang around and not be dads.
Yeah.
That's their voting block. Yeah.
I mean, it's all fear mongering, right?
Yes.
And so this becomes one of the key ways. Abortion.
No. I don't agree that it's fear mongering. I'm saying there's a bunch of guys who are like, I just want to bang a chick and not be a dad. And there's a bunch of women like, yeah, I'd like to also, do dudes and then not be a mom.
Your responsibility, right?
Yeah.
That there would be consequences to the lifestyle that you live, and you have to accept them. To me, abortion is a very difficult issue to handle in America because we don't have a clear consensus on it. We don't have a clear cultural position on it, and it's evolved a lot, especially as we have more information about science, about embryo development, whatever. And so it's very easy to be weaponized as an emotional issue for people who are saying they're trying to lock you up and keep you in the kitchen, and men, you'll get stuck with any girl that you sleep with and have an accidental pregnancy. They make this to be part of this. This is the only way to keep up the lifestyle you have, even though this lifestyle is not actually making.
It's not an issue they want to permanently solve, because if it were to be permanently solved, then they wouldn't be able to campaign on it and raise money on it. Also, we love talking about campaign finance, but the biggest PACs in the country raising the most money are all abortion groups. It's NARAL, it's Emily's List, it's Planned Parenthood.
Yes.
They're making major moves, but nobody cares.
We got to jump to this story from the Post Millennial. Libby's man, post-millennial, Tim Walz's wife, Gwen, kept windows of governor's mansion open during George Floyd riots to smell the burning tires. Am I allowed to call this weird? Am I allowed, or are we
worse than weird?
It's sick. It's actually sick. These people,
I'm just imagining her
I
like
like the rain.
opening the
yeah,
window.
it's sick. It's sick.
Yeah.
They're Marxists. They love conflict.
have the
They love
video.
chaos. They're crazy people.
Yeah, do they have the interview in here?
Maybe
They don't. They have the quotes.
It was a radio
I
interview.
I think there was a video because I saw it, and
really?
the look on her faces and her expressions throughout it is what.
See if I can find it on that.
Did you see the video of him?
Let me read the quote real quick. She says, I could smell the burning tires, and that was a very real thing. I kept the windows open as long as I could because I felt like that was such a touchstone of what was happening. She added, noting that there were a lot of sleepless nights.
It's important to note her husband was the governor at the time, and the city here was on fire. They abandoned, I think it was one of the precincts in this city that was eventually attacked and burned down. This is where that famous CNN Chiron, I think it was, with the mostly peaceful protest.
I think we have it.
I would say those first days, when there were riots, I could smell the burning tires. And that was a very real thing. And I kept the windows open for as long as I could because I felt like that was such a touchstone of what was happening.
What?
She sounds just
Don't
like
worry.
Kamala when she speaks.
She, the privileged white female, is really with you guys, you progressive in the streets.
She kept the windows open because she had a fence around her with security everywhere. Of course, you keep the windows open. This woman's go out. Why did she go out and protest with them?
I'd like to tell you my 2020 summer of love story. I wasn't in Minnesota. We were in near Woodbury, New Jersey. That's where the first location was. That was just at my house. And I thought we were going to be fine. I knew the riots were getting bad, but I'm like, we're on the other side of the river. We're in Jersey. We're not in Philly. We're in a wooded suburban area. Ain't nothing's going to happen over here. And then one day I was on my deck and I heard sirens and I saw helicopters and I was like, oh, what? And then I checked the news and the rioters crossed the bridge and they were only a few miles away. And I was like, I don't think we should be anywhere near this place. And so I did not just open my windows and take it all in. I said, we should move, and we should move as quickly as we can. And that's when we went to what we refer to as the castle, which was in Western Maryland. And had I known then what I know now, I would have chosen West Virginia immediately. But I thought the area was probably similar enough. But we decided to leave because of it, because the rioters from Philly, the crime, it was getting so bad, they were crossing the bridge. I said, let's go, we're done. Not to mention, I will also stress the COVID lockdowns. We had a fear that they would shut the bridges down, and then we'd be stuck with all that stuff going on. So we were like, I don't want to be here.
Yeah.
It's a position of privilege. They love to say white privilege, white privilege. That's a statement of white privilege. You want to
Did
talk
you
about
see that clip of Waltz being like, with white privilege,
Yeah.
I know I gotta fight there.
White privilege. He's a DEI hire is what he is. He was only hired because he's a white man, by the way. That's a DEI hire.
Reverse DEI.
Yeah, he's
round
a
out the
reverse-
edges of Kamala.
He's a
Just
DEI
regular
guy.
DEI. Finally, let's go.
I mean, if DEI actually did help black people get hired in jobs, like Black Panther the movie had a bunch of white people in it because they were concerned about being too many black actors, I would respect that as a DEI hire. But that's not what they do. When Black Panther came out, they called it like a diverse film or one of the most diverse. I'm like, it's like 90% black actors. It's not diversity. That's
Diversity is the exclusion of white people.
Yeah,
That's the definition of diversity.
Yeah, so I don't think I would call Tim Waltz a diversity hire. I would say he's a DEI ideological choice.
Yeah.
He's in line with the cult. So he serves the DEI purpose, but
Well, she only looked at white men.
I was gonna
She
say,
only
I
wanted a
think
white
it's-
man. It
I-
had to be white.
I think-
I think it's DEI.
I
in a
think
way.
it's a diversity hire because it wasn't about anything but what his identity, like what he physically looked like to the voters, right? He's an older white male, and then you can factor in the other identity things. He's from, this more rural state, and so they think, oh, well, he's white, and so white farmers, they're gonna love this guy. Close enough. Never mind the fact that he became intensely progressive in office. Never mind the fact that he, was not supportive of law enforcement in the fallout of all of the rioting in his city, and never mind the fact that he, called a national, called them out. Like it's not someone that I would say commanded a lot of leadership, but he was, older and white, and so that was good enough for Kamala.
It looks like the Waltz family did see some combat, just not in the Middle East.
He was in the governor's mansion. He's not seeing any combat up close.
Not at all. Not at all. He's the San Francisco liberal.
Well, his
right
wife
there.
was
Hey,
throwing some tires, so.
Hey, Raymond G. Stanley Jr. had a really good one. He said, Tim AWOLs.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
He does it
What
all the
about
time, but
Raymond
it's a
There
good
you go.
jab.
AWOLs. AWOLs.
Look, I just think Timmy's not your guy. Like, you don't want Timmy to be in charge of anything. Ask Minnesota.
Republicans don't want to attack white suburban women because that is the core demo they're trying to reach out to now. So I think that's a little bit, it would be slighting them too much.
What do you mean?
Isn't it a play on awful?
No, it's like AWOL.
Oh, never.
AWOL.
I picked
Yeah.
it up wrong.
What is it, away without leave? Is that what I mean? Absent without leave.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
I like this because that means that you're terminally online and not in the military.
No. Not a day in my life, but online. I serve online every day. No, I got it confused for affluent white
female liberal.
Oh, yeah. No, I think the main attack on him really has to get to that bill he signed with the transgender stuff, with the protecting pedophiles.
It wasn't that it was overtly like. Well, we gotta be clear on this, okay? It removed a provision from law that excluded child predation as a sexual orientation. Right. So there was a law that said sexual orientation is defined as such, and then it added adults being attracted to children is not covered or protected, blah, blah, blah. And the Minnesota State Legislature and the governor signed this. They struck that from the law.
Yes. Which is
there's no reason to do that.
Unless
None whatsoever.
you're supporting pedophiles.
Right.
It's the only reason. Why would you? I don't want him around. I wouldn't want somebody around kids who signed that bill. Just saying. I'm not saying anything. But in reality, you only do that if you either support pedophiles or are pedophiles. Only two reasons.
And I think one of our biggest challenges is that as a nation, we don't have a shared culture and therefore we don't have shared values. But I'm pretty sure everyone, I know not every, well, I can't say everyone. I think generally everyone's anti-pedophile. There are small progressive,
Everyone,
there are small movements on progressive political fronts that are trying to make it more normal. But generally every parent in America, I'm sure, is like, no, that's not okay.
100%. That needs to be hammered home 100,000 times.
Hold on. Raymond G. Stanley Jr. says Jason Dixon gets credit for AWOLs. That's Jason Dixon who came up with it.
Raymond Stanley Jr., such a stand-up guy. He doesn't want stolen meme valor.
No stolen meme valor in this internet war.
A stand-up guy, that Raymond G. Stanley Jr. Too much to his name, but stand-up guy.
I just think it's funny. Like the back to the original story, Tim Waltz's wife opening the windows to smell the burning tires. These people, in their minds, the city is burning down, and they're celebrating it.
Yeah.
This is a message that I think does way better than calling him Tampon Tim. Figure out what this is, right? They let their city, they let one of their biggest cities burn. The riots persist. This is the governor, and the wife was like, "Smell of burning tires. I wanted to keep the windows open," as if the destruction of businesses and people's lives was something to behold, to celebrate.
This would be such a great line of attack, but it's unfortunate that Trump called Waltz, I think, during the riots and was telling him that he did a good job. And this was a phone call that Waltz recorded with Donald Trump in 2020. And decided to release it now. Allegedly. I want to say allegedly because I have no confirmation. Do we have that? Do we want to
pull up which one?
Pull up Trump talking to Waltz about how good of a job he did with the riots that were happening in his city. George Floyd.
It was on Kamala HQ. They put it out on that.
Oh, did they? Okay.
It was very cut up. It was very edited. It was all cut up. You know, I mean,
Independent has something on it.
I think that's why this will become a poor line of attack. And I think the Harris campaign had this tucked away in their pocket, anticipating this attack.
The audio of the call between Trump and the group of governors. Okay, they just blocked us out. I am not going to do what okay, it's gone. Trump saying he was actually very happy with Waltz's handling of the riots and praised him for bringing the National Guard. I know Governor Waltz is on the phone, and we spoke, and I fully agreed with the way he handled it the last couple of days. Trump said in the call, adding Waltz was an excellent guy. Despite the past praise, Trump has already tried to make Waltz response a campaign point. On Wednesday, he posted a photo of a burning car to Truth Social with the text that read, "Tim Waltz let Minnesota burn. Kamala Harris bailed out the ones who lit the matches." I will tell you this. Now, I'm a reasonable person. I can understand that immediately following an incident, you don't know everything, and you'll have a different view of it.
Yeah.
If now, 4 years later, Trump's like, well, yeah, in the years following, the more information we gathered from it, the more camera angles, the more videos we saw, the more reports we got, I began to realize he actually didn't do that good of a job. That being said, even if Trump praised Waltz's handling of the George Floyd riots, that doesn't change the fact that his wife boasted about how she wanted to smell burning tires in some sadistic pleasure.
Exactly.
Maybe it's because of a lot of my firsthand experience at different riots, but when I was covering the George Floyd riots in New York City in 2020, I don't think Trump did a good job of handling it, let alone this governor.
Trump did a miserable job
of handling all of these riots throughout. He should have sent the National Guard a whole lot earlier throughout the country.
Insurrection Act if he had to do it. And instead, Trump tried to play nice guy. And look what they do to him. They blame him for everything.
Well, that's why he thought Waltz did a good job, because he probably thought he did a good job himself with handling the riots.
And
It's
at
also
the
funny
same
to
time,
think.
it was also diplomatic in a way. You're not going to start slamming him like that right then after the event.
Yeah, I
The
was
country
gonna
was
say,
in turmoil. You can't just start saying, yeah, this guy's horrible. Then somebody goes and attacks Walls. Oh my God, Trump inspired an attack on Tim Walls. You know, you just got to be careful.
And I also think you have to like work with the governors, right? Like maybe Tim Walz didn't do that good of a job, but ultimately there was a lot of chaos going on. And if you're the commander and chief of the country, like you have to decide what battles in those moments are worth fighting.
Exactly. So here's the challenge, right? You know, I've talked to a lot of people in politics for a very, very long time. And I'll get people to say something like, you know, I want to build a social media profile. Like, how do I make an account? And then I always say, how evil do you want to be? And they always go, I don't want to be evil. I'm like, okay, well, there's your problem, because so many of these big YouTube channels, these political accounts, they choose the easy route. Evil, lie, cheat, steal, manipulate. You'll get more views. And we see that. I think the bifurcation in social media is really turning into merit versus cheating. People who want to steal power versus people who want to earn power is becoming a big bifurcation here. So when I look at what's going on politically, you've got one story which we'll get into in a minute. Kamala Harris invites Bon Iver to play an event, so she gets a massive crowd, and then all of these liberal personalities go, "Wow, Kamala Harris's crowds are so big. It's a real video. Look at this." They don't tell you the real context. It's a Bon Iver crowd, not a Kamala Harris crowd. They are lying to manipulate, and so we don't do that. The reason I bring this up: if during the Summer of Love riots, Donald Trump thought like a Democrat, you know what he would have done? If Donald Trump wanted to play this game the way the Democrats play it, he would have ordered law enforcement in front of the White House to stand down. When the rioters tore down the barricades, firebombed the White House grounds, and firebombed St. John's Church, he would have immediately said, "Stand down now. Pull law enforcement out." These are federal law enforcement. Why? He could have said in a statement, the risk to those that are peaceful is too great as the conflict escalates, and we're hoping that by removing police, tensions may de-escalate. What would have happened? They would have burned down a historic church, and they would have probably stormed the White House grounds. And then Trump would have fled to the bunker, got locked in. The next day he'd come out and say, the summer of, the May 29th insurrection was an affront to this country. The far left is a terrorist, is full of terrorist organizations and terrorist individuals. Instead, they said, shut down the protests, send in the police swept them all out. And then they went, okay, we got rid of it. The next day they said Donald Trump was evil. He attacked peaceful protesters and hid in his bunker. See, the thing is, Trump and his people were like, hey, they're firebombing the White House. Stop them, which is the normal thing to do. Democrats take a different approach. They say, we don't need National Guard J6. We'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Police stand outside and say, I don't got orders. It's fine. Cops open the door and wave and take selfies with people, and they say it was an insurrection.
Yeah.
The Democrats pulled the soccer match, whoa, I was nudged, and they fall down and start screaming in pain. And Donald Trump did, his administration and Bill Barr did what normal people would have done.
The Democrats fight like it's a blood sport. We fight like it's a hobby.
No,
we don't fight as well as we do.
I get what you're saying, but I would probably describe it as Democrats use subterfuge and manipulation, and Republicans are I'll put it this way. This could offend a lot of Republicans, but Democrats are ninjas and Republicans are samurai. Easy way to explain it.
What's the?
Yeah, I don't care.
Samurai fight with honor.
Oh, and ninjas are just.
And ninjas don't care. They get a job
your
done.
head off. Yeah.
So there's a really great video you can watch this. Maybe it's a bit esoteric to approach that analogy. There's a really cool video of martial arts training, and it shows like samurai they have rules, whatever it was called. I don't know if Bushido was real or whatever, but it was basically like you fought with honor and with purpose, and the ninjas were just effective to get the job done. And so they carry things. They carry caltrops. I think they're called makibishi, And they also had sand and flour in pouches because they don't care about what you think is right in battle. They just want to win. So there's like you can watch martial arts training where the samurai will fight with a katana and a ninja will, and the ninja will throw soot in his face instantly. Just don't care. Whatever's dirty enough to win will do it. Republicans are approaching elections like this. They're saying, we have the argument on our side. And when everyone comes out and votes, we will win because justice and honor.
Mm-hmm.
And the Democrats are like sneak in the back and bring the box.
I'm saddened by how extremely spot on you were with talking about how to get ahead in the political or media space about being evil. I would call it more like cynical as you could possibly be, and as openly partisan as you could possibly be, because if you care about politics, then you are partisan. You are not a moderate. Like any nuance doesn't sell. You know, you have to play to a crowd. And Joey?
No, I think the Republicans have to fight like Democrats if we want to win. I think we're up against an enemy that is absolutely evil. These people are like subhuman. They will do anything. And we're not fighting them hard enough. We keep losing.
So what's like the number one thing you'd like to change? If you could,
ballot harvesting?
If you could have one prescription to fix this.
So exactly what you said. Exactly what you said, the ballot harvesting. Now, we have to do it legally, right? We have to be legal about what we do. But every dirty trick, they go into the nursing home, they fill out ballots with people. Oh yeah, I'll vote for Trump. Do it. Just do it. Because if these people get in with their dirty tactics, you're not going to have a country to talk about saving.
Well, let's jump to this story from the New York Post. Joe Biden, quote, not confident there will be a peaceful transfer of power in the first interview since dropping out of the race. He says, if Trump wins, no, I'm not. Okay, they should not do this. They should not do this because I've already criticized some conservatives over this. They say, in his first interview since ending his re-election bid, President Biden expressed doubt Wednesday that there would be a peaceful transfer of power if former President Donald Trump loses the 2024 election. Quote, if Trump wins, no, I'm not confident at all. What happened when he said that, because Biden's brain is fried, he said, if Trump wins, I am not confident there will be a peaceful transfer of power, implying he and other Democrats would stop Trump from winning.
Right.
He then immediately said, I mean, if Trump loses, I'm not confident at all. He clarified. A bunch of conservatives then began posting it saying that just the first part, as if to imply that Democrats were going to intervene. You don't need to do that. Jamie Raskin already said he's going to do it.
Yeah,
Kamala Harris is going to be the one counting the votes. So expect it. But for Joe Biden, what he was actually saying is that if Trump loses, Trump supporters will not accept this and there will not be a peaceful transfer of power. However, my question then becomes, what does that imply? Honest question. I'm interested in what you guys are thinking. Because if he's saying Trump lost the election, by what means would there not be a peaceful transfer of power? Is he saying January 6th again?
Yeah, basically he's trying to say that there will be some display of violence because he's trying to set up to basically shut us down. He's trying to set up to do stuff like they do in the UK. You can't talk about this, you can't retweet this, or you're going to have trouble. They want to have a pretext to basically shut us down, speaking, shut us down, demonstrating. That way they can just, because otherwise, what's the difference? You have a wall up at the White House. Kamala can just walk right in, Joe can hand her the power. That's what they're trying.
I think this is so dumb because I think we're confusing ourselves with the rhetoric. When we're talking about a peaceful transfer of power, I thought we were talking about the administration. Like I thought it would be a peaceful transfer of power from Joe Biden to Donald Trump. There will be violence on the streets when anybody's elected. When Donald Trump was elected, there was violence outside his inauguration.
Sure
Are you implying that Joe Biden is saying, I will not let this
No, it just,
Trump?
I'm not understanding exactly. Yeah, exactly. So it's like,
We're talking
when they're
about
saying
Joe Biden,
peaceful,
he doesn't even understand.
when they're saying a peaceful transfer of power, maybe there will be some protests. Maybe there will be some not peaceful protests. I fully anticipate that, but I don't think that's what he means there. So I'm trying to parse that together. Maybe I'm reading into this
He
too
should have
deeply.
said, if Trump wins, we will not go peaceful into that good night. That would have been based. Instead, he's like,
It's always to make Trump and Trump supporters look like they are on the edge of political violence when that has proven, let's look at January 13th, to not be the case. Right? There's this attempted assassination of President Trump. July, sorry. And there's no rioting from anyone.
Did you see that crowd? How they stayed so still?
Yeah.
Nobody came. Nobody. There was
No,
punches.
it's
It was
not
it was beautiful.
what they think
it was
it
so
is.
calm.
And I think part of it is that Joe Biden had to sit on ice for a while. Like he had to, bow out of the campaign. You have to let Kamala, have her moment in the sun. and she immediately becomes aggressive. She's immediately attacking him. Immediately the felon thing comes up. This is a guy who has just survived an assassination attempt. She's immediately back to being aggressive. And now that they're starting to bring Joe Biden back out, he is supposed to be this like older, seasoned statesman who's kind of predicting the future. We know Joe Biden is completely biased and stuff. We know that he has been in the game for if Kamala wins and what his legacy will end up looking like. So it only behooves him to say, you really, it's not just about democracy. It's like, do you want any safety in this country? You gotta really
What if one day you were in DC, you're in the Capitol building, interviewing people, when you stumble across a room and there inside is Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, Donald Trump, and J.D. Vance. And Kamala starts talking about how we need to build a border wall that's super based. And then Trump says it's very honorable for you to play the bad guy, to pretend to be the villain so that we can win and make this country great. How would you feel if it turned out they were intentionally sabotaging? I'm half kidding about the first part.
It's all just a scam, and they don't really care to address the issues they talk about, so they could run on them again.
Well, no, I mean, Tim Walz seems like a losing choice. Why would they do it? What if the reality is they're intentionally trying to lose?
Well, some people are saying that about the J.D. Vance pick. Some people are saying
Trump is trying to lose.
No, that J.D. Vance wasn't the most politically savvy person to pick. J.D. Vance ran under the ticket in Ohio when he won his senator race. I don't think he picked Vance thinking this will earn me the most additional votes.
No, I think it gives him an advantage. I look at the Kamala campaign and I'm just like, are Democrats intentionally just losing?
What else do they have though? What else can they do? What would be the
pick Shapiro?
It could have been Shapiro, but here's the problem. For 3 years, they told us all how much they did not want Kamala. They were talking before, are we even going to keep Kamala as the VP on Joe Biden's ticket? At this point, they put Kamala at the top because the rules of DEI apply. You cannot go, a black woman cannot be thrown to the side for something other than another black woman. Michelle did not want to run, so all you had left was Kamala. At that point, you're trying to salvage it. You're just trying to put it together.
All I know is from now on, I got to go by the name T. Daniel Poole because Tim Walz has ruined the name Tim.
T. Dan's over here. No, I mean, he's not great. I think the Democrats are in a weird position where they expect to win the election, and who they're going to put in place to do so is sort of secondary. I think that's really bad sign for the country. But I think you're right. They were kind of stuck with Kamala Harris, and I think there was a big faction of people who were like, let's just get Joe through the finish line, right? Let's just run Joe and deal with if we need to replace him later. But the reality is that the Democratic Party has a lot of its own internal problems, and they couldn't have matched up a winning pair out of nowhere, especially when they already had obligations to Harris.
I think it sounds like a Republican talking point, but I think it's more than that in how the Democrats used to focus so much on their idealized version of democracy and how important it was. But Kamala Harris didn't win any states in the Democrat primary. Not one person voted for her because she was the VP. And I talked to a lot of different voters about this at Kamala Harris's rally, and they'd say, oh, no, we did vote for her when she was the VP. But nobody, what's the whole point of the primary process if just at the end of the day the Democrats can anoint somebody new and not even have an open convention about it? So while the Democrats will constantly talk about democracy, or it seems they started ditching talking about it as a catchphrase, but it's like where's the democracy here in your primary at all? We went through this entire long, expensive process to what end? To just get swapped out real quick because you're obviously going to lose. But
also,
I guess democracy stays in the dump if politics.
One of our super chatters is saying that we sell coffee, but we should sell Timcast tampons in light of the politics of it to merchandise.
I think the audience is.
Then you would be tampon Tim.
The audience is mostly male. I don't think we need male.
This way, they could get gifts for their wives and girlfriends.
I like that.
No, but not.
Get your wife a tampon. Here, buy.
I know
tampons for
you were going to say something
wife.
serious, Joey.
No, I don't even remember what I was talking about.
We're talking about democracy and how that used to be a catchphrase of the Democrats, but
it's not coming
primary
back.
system doesn't matter now because you could just get swapped out at the last minute.
Well, what I was also saying is they know that Kamala would not have been able to go through a 2-year election season. They know Kamala Harris would have broken down.
She's already breaking down.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
so
crazy.
they're like, we can probably get her through 90 days. They could not have gotten her to 360 days. Remember the last time she ran, right? Remember the last Democrat primary? She didn't even make it to Iowa. The media loved her. They wanted her back in 2020. Nobody wanted Biden originally. Kamala was the chosen one. She couldn't do it.
What if the October surprise is like a total public mental breakdown? Like she's walking to her car and people are asking her questions and then she just grabs her head and she's like, ah! And she like drops to her knees and she just loses it.
She's used to that position, but I'll stop.
That's the second time we've made a joke about that.
We did
Her whole
swap Biden out, but I still think we need to focus on him still being the president of the United States. And I don't understand. It sounds like a Republican talking point, but I don't understand how somebody can't be your nominee but can still be the acting president of the United States.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. There are people who only want to be a one-term president. I don't think. I mean,
is he cognizant enough to continue his
I think
race?
they are separate questions. I think that there are you don't have to seek re-election to still be able to be the president. That being said, I think there are obviously declines in Joe Biden's health and mental fitness. So maybe in this case, yes, we should question that. But I don't necessarily think because you don't want to be reelected that doesn't mean.
I think it's odd that we were just satisfied with just the swap after everything we saw, and that seemed to just tame everybody.
I wanted Biden to keep running, team.
In different countries, if a president is a lame duck, they will step down and allow their underling to finish out their term, so they could campaign on that and kind of look like an incumbent.
I think Joe Biden
Or a
would
different
have
system.
dropped out if he could have. I think he got. I mean, really, I think the debate performance. There were a lot of questions about his viability as candidate before the debate. The debate was just fatal to him. And then, the way Trump rallied after the assassination attempt and the fact that it was right before the RNC and the RNC was a really strong moment. Like, there was a reason Biden left the campaign the Sunday after all of that. And to that end, I think Joe Biden left with the compromise that he was going to finish out his presidential term because all the messaging was he's served his country and he's allowing the party to rally and whatever else.
It's a legacy play.
He does not want to give it up. He never wanted to give it up, and part of that is power and ego.
So we got these tweets. Kamala Harris is currently speaking, and she's being protested. She's saying that you're going to help Donald Trump win. Check out this clip.
Tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations. He intends to cut Social Security and Medicare. He intends to surrender our fight against the climate crisis, and he intends to end the Affordable Care Act. You know what? If you want Donald Trump to win, then say that. Otherwise, I'm speaking.
Wow.
I actually don't think that's a very
Yeah, you might not acknowledge protesters.
They were chanting, Kamala, Kamala, you can't hide. We won't vote for genocide.
Good, don't vote.
This is why they couldn't pick Josh Shapiro.
Right.
Imagine what the protesters would be doing if he was on stage.
No, that's a misnomer. They will protest her regardless if
I'm
Josh Shapiro
saying
is
the
the picker.
protesters would have been bigger.
No, I don't.
This is great though. She just totally dismissed them. Look at her dismissing them.
And this is her trying to be like, I'm a girl.
I'm tough, but she's doing this to her own people.
And
This is going to split the
She
party.
looked
Very good.
nervous to me. I mean, she looked
She's
nervous.
terrified.
It gets better. We have another clip. I haven't heard this yet. Let's play it.
Hold on. You know what? Hold on. Here's the thing. The courts are going to handle that. We're going to beat them in November.
Oh, she put her black accent on for that.
She shook.
The courts
shook up.
because she didn't like that they were yelling, "Lock them up." She's trying to tamp up. The courts are going to handle that. You run the courts.
Yeah, she does.
Family friendly.
So she's already getting protested. I gotta say, I don't think she handled that well.
No, it's gonna blow back on her because you just dismissed the concerns of your pro-Gaza people, and that's gonna hurt her. We need to make sure we throw that in their faces so they remember Kamala does not care about your concerns with the Israel-Gaza war. Throw that in their faces over and over. We gotta just fight with anything we got.
I don't think the strategy of the right is to try and act like the left because, and I only clarify this, you certainly can't go, oh, how dare she dismiss the pro-Gaza people. No,
you can't say it directly, but you just need to target it to these people. You can do targeted.
I still think that's a from the left. What the left would have to do. The strategy for the right is really, really simple. When Tim Walz is like, JD Vance is just weird. He's a weird guy. You go, Okay, do you have a plan for the economy? Because I don't know what that means. I mean, hey, my family's struggling to pay their bills right now. Can you tell me something else? The attack should be childish bickering doesn't get us anywhere. But you can't just say it like that. It doesn't work. Politically, if you were doing a debate with Tim Walz and he was like, well, J.D. Vance and Trump are weird, and you went, this is childish bickering, you can't, no. You have to be confused and go, look, man, I don't know. I'm just trying to get the cost of milk, bread, and eggs down.
Vance has to respond by saying, like, that doesn't bother me. What bothers me is the fact that American families can't handle their grocery bills, that they're struggling to make ends meet. You could talk all day long about what you think of me, but I'm actually here for the American
Well, and the funny thing is they're using the weird attack, but these are people that literally have transgenders and drag queens as their whole party.
But again, this is a mistake the right keeps making. That means nothing to the average person. If you go to a regular, like, you go to the suburbs and you say that to them, and they're going to go, huh?
You're right. They don't.
Weird works. Weird works. You go, no, they're more weird. They're going to go, you people are children.
Good point.
If there is a middle-aged mother and father, and they're sitting down being like, we don't know who to vote for, and then Tim Walz and the Democrats are like, well, Trump and J.D. Vance are just plain weird. You know, they're weird. If you then say, coming from the party of transgender, blah, 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 those two people sitting in those benches are going to go, the husband's going to go, honey, I still don't know what's going on. But if you respond with, excuse me, there are people in this audience who have deep concerns about how they're going to pay their bills. They're living paycheck to paycheck. Take the weird stuff. I don't care what you think. My plan is X, Y, and Z. And then they're going to go, I like that. That made no sense to me. Mm-hmm. These personal attacks, like Tampon Tim, doesn't mean anything to the voters. Democrats, let me stress this. Kamala has no campaign positions. None. Kamala and Walz on their website list nothing. They are begging Republicans say Tampon Tim because it means Republicans are offering nothing in return. They're saying, well, you call us weird, we'll call you Tampon Tim. And that means the only thing you're going to get are voters based on who they hate more. However, you want to win over a bunch of moderates? Guess what? 2-1. Independent voters in this country think the economy is bad and getting worse. Democrats think the economy is good and it's getting better. Don't ask me why, but they do. So the attack there is really easy for Trump to just be like, the economy is not doing too well. I know you guys are hurting. I'm going to enact these plans. Trump has been doing that. That's the play. But I think the unfortunate thing is Democrats are really good at they're really good at getting the lowest common denominator. That's why they get Von Iver to play the Kamala event.
True.
This is why at Occupy Wall Street they lied and claimed Radiohead was coming to play. It worked. Like 3,000 people showed up. Dumb as a box of rocks. Oh, Radiohead playing? They all fell for it. Sorry, those people are dumb. Not everyone in this country is dumb. I'm saying those people were, and Democrats exploit that. Republicans think they're going to come out and do the same thing Democrats are doing. It's not going to work. It's getting to a pissing contest. All that happens every gets covered in piss. How about this? When the Democrats want to have a pissing contest, you show up with umbrellas. And you say, I got an umbrella. Vote for me. It's yours. And they're going to be like, I'll take it because this is nuts.
Yeah, it would be nice to see, anytime they call J.D. Vance weird, if he's just like, your campaign is 18 days old and you have no platforms. Like, we are this many days out from the election and you guys have not presented a single platform.
$300 grocery bill is weird for a family of 4 every week.
Right.
That's all they should do. Is they should get the average grocery bill prices on a big board and put it right behind them anytime they do a public event and be like, Kamala's vice president.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think she has any public positions, but the way Trump should be attacking him, and the media is complicit in her not having any positions because they don't question her on it, is that she's Joe Biden. And that's what we should expect. And I think that's how people should be attacking her. What?
Let's just call Kamala
Joe Biden. Yeah. I mean,
what's real is her other identity.
Yeah,
She thinks she's a black.
And I think that's how we should understand her.
Yeah, I mean, if she's not going to present her own vision for what her administration would look like, then you have to look to the records that she put her names on, which are her time as a prosecutor, which is deeply controversial, especially among progressives, and her time as part of the Joe Biden administration, which, I mean, I just don't think Americans are particularly happy with the state of the country. I think you could go back. This is one of the things that I thought Trump did really well during the first debate, which is just to go back to the most important issues of all time, the economy. Just saying, like, these are the things that are bothering Americans. We need to talk about them. Don't get distracted by any kind of personal, weird, or why are you sitting like that, or whatever they're trying to come up with distraction because they're children. They're acting like middle school mean girls. Just talk about what Americans want to hear about, which is like the crisis that face them every day, the things that make it difficult for them to sit down at the kitchen table and plan their futures because they're burdened by so much fear about their economic future and also about the safety of their families.
So there are some people in the chat saying, no, Tim, you got to go high road and low road. And there are others saying Tim only wants to not insult Tim Waltz because it hits him too. Fair point. No, I'm kidding. I don't care. Call him Tampon Tim. The low road is not their mud pile, their mud pit, okay? Democrats want to get the conservatives in the arena of mudslinging because it convinces no one of anything. Like I was saying, you got some middle-aged dad being like, I got 2 daughters, man. I'm living paycheck to paycheck. I work 40 hours. I'm trying to pick up extra shifts. I'm trying to work overtime, and I'm still struggling to make ends meet. And what do they see? You're weird. No, you're weird. You're weird. You're weirder than me. And he's like, I don't know, man. I still. That's why I'm saying low road is going to be something more the effect of a counter to the weird narrative that doesn't just say the same thing back at them. High road is when you respond with, look, call me weird. My policies to help you get through, to increase your wages and get prices down will be X, Y, and Z. That's high road. Low road would be more like, you're calling me weird? You're the guy who did X, Y, and Z and did this thing and that thing and bad thing, and you're the reason this guy can't pay his bills. You want to go low, you want him to blow the belt, then you actually make them the problem, make them the fault. High road is the honorable, let me convince you why I'm right. Low road in this regard would be like, Kamala Harris personally went to your house and kicked your dog. That's low road, not just saying weird. Tell the people how Kamala Harris has hurt them. Just make it all their fault. There you go.
Well, I think low road is when you purposefully spread and elevate misinformation about other candidates.
Well, no, that's middle road.
I mean, that's what the Democrats are really doing with J.D. Vance and the couch stuff, because a lot of the weird, which
Tim Walz repeated.
Walz referenced that in the Philly rally too, which is particularly gross, and a lot of the weird stuff stems from that. But like to purposefully spread. It's being really cynical because this stuff actually works, and it does make J.D. Vance sound weird and kind of silly. And now J.D. Vance can't address it either, because then if he addresses it, he's kind of elevating this misinformation.
Imagine him saying that, no, I did not have sex with my couch.
Yeah, you Streisand affected.
Don't talk about that.
So that's really the low road or evil road that we're actually seeing play out. Beyond the weird stuff it's underlined by a lot of this purposefully spread misinformation.
Yeah, and Walz started the weird attack. He was the absolute birth of that attack.
Was he though? I don't believe it.
I don't like how Democrats are giving crazy credit for it. Like, I called him weird, but how?
But I think it started with him. He's the first big official that said they're creepy and they're weird. They're not these scary fascists.
Weird thing to give him credit for that.
No, I feel like
one word to call him.
He picked it up and amplified it, but I really think that was started by
probably started on the online lab.
Yeah. Girl in an office who's working on one of these campaigns. Maybe I'm wrong, and you guys should give me your perspective on this. But I think the other thing that would work, when you say we should fight like them, the thing is they already know their style of fighting, and so you can't really, you're always going to be worse in interpretation of trying to do what they're doing. And I actually think one of the things the Trump campaign did well was to have a very positive message, like we are going to get back on track. There is hope. Things are going to get better. And in contrast, both the Biden-Harris campaign and the Harris-Walz campaign have been strictly negative. Fear them. They're going to do bad things.
Yeah, we won't.
We have to lock them. We won't go back. It's very negative. I would actually like to see more positivity coming from the Trump campaign because they did it well. I mean, this positive, uplifting, things are dark right now. We got to get to the polls, but there is a future. I think a lot of Americans really want to hear that message.
Let's jump to the story from SCNR. Kamala Harris surges ahead of Trump in national and electoral college polling. Poli-sci professor told SCNR Biden shows clear signs of aging. The public viewed him as too old to be effective. Kamala Harris does not have this problem. And Frank Luntz has predicted that Kamala Harris right now would win, saying, make no mistake, Trump's advantage with the Republican convention after that ended is gone. It's wiped away. And if the election were held today, I actually believe that Harris would beat Trump. That's how much things have changed in the last 2 weeks. Harris leads Trump by 0.5 point in the RCP polling average, and several key battleground states have the two essentially tied. Luntz also pointed out, with a little more than 3 months to go before the November 5th election, the contest is up for grabs. I would also add that the the betting markets are favoring Kamala Harris in the swing states. So, guys, you better go register voters. You better do everything you have to do. Otherwise, I hate to break it to you, you're going to have a president with no campaign policies or policy positions who was installed and not a single person voted for. This would be the end of the Republic. And I'm not trying to be cute. I am saying if Kamala Harris wins, it will be, I believe it will be the first anti-popular president without any mandate from the masses in any way. Because we can go back and we can look at, Gerald Ford, for instance, right? He became president because of, what was it? JFK was never elected. He was a VP. He wasn't under JFK, was he? No. Lyndon Johnson was. No. How did Gerald Ford become president?
I think he was a VP first.
I don't think he got elected.
The president got assassinated, I believe, and then he was a VP.
No, I think it was Nixon resigned and Ford had to step up. It was Nixon.
You're right. Nixon resigned, and Gerald Ford becomes president. But this is a standard process. This is a guy who actually campaigned on a ticket with Nixon. They won. He gets elected, and then he fulfills his duty. If Kamala Harris gets elected president, it will be the first president who is installed by a party without a mandate from the masses and has no policies for the country.
Yeah.
No mandate from the country.
I think the Democrats were extremely shrewd how they played this past 2 crazy months of a news and political cycle. They did it extremely effectively and kind of stole a lot of momentum that the Republicans had going into their convention. So we had the Trump assassination attempt. That was probably the day where Trump was most popular. And the coming days after that, with all of the people coming together, this was after the Joe Biden debate where Joe Biden performed extremely poorly. Trump was getting that boost from the convention. But this was all while behind the scenes, the Democrats were replacing Joe Biden, and that was exciting and motivating so many of those Democrats. And now we're seeing that boost after Joe Biden is being replaced on the ticket by Kamala Harris.
They had to wait till after the campaign, because that way Trump was locked into a VP pick. All the excitement for Trump was, the big events were over, right? The RNCs, arguably the biggest event, that ended. So now let's drop the bomb. We're going to put Kamala in. And now all the momentum, the traditional momentum is with her. You have the DNC next. It's going to be a vibes and worship fest. They're going to have every celebrity. You're probably going to drag Taylor Swift out of Vienna if they don't blow her up before. And she's going to go and do this big
The Republicans hit their stride too early with
It was the only way
debate.
the media could turn the news cycle, right?
And they did a great job
Joe
of
Biden
it.
out, because after that 10-day period, let's say, like the pressure was already on after the debate. That late June debate, Joe Biden was looking so weak, but he was not willing to go. Every day after the assassination of going to the RNC, that you got these stronger images of Trump. Not just the standing up on the stage and like putting his fist up and that like swell of USA chanting, him coming to the RNC with the bandage on his ear, like all of the things that happened there, the moments that he had with Corey Compatore's uniform jacket, like these were, I think, really big moments for the country that I think could have been points of unity. And the Democrats knew there was no way for them to message and say, like, yes, we need to turn down political rhetoric or political tension, because they need that. That's the only way they can compel their voters.
Their whole thing is Trump is Hitler.
It was huge momentum for the Republicans based off those 3 events: the debate, the assassination attempt, then the convention. And the Democrats stole all of that thunder by having the biggest news story of the past decade, probably, of a presumptive nominee being swapped out. And then the focus became Kamala Harris following that. And it's been Kamala Harris since then.
Yeah.
So obviously we
I think that's
more time.
They added so much pressure to Biden. The only thing that they could do was get him to drop out and to put Kamala in charge to regain control of the news cycle. Otherwise, all we would have been talking about to this day, like how we haven't talked about the FBI's conversations about Thomas Crooks. We haven't talked about this in a long time because they have been able to single-handedly say we're talking about Kamala now.
They
Nothing
set
else
the
matters.
news cycle, and they do a great job of it. And now Kamala is the only topic of conversation.
The Democrats are
Someone
so
has no
excited.
policies.
No policy, and was hated.
It's all vibes. It's all vibes and what she represents as a black woman, as a woman of color, and the Democrats are hitting their stride. Kamala Harris is gaining all the momentum right now because the Democrats felt like they were in a rut. They felt like they were screwed over by Joe Biden. They were burdened by him. He was a ball and chain to them. Now they feel like they are just unburdened by Joe Biden, and they have a candidate who in their eyes thinks represents their voters and helps represents the issues that they're focused on.
And that's why she doesn't want it to be.
And that's why the Democrats are hitting their stride. And that's why Frank Luntz is saying, it looks like Harris might have the...
Well, and you had an interesting interview because you were at the rally that I liked with, there was a guy that you spoke to, he said, like, why do you support Kamala? And he was like, oh, well, I think it's really, really important that we have, you know, the first female black president. And I think that's a good idea. And you kind of pushed him on it. You were like, hey, man, what does that mean? Can you explain that to me a little bit more? Like, why is this important? And it sort of was nothing. Like, it was just, well, it's important that people feel represented.
It's like, oh, if a woman becomes president, therefore, you
People
know,
think they
we've
can't.
overcome all the bigotry towards women.
No,
If a black person becomes president, you know, the country's no longer racist, which can't be true because Obama was president and Democrats still say our country's racist. So no matter what we do, we're tarnished by the poison of racism, even if, well, I guess he was only half, and it wouldn't work with Kamala.
Kamala's
She's
less
also
than
only
half. Kamala's less than half. She's like, no, there's nothing there. And she specifically says, so this whole thing about the first black female president, you got to ask these black voters, what has Kamala said she's going to do for the black community? She literally laughed at that question. She laughs at everything, so that's not the biggest deal. But she laughed and said, well, I'm going to just focus on things that are good for all the people, which is a right answer, right? That's the right answer technically. That's not the answer that people want to hear.
Many black voters are mostly
There's no black
with
agenda.
representation.
There's no black agenda.
And whatever the Democrats are doing, they're clearly doing it the right way, and they're very effective at it with the black community.
Yeah.
And
the only
whatever they're
message-
doing an effective job at dominating the black community.
It's just terror. It's terror. They're terrifying them.
To an outrageous degree. I think Joe Biden won next to 90%, something close to 90% of the black vote. Numbers that sound ridiculous, sound outlandish, sound made up.
Well, they convinced them Trump's a racist. They said, and then the Project 2025. Nobody even knows what that means anymore. That's just thrown out at any, oh yeah, well, things are going to be bad. Project 2025. Nobody knows what.
On Project 2025, Democrats might not know what's in it, but they fearmonger about it very effectively. I spoke to many people yesterday at Kamala Harris's Philadelphia rally where I wouldn't mention it, they would mention it as one of their biggest concerns. So it is sort of the Democrats' DEI or CRT from past elections, if you will. It's become the new scapegoat phrase to attack.
Yeah,
there isn't something.
And we can't win on that. We can't win on talking about Project 2025. We just can't. We have to get it back to the issues. And we will. I think we will. As soon as she has to debate him, it's going to be pretty different.
Maybe Trump will deal a second knockout blow to the next. We'll see who's up after Kamala.
She
They're
won't.
going to swap Kamala out after the next debate.
The same thing she did tonight, which is to go, I'm speaking. She's
Yeah.
going to wait for
If she does,
She's going to have a female moment.
If she does angry black woman at the debate, America does not like that. This is not a Medea movie. Like, it's not going to work.
You say that, but the media will praise her.
Oh, the media
She
will.
did this with Pence, right?
I'm speaking.
I'm speaking.
I'm speaking. And the media loved it, but it doesn't come off well. It just doesn't come off well. You're talking about middle American votes. You're talking about votes in the Midwest.
None of this matters.
This is not going to work.
None of that matters. Ballot harvesting matters.
It's true. It's who counts these votes. It's really all it is. I saw a ballot box in D.C. today. Why do we still have ballot boxes? We don't have COVID anymore. Why do we still have these things? Like, and we've done nothing about election integrity. With that being said, I still think we win it. I really do. I still think Trump wins this. But we've got to get smart. And once we're in, we've got to use every bit of that power for these 4 years to hold back what they're trying to do to us. Because God knows if she gets in, she's not Joe Biden. This woman is going to have a competent team, and she is going to push the most radical agenda that anyone in this country can even conceive of. And if we don't push back in the 4 years that we may get now, we're going to have nothing by the time.
Well, I mean, if an installed candidate ends up winning, it just gives Democrats what they've been hoping for a very long time: Chinese communist-style governance.
Yeah.
The party decides who's going to lead the country, and everyone else just falls in line or else.
And did you see his little thing today, Walls? It was from the past where he says, well, free speech and all, but misinformation cannot be tolerated, and disinformation cannot be tolerated. They're literally Marxists. It's MAGA versus Marxism.
And he
That's
said
what we
that
are.
as a guy who was spreading misinformation about J.D. Vance and
about his own
shipping the
service
country.
record, this psychopath.
So
he's a pedophile.
super cynical. We're going back to this about succeeding in politics and just being as cynical as you could possibly be.
What do you think J.D. Vance should do on the debate stage? Because presumably he will debate Walz.
Flaunt his record as a veteran as a contrast to Waltz's lack of and not actually stolen valor, but talking about being in combat.
I think he should act like a statesman, because Walls is going to try to put on this folksy act like he's some man of the people. I think Vance needs to just literally just be very, very statesmanlike.
Do VPs even matter? Who gives a nobody's getting excited over. I don't think over JD or Waltz. It's all about Kamala and Trump.
I mean, look, Kamala's got no staying power. Waltz has got no staying power. JD Vance has a little bit. Trump has a lot. If this election were literally the two of them, you take 10 people, you put them in a room, you get Kamala and Waltz and Trump and Vance, and then you ask people to vote. They're voting for Trump and Vance, no question. Done instantly. It's gonna be unanimous, 100%.
Trump feels like a president.
This is not what the election is. Right? The election is going to be blue areas that are in cults, red areas with a lot of voters. All the same will just rubber stamp R, no matter who it is, and then Democrats are like that. Okay, so that's locked. You've got D plus 30s, R plus 30s. All we got to do now is ballot harvest the rest. This election is going to come down to the infrastructure and mechanisms by which Republicans are prepared to win. That's it.
Yeah.
That's why Trump lost in 2020, because Zuckerbucks and all the rest of them had a quote-unquote shadow campaign, they called it, which was the mechanism and infrastructure by which they get more numbers than the Republicans do.
It's all about Pennsylvania, baby, and the Democrats didn't pick the popular governor from Pennsylvania, so I hope that'll be their fatal flaw in all this. So.
It would be funny if it was that they just couldn't put a Jew on the ticket that brought them down in the end. That would be pretty ironic.
Yeah, Republicans need Pennsylvania, and they lost it the past
It would be great to have it.
I also think Pennsylvania is a weird state for Democrats because Netanyahu went to high school there, right? I mean, like there are
He
things.
did?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I had no
I mean,
idea.
it's not
Where'd
like-
he go? Penn?
High school. I don't know where.
And then I think he also went to MIT and did a stint at Harvard, but
Yeah, he
there's
was
a large
actually-
Jewish
yeah.
community in Pennsylvania.
But we can do it without Pennsylvania if we do Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, and Wisconsin. So there is a path without it.
Different
Pennsylvania
paths.
would be great. Pennsylvania would be the best. But, it's hard because you got Philadelphia, and Philadelphia is just so rife with bad election policies and bad drop boxes and all the. It's just hard to win when you have Philadelphia in the mix. I think it can be done, but it's going to be tough. Scott Bressler's doing a great job.
Oh, shout out to
He's doing
He
incredible.
moved there.
He literally moved. I mean, I'm from Pennsylvania. My mother lives in Montgomery, which is kind of a swing county. Even my mother, God forgive her, she's not all in on Trump. She's voting for Trump. I mean, it would be very hard to not with me as a son. But it's just a lot of these women in that area, they're like, oh, well, he says weird things and Kamala's so different. She's a woman. She's this. You have to break that conditioning. You have to break that conditioning of these people. I don't know how you do it in
Well, I
90
think
days.
if you talked about messaging, right? If we just compared records, like we've done this a couple times tonight. I mean, crime is worse in Minnesota under Waltz, right?
Yes.
You want crime to be worse everywhere because apparently these two people don't think that, this is a serious issue. Kamala Harris was donating to or like supporting funds to get rioters out of prison. Let's go back and look at the school issues, right? Like there are ways to say, like, it's fine. You don't like Trump's personality. You think Vance is, an incel, I guess, even though he has kids. I don't, whatever the.
It's weird, and she took his couch.
Okay,
That's what
fine. Whatever his issue is, like, fine. But look at the way they voted. Look at the policies that they've
Yeah.
enacted in comparison to this.
And
If
the
you
border.
just- right.
The border issue.
I think
They're
you
going
have
to
to
come
work on
into
it.
your community. They're going to rape your daughters. They're going to do this. They're going to take all the resources. You have to focus on the violent crime that they're going to do. That scares the hell out of suburban women, scares the hell out of everybody because these people are literally, look at Europe. That's what I always say. Look at Europe. You tried this experiment of great migration. I spend a lot of time in Europe, okay? I literally see it in these places. These are the cradle to civilization where we're supposed to be able to show the greatest things that we've done. And you have these disgusting third world creatures running around, ruining it, ripping things apart, burning things down, graffiti on everything. Europe looks like a mess. Let them understand that America is going to be just like that, but it's coming to the suburbs, and it is.
One last point on your mother.
We're on super chats.
Oh, real quick. One last point on your mother. Or was it your grandmother
We're
who said
talking
she was?
about mother.
Yeah, my mother.
No, I think I know we're continuing to be polarized along gender lines. And as much as we like to pretend that representation doesn't matter to people, that is seeing somebody in office in a position of a person who so-called looks like them is important to people. Women do want to see, and it is important for many women to see a female in that role, and we'll vote for them because of that. So we can pretend representation isn't a big issue for most people, but it's very important to people consciously and subconsciously. So
We're going to go to Super Chat. So if you haven't already, would you kindly smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with all of your friends, and head over to timcast.com, click Join Us, become a member to support the show and all the work we do and all of our other shows. Without you guys as members, this would not be possible. And so we really do appreciate it. Let's read your Super Chat. Atomic Patriot says, yo. Raymond G. Stanley Jr. says, I served in the Marine Corps Infantry. I was lucky to not see combat. Lucky. I would never say I was a combat vet when I wasn't. I'm not a lying pig. Shout out.
Raymond G. Stanley
And it's
Jr.
pretty-
has a lot of integrity.
Yeah.
Great viewer.
And I think it's true for a lot of branches.
Yeah, he
I
works
know
I met him on our trip.
for the Marines in particular, like whether or not you see combat, from what I know from them, is a big deal. I mean, this is meaningful to voters.
Yeah.
Corey Anderson says, Tim, thank you for hiring Mary Morgan. She makes Pop Culture Crisis fun and vibrant. Shout out to Brett. Watch Pop Culture Crisis. That is one of our other shows. So go to popculturecrisis.com. And I will say this, if you enjoy Pop Culture Crisis, they got like 130,000 subscribers. Show's been doing really well. Then thank you all for being members, for making it all possible. Because you guys are members, we're able to make investments in other shows. The idea with Pop Culture Crisis was really simple. Mary and Brett know a ton about this stuff. They're both great personalities. And we want to have shows for people that aren't 100. Like, this show is heavy news. All we're doing is saying Kamala every fifth word. Pop Culture Crisis is going to talk to you about movies, video games, and TV shows and things like that. But you're not getting woke weirdos who are doing it. So that was all thanks to members who helped make something like that possible. And it's fantastic. We're really grateful that you guys helped. Mud Romper says, greeting the land of rocks and cows. In rural Minnesota, we embrace the name Walt gave us, just like you embrace the weird. Shirts, flags, and whatnot emblazoned with his name for his enemies. He said, but just full of rocks and cows. That's what he told people. The rural Minnesota thing there. All right, let's grab some more Super Chats. April says, hi, Tim. I hope you addressed some of Joey's comments last week regarding Kyle Rittenhouse. Been watching since 2020, and I love what you guys do. Hashtag Trump 2024. I don't remember exactly what you said, but we talked about how when Kyle Rittenhouse said he wasn't going to vote for Trump, that a bunch of people started piling on and what do you call it? Struggle session.
Struggle session. Call it that.
Can we get a refresh?
So he said he's going to support
it was a
Ron Paul or something, which was just ridiculous.
Because he's got never Trumpers whispering in his ear.
Yeah, you got 2 million followers. You got to be careful with a platform like that. And I understood later, somebody called me and explained he's got very bad people surrounding him that are just absolutely so
that poor kid.
But I think us piling on him is why he then turned around, in my opinion, because he's like, okay, I'm going to lose everything I got. I better shut up here and get on the right side. Maybe breaks him apart from those people that were putting that stuff in his ear.
I don't. I think what happens now is the people who are actually, they're going to say, you see how evil these Trump supporters are? You see how nasty they are? We were right, weren't we? He's going to go, you're right.
You think so?
Yep, 100%.
How old is Rittenhouse now?
Kyle Rittenhouse does not feel good having people attack him in mass on social media. Nobody does. And so he's surrounded by never Trumpers who have been telling him likely that Trump supporters are cultists and that Trump's bad on 2A, you can't support him. Then they started showing him all this stuff that was that claimed Trump was anti-2A. And then Kyle was like, wow, that's really bad. And they're like, you should make a video about it if you feel that way. He said, okay. Then when all the Trump supporters bombard him, these never Trumpers who are still there are like, we were right, told you. And he's going, yeah. And he's saying, like, I had to put it up because they wouldn't leave me alone.
But he wants a career. He wants to continue a career. I don't think he would go that way.
I don't think Kyle Rittenhouse wants to be in politics.
No?
No.
I think he's so young and naive and, like, not the smartest guy. Got thrust into a crazy situation that he sort of put himself in, and now is struggling to navigate.
Yeah, he told us this. He came on the show. He was like, I'm not a political guy. I don't know anything about this stuff.
He's not a smart guy generally. Like, he's not the sharpest guy. I've listened to him talk multiple times. I've covered multiple events where he's speaking and stirs up drama as a result of that. He doesn't know what he's doing, and he's not aware of how people and organizations are using him.
Yeah.
He's been used as an anti-BLM symbol constantly, and he's been advertised as such, although he wouldn't describe himself as such. So, like, there's a lot of conflict and issue of who he is actually, how he represents himself, and then what he says. So he's not a smart. He's young and has a lot of maturing.
What bugged me was the support, though, because most of MAGA did donate. A lot of people donated to that fund for him that got him a great defense. And you know how it goes. Your lawyer is who keeps you out of jail. If you have a good lawyer, you stay out of jail. You have a bad lawyer, probably not going to stay out of jail. We got him. MAGA got
Yeah,
him
the
a great
other
lawyer.
The other guy took a plea deal and went to jail, didn't he?
I believe
His buddy?
Yeah, I believe he
It's
did.
so funny.
So
they
you-
were like, it's not actually illegal for him to have a gun. The other guy's like, I went to jail for it.
Yeah. So what bugged me most was like, you got all this money from MAGA to keep yourself safe, and now, okay, I'm going to vote for Ron Paul.
But this is why the right loses.
You think?
Because the Never Trumpers are playing Democrat games. They're lying to Kyle Rittenhouse and manipulating some with 2 million followers to get advocacy for their stupid hatred of Trump. And then the right walks up to the gates and just screams as loud as they can. And it's like anybody who's playing chess is going to defeat anybody playing with checkers pieces. So if their plan was, I got an idea. How can we make it so that Kyle Rittenhouse never likes Trump supporters and hates Trump for the rest of his life? Well, it's not so easy to do, right? What if we get this? Let's tell him that the real issue with Trump is not that Trump's bad, but that Trump's not good on 2A and Trump the bump stock ban. Then we'll get all the Trump supporters like Cat Turd and Joey. They're going to rip him to shreds, and then we're going to use that as proof. I've talked about this with how the Democrats do it. They invite college kids down to a peaceful protest, or they say stupid things like Radiohead's playing at Occupy Wall Street. Normies show up. Then the left intentionally instigates a fight with the cops, so the cops beat the normies. Then when the normies get injured or arrested, the activists go, see, aren't police evil? And then these normies are like, I didn't even do anything. I was just standing and the cops were hitting me. And they're going, yeah, it was the cops' fault. And then they arrested you? Wow. And that's how you turn people into far leftists. They notoriously, during Occupy Wall Street and the subsequent protests, they intentionally create mass arrest scenarios. They want this to happen because the organizers are in the jail. The people who are scared and have no idea what's going on are locked in a cell, shoulder to shoulder, sweating and filthy all overnight. And the protest organizers say, we love you. Let's sing songs together so we all feel better. Take my phone number. That way you can help us. Don't you see how evil the police are? So
I'm trying to understand what Joey did. You ostracized him. You commented, told him that it was dumb to not.
I tweeted some things basically that were just, it was ridiculous and we shouldn't take this kid seriously. And I attack people. If you
it doesn't sound like if you're a public figure, you're also not beyond criticism and especially harsh
Kyle
criticism.
is barely. And so the issue is he got 2 million followers.
No, he can't barely be.
He is barely a public figure. He doesn't. He struggles to speak at events. He has no idea what he's talking about.
He goes out and is paid to speak at public events.
Yeah, terribly. I'm not trying to be mean to him. Like he's a kid who he does it. He was thrust into a situation. He had no idea what was going on. He didn't understand politics. He didn't understand what was happening around him or why the riots were going on. He was trying to help the rioters and provide medical attention. He was completely out of what was going on.
Out of his depth. I mean,
He was brought his first aid to
I didn't know that. Wow.
Right. And so then they try to put him in prison because the rioters tried to kill him. He wins, and we celebrate justice being served. This poor young man in this position didn't do this. He's a public figure only because the left tried to murder him. That guy who had the handgun and was going to shoot him and then lamented that he didn't do it on social media. Kyle Rittenhouse is the only public figure he survived. And then from that, it doesn't mean he has any idea what he's talking about. He does have 2 million followers. And so if you're a Never Trumper and you know that Republicans are terrible at this stuff, you put the Democrat in. Get them to make a tweet, and then invariably when the Republicans and play the full hardcore, we're going to attack Kyle Rittenhouse and make him feel bad. Now they're sitting there going like, man, that's so awful what happened to you. We told you it was going to happen. We told you the Trump supporters were nasty. We told you it's a cult. And Kyle's going to be more now pushed to the middle and pushed away from Trump.
I think he's very impressionable, very naive, and I think he has a lot of people around him telling him a lot of different things, and that he's out of his depth.
He needs to clear those people out around him. I mean,
For a fact, he's surrounded by Never Trumpers.
Well, he was working with Turning Point for a while too, where they were taking him on tour.
I think Kyle's biggest challenge is that he did have to be 17, right? He's not like, let's say, Riley Gaines, who was already pretty specialized in swimming, and she was already in college. She was a little bit older, a little mature when she first developed, not by choice, but she was thrust into a position where she said, I'm going to speak out about this issue, and has kind of built herself a career off of that. Kyle was so young when this happened that I remember at one point, I don't remember who said this to, someone I had talked to, he said, like, didn't Arizona State University, like, rescind his admission? Like, there is a certain point where he is a public figure, and I think people wanted him to be something that he was not naturally. I think it's sort of ridiculous to be like, he's not saying the thing that he should be. And I get to your point. He has a big platform and people look to him as a symbol. But the reality is that he is a young guy who is still actually developing his way in the world. And he is not the person that I would necessarily say how you tell people to vote is what you should listen to. Not because he couldn't be someone great one day. It's just right now he's sort of still developing who he is. I don't know that we need to make it a bigger issue than that. Like, I think it isn't beyond reproach. People are free to attack him. On the other hand, like, if you are saying everything Kyle Rittenhouse says is how you're going to live your life, like, probably not the best move.
True.
All right, we got Jesse Rosenfield says he retired as a MSG E8, not the CSM E9. His promotion was conditional and he did not complete training. When he retired, he was demoted to MSG. What is that, Master Sergeant? Yet he says he in his campaign that he retired as a CSM, a lie. And a lot of the media is reporting that he was command sergeant major, is what they're saying he was, and he actually was not. All right, David says Waltz also called everything outside of the cities just rocks and cows.
Wow.
Yes, because he does not like you.
Yeah, he's an elitist. They're all elitist.
We're gonna push the teacher thing now.
Well, she calls him Coach Walls all the time in her speech. Coach Walls, Coach. Oh, shut up.
All right, 399 BC says MAGA, 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 MAGA. Thank you.
I wonder who they're gonna vote for.
Kamala. Alahad says, hey, Tim, did you see the Harris campaign is paying $250 for 3 posts in favor of her presidency? Might be worth looking into. I did hear that.
That's $250?
I mean, depending on how big your channel is. Josh Shapeen, Killdown says, been a subscriber since Tim started asking, would you kindly, and have been a Timcast member since it started because this is the only place online where minds are regularly changed about politics. Thank you. Oh, that's cool. Appreciate it. And the would you kindly reference is a Bioshock reference. You guys familiar with this?
No.
With the game?
Yeah.
I don't know the reference, but I know the game.
So anytime the guy was asked, would you kindly do something, he was compelled to do it. So in the game throughout, he says, would you kindly do this? And then you as the character have to do a thing, and then it's revealed you're like under mind control.
Would you kindly hit the like and subscribe button?
And that's what I say.
You have the part, anybody who says that phrase can compel someone? Or is it a certain person has to
I think you need to be Bioshocked, which...
All right, John Christen says, I am convinced RFK got the brainworm from playing with that baby bear. I mean, it's possible he shoved his hand in his mouth.
He is such a weird human being. RFK, like
starting to sound like a Democrat.
Yeah, but you know, it's not wrong, and he sounds like a fun guy.
The bear story is wild. I want him to come on and tell more stories about his wacky life.
I actually don't. Just stop.
I love that he is a major factor in the upcoming election.
I do too. I mean, I think it keeps
just like a fun little wild card.
I think he endorses unprecedented
You
time.
think he endorses Trump?
I think
too much of his campaign has been the anti-left, anti-right. I'm neither.
There's a decent probability I think he endorses Trump.
I think he's more likely to get a position in a Trump administration than he is in a Harris
Oh,
administration.
there's Democrats.
I think he's going to get neither. I think he's going to get neither, and both are going to sour on
I'm
him.
not saying it's guaranteed. I just said you know, he is going to eventually.
Strategically, he would negotiate a position within the Trump administration and endorse Trump if he was smart. I don't know if he's smart. I don't know how much damage the worm did, but like we'll see what happens. It could happen.
I just want him to like have a story hour YouTube channel where he's like, okay, one time I was going, you know, whatever, and
I think it gets a lot.
Real Doug Lane says, I was an Army saxophonist and spent 15 months in Iraq in 03-04 with rockets incoming every day. A saxophonist in the Army band. I have more combat experience than Waltz. Coward.
Thank you for your service.
Absolutely. Saxophone in the
you think
Army
when you
band.
enlist as like a musician in the military, you're like, I'll probably stay domestic. They won't send me where you get your deployment orders. You're like, well, that was the twin.
Going to Iraq.
All right. Dex and Dice LLC says, hello, Tim, Hannah Clayton, and everyone else. Tim, I'm just a local game store, LGS, in South Carolina. I would love to host a commander night with you, Moonlord, JD Vance, and myself. Never happen to know, but that would be amazing. JD Vance plays Magic. Is that it?
I think so.
I've heard.
Wow. We got to get JD Vance, Post Malone, and Moonlord.
That would be the most amazing combination. JD Vance, Post Malone playing Magic.
Phil Labonte plays Magic as well.
I don't know if we could show up, but I think that's a whole counter filled with Magic the Gathering decks.
That is a particularly expensive rack of Magic the Gathering Commander decks. Let's see. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 commander decks.
A lot of Magic. If you could, we could.
23.
You got JD, played Magic against them. That'd make for some fun content.
So these commander decks, only one of them is close to what's called competitive EDH. That means Elder Dragon Highlander or Commander, we'll call it for short. Only one of them is actually close to competitive. Most of them are not. They're actually just fun, weird decks for interaction. It's a fun game.
I stopped playing Magic when they introduced Skywalker. Is that what they're called? It was like a special
Skywalker
or Sky. Like they would have like super powerful cards.
Planeswalkers.
Planeswalkers. That's what it was.
Yeah,
that's when I stopped playing because those were like the super imbalanced card, whatever.
Yeah, that would be to be fun. Phil Labonte, JD Vance, 4-player commander game. That'd be great. Jason Kaiser says, when I was deployed, some of us had Beretta M9 pistols. Would that now be a weapon of war? Also, love the show, and thank you for all you and your people do. Read my dumb zombie book, Arctic Cold, please. Oh, there you go. Check that out.
Get your book.
There you go. Also, like this weapons of war argument is so silly because handguns, are they weapons of war? They kill more
I
people
think for
than
Walt, especially at
ever.
Parkland shooting, he was like, everything is weapon of war.
Well, you know the drones you buy at Best Buy?
Yeah.
Those are weapons of war.
Man, crazy weapons of war.
It is nuts how they're using consumer-grade drones to carry bombs. It's nuts.
Wow.
Yeah, because they're relatively cheap compared to... And then they're just flying grenades. It's crazy. Weapons of war. Heavily regulated. All right. George Crozer says, with all due respect, based on the use of Allah Akbar as a cry that has preceded attacks, is the same as screaming Deus Vult, despite 1A, both shut down conversation and lead to violence.
Yeah.
You have a response to that?
I think there's different context that plays into this. At least in my experience, I haven't seen. Is it Christians or Catholics that yell Deus Vult?
Deus Vult.
Is it
God wills?
Yeah. So in my experience, I've seen people burn the American flag and chant Allahu Akbar. I haven't seen people burn any flags and chant I'm sorry. I don't know.
It's compounded with the other
And
content.
if you burn the flag and yell Allahu Akbar, you don't belong anywhere near this country. You should be thrown out.
I don't know if there's also a Christian history of beheading people and then yelling that.
Not that I know.
All right. Titan Soap says, it's amazing how the VP picks are complete opposites. Regardless of party affiliation, I will never trust a politician. Stay clean, people. And it is interesting how they're very opposite. Mike Anderson says, Waltz gets no respect from this veteran. He joined the Guard to get his pay, healthcare, and pension for 2 weeks a year on the gamble that he would not be needed. Then when he was called, he split. That is actually a fair point that, I still do believe there's a degree of respect everybody gets for enlisting. But, yeah, he was only, was it 2 weeks a year?
So many veterans in the audience. Thank you.
Because he wasn't like, he was a teacher. He was a teacher and a coach. He was only working National Guard periodically. He wasn't like,
Isn't the term for that like weekend warriors is the National Guard?
That's what they call it. Yeah, I have a friend who's in the Guard that I work with actually, and they go maybe once every 2-3 months. I think they're doing trainings and stuff like that. But when Wald says, I'm a veteran, I did all this, he's not the veteran that you're thinking.
Yeah, that's what bothers me because I think, I think people who enlist in the military, it's a service to the country, and I think that's good, and I would include National Guard in that.
Absolutely. It's more than I've ever done.
Right, me too.
Yeah.
I just think it's different when you're trying to say, like, you're presenting the timeline of when you were there as if to imply that you deployed to the Middle East during combat time.
Jerry J. Chapman says Trump didn't come up with Tampon Tim, Bongino did. I didn't think Trump came up with it. Did someone say Trump came up with it?
I don't know if Bongino did either. I think I saw Cat Turd do it first. I don't know.
It's so stupid. Chronicles of Mexico says, Tim, you have leftist derangement. Josh didn't get the VP slot. Is that what you're trying to say? Because of Ellen Greenberg?
Ellen Greenberg was somebody who allegedly was murdered, and then Josh Shapiro helped get the murder off or something.
He ruled it as suicide.
Committed suicide even though she was stabbed.
She had 20 stab wounds or something. Shapiro ruled it as suicide. I think it was a friend of his.
I suspect there were lots of issues with Shapiro, and I think there were probably different pressure campaigns.
The thing with Shapiro, he's just a craven for power person. And I think even Kamala saw that and maybe even thought he could overthrow me the way I just overthrew Biden.
Well, when I saw, Waltz and Kamal on stage, I actually think she's very easy to overshadow. even on stage, I sort of felt like he was sort of more the star of the show. Now, he was being presented as VP. On the other hand, like, you don't get that way with Trump and Vance, right? They're both strong, they have personalities, but it is clear Trump is running for president and JD Vance is running for VP.
Trump is a global presence. That's what people don't understand. You go all around the world, people know Trump. Nobody knows Kamala, and everybody thought Biden was a joke. People would even ask me, how did, like in Italy, they'll say, how in the world did that guy ever get to be president? He's senile. Like, and
the better infrastructure.
Yeah, they just don't get it though. Trump, they're like, oh, even the Europeans hate Trump thing. That's not as true as people like to make it out. People really like the aura of Trump. Maybe they think he's crazy, but they're like, that's Donald Trump. He's a billionaire.
Well,
you know?
he rose to notoriety internationally in the 90s and 80s, like when he was sort of this like wealthy, man about town. That is the image that they're going to carry with them.
Everybody wants to be Donald Trump. Nobody wants to be Kamala Harris.
All right. Biden Body Double says, I don't think they agree to a debate. I think this is the first year where the results of debates will actually dramatically affect people's opinions, especially since they don't know either of them. And then in the end, whoever is better at ballot harvesting wins.
Democrats might be traumatized from that last debate.
This is why they don't have any policy positions. They don't need them. They're just going to ballot harvest. Their whole strategy is, all we need to win the presidency is to get as many pieces of paper with signatures on them. That's it. Everything else is nonsense.
They don't need to worry about a policy platform because their policy platform is anti-Trump. It's just point at Trump, look at Trump. I'm not that. I'm the opposite of Trump. That's the campaign.
It is funny how they're campaigning as though Trump is currently in office. But it is.
I'm going to make everything better.
No. They're saying Trump does this.
Right.
They're like, Trump right now. They something Walt said was like, Trump keeps doing things. He's like, Trump keeps trying to block us, blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, why is he acting like Trump's president?
Yeah. She keeps talking about how she's going to fix the economy. She's going to do all this. You are the economy, lady. Like, you are the one. You're the one who's been next to Biden the whole time. If you are such a weak, useless human being that you couldn't stop him from doing bad things to the economy, or you couldn't push your economic agenda a little bit with this senile animal in office, what makes you think you're going to do it now?
She also says, there was a state, I can't remember which one off the top of my head, but that recently passed. It's was it Ohio? It's abortion law. It's 6-week abortion ban. And Kamala went on stage at a rally and was like, "It's a Trump abortion ban."
Yeah.
Ma'am, it was passed under Joe Biden. Like, I get you might say it's a Republican one. Republicans in state legislature, whatever. But like, Trump's not from that state. He had nothing to do with this. He wasn't even in elected office at the time. They're just trying to blame Trump for everything. And it does, again, kind of have this idea that he is this all-powerful figure that they're very afraid of, which is funny because they're the current government.
Christopher Grover says, Tim, can you make your best case for moving to West Virginia? My wife and I want to leave Oregon and escape somewhere more free. P.S. My wife loves chickens. I'll start with the easy one. It's not Oregon. Okay, thank you, and I'll see you soon. No, but for West Virginia, it's got its problems. They recently amended their tax law. They had really bad business taxes. You basically had to itemize literally every possible thing your business had, including like chairs. And it was a ridiculous amount of tedious work to be like, how many folding chairs do we have? This is so ridiculous. They say they're fixing that, or they may have already fixed it. But that aside, West Virginia has a smaller population. What this means is, if you are trying to do things it takes remarkably less people to convince, to debate with, for laws to get passed. It's a lot easier to innovate. Land is a lot cheaper. Where we are in the Eastern Panhandle, we're 2.5 to 3 hours from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, from Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. We're like an hour to Gettysburg. We're like 30 minutes to Frederick. We're an hour to DC. We've got Baltimore and DC international airports. So this is a really great spot. And it's MAGA country.
Yeah.
MAGA country.
Yeah,
people out here, Trump flags everywhere. And the only thing you got to worry about is the wealthy people from the DC suburbs and from DC move out here to escape the laws that they've helped enact. How about that?
If I can add one thing, I would say West Virginia as a state is really looking to grow and change. And I think this is sort of getting on the ground floor level. Like, I don't know if you have children, but the Hope Scholarship in West Virginia is an extremely impactful school choice initiative. It's one of the best in the country. And shout out to Riley Moore for that one. He was a huge figure in that. You're also seeing a lot of charter schools pop up in West Virginia. They're trying to advance as rapidly as possible. So I think if you're looking to put down roots and be a part of something and you have children, this is a good place to be.
So where we are now in the new studio, we've got a building that is 40 feet tall at the center. And we've built this entire studio. We've got around 50 acres. We've got 3 buildings. We may actually have 4 buildings soon. And if we were to try and get something comparable near any major city, we'd have, I don't know, a 5,000 square foot house.
The thing I like about West Virginia is it's obviously you get a small state, a small city vibe, not a small city, but a small town vibe, while not being too far removed from what I'd consider, great big cities. You're an hour to DC. You're only like 4 hours away from New York City, like 3 hours away from Philly. You're not on the East Coast, but you're not too far either. So you're still
near major airports. Yeah,
it's mountainous and easy to defend.
There's a lot of rivers. Yeah.
A lot of lakes, a lot of rivers. Yeah. The reason it's not so heavily settled is because of the mountains. So when settlers came to the East Coast and were setting up shop, they were like, don't go that way, too many mountains. You can't get the wagons up there. You can't get the supplies up there. And so very little development happened because of the difficulty. Well, now there's a great opportunity because we have technology. So it's a very large state. There's a lot of wilds, and it's good fun. I will tell you this. The best thing I like about West Virginia is that talking to your local and state level politician is the easiest it's ever been I've ever seen. It's not this ridiculously dense city where the phones ring off the hook and they have no time for you and they're always in DC or they're always at fancy meetings. No, it's like the state level reps and politicians represent relatively few people. And so if you go to them and say, hey, I want to do this thing, but this law, I'm confused. What does this cover? They'll talk to you. They'll be like, yeah, that sounds great. And if you have a business and you want to help expand and you come here, West Virginia will accommodate. Most people are ready for innovation and are willing to allow stuff. And I will also add, as a very deeply coal mining state, they're very pro energy, and so you don't get a lot of that BS woke stuff. Yeah, you get it. All right, everybody, if you haven't already, would you kindly smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share this with friends. Head over to timcast.com because that members only show is coming up in a few minutes. Click join us, become a member, and for only $10 per month, you can support our efforts, a morning show, the nightly show, Timcast IRL, as we cut through the fake news and do our best to give you the real news and our opinions. So if you support the work that we do and you think it's important, become a member, and we'll see you over at the members only show. You can follow me on X and Instagram at Timcast. You can follow the show at Timcast IRL. Joey, do you want to shout anything out?
Yeah, my Twitter is Joey Manarino US, and that's all. Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Right on.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's been nice hanging. I'm Alad Eliyahu. I'm a field reporter here at Timcast News. You can find my field reporting at Timcast News on Twitter and Instagram. I also post some of our footage to my Instagram at Barely Informed with Alad. Hannah Claire, nice shirt again.
I'm so glad we could match. It's been so fun having you both here. I'm glad we can talk a little bit about the stuff that's going on with someone who's just at a rally and someone who has campaign experience. I'm Hannah Claire Grimlow. I'm a writer for scnr.com. Go check that out. And like Alad said, follow our work at Timcast News on the internet. If you want to follow me, I'm at HannahClaire.b on Instagram. I'm Hannah Claire B on Twitter. Thanks for everything you guys do. Wouldn't be here without you. Have a good night.
We will see you all over at timcast.com in about a minute. Thanks for hanging out.
I'm so happy I ain't coming down.
New body camera footage was just released, and it shows a bit of what we already knew in the Trump assassination attempt. These officers tried to climb on the roof. They saw a guy with a weapon, and then they freaked out. I'm just wondering why they didn't immediately say, get Trump off the stage, but, whatever. And in this, we hear the police say that they warned the Secret Service well in advance that the roof needed to be covered. And so, once again, another official piece of the story being dropped, which indicates, look, man, I can't tell you, okay? We've got no official story. But let's just say, once again, the Secret Service didn't do their jobs. That's the easiest way to explain it. Some might say it was an accident. Some might say it was on purpose. But they did not do their jobs in every capacity, every step of the way, knowing the guy was there 3 hours in advance, 1 hour in advance, 26 minutes in advance, 10, 2, and even seeing a guy with a gun. Not once did the Secret Service actually do their jobs. They didn't attend the security briefing. They allowed the guy fly a drone overhead. And I will stress again, they knew he snuck in. I'm just kind of wondering what was going on. But we'll read the story. And we'll take a look at what went down with this warning. We also have major news. Elon Musk was going up against this large advertising cartel. Rumble also joined the lawsuit, and they won. Now, they didn't win the lawsuit. They just filed the lawsuit, and then this organization disbanded. So this responsible advertising group that was trying to block ads from X and Rumble no longer exists. So big news, big news. And then Donald Trump will be debating Kamala Harris. Sure. I guess that'll be fun, September 10th. And then we have another story about the FBI allowing in a man who was on the terror watch list. And it's a lot to do with Trump assassination stuff, but I want to save the details for this one once we get into the show. It's a bit more complicated. Before we get started, my friends, head over to mypillow.com/Tim. Use promo code Tim over at MyPillow because Mike Lindell's got a special deal when you use that promo code. As you guys know who Mike Lindell is. He's a good dude. We're big fans. And he says, you asked, and MyPillow listened. They're finally bringing you the most requested offer ever. Their queen-size premium MyPillow, only $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position. It helps keep your neck aligned and holds its shape all night long, so you get the best sleep of your life. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen or bath towel sets, only $25. The brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98, and their famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25, and so much more. Again, go to mypillow.com/Tim. Use promo code Tim. They also got a phone number for you. It's 1-800-925-9096. And this, is true. I certainly do use a MyPillow, and I love it. We actually had ordered 300 of them to make a MyPillow pit for the opening of our skate park, so we have tons of extra ones that we give away to our guests because we're big fans. They're good pillows, but they got other stuff too. So check out MyPillow. Shout out to Mike Lindell for sponsoring the show. Also, head over to timcast.com. Click Join Us. If you would like to support our show directly, with your help as a member, we can fight back against fake news. And all of this is only possible because you guys are members. So if you think we do a good job in calling out the BS, reporting on the news, giving our opinions, then head over to timcast.com and click Join Us so that we may continue doing this. But you'll also get access to our uncensored members-only show coming up tonight at 10 p.m. You don't want to miss it. Not so family-friendly, but pretty fun and funny. Also, don't forget to smash the like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with all of your friends right now. Do it. Joining us tonight to talk about this and so much more is Kyle Seraphin.
How you doing, Tim?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm very well. It's a long day so far.
Yeah, who are you? What do you do?
So I'm an FBI agent recovering status. I got kicked out of the Bureau in 2022, and I, quote-unquote, resigned after a year of being unpaid in 2023. I'm a federal whistleblower. Got about 17 different whistleblowing activities, and I've been pushing the envelope against the Bureau, who don't tell us the truth, it turns out, quite a bit. And now I run a podcast, which is a very strong change from picking up dead bodies on an Indian reservation.
Oof, that's where I'm at now. Well, all right. So we got a lot to talk about then. Thanks for hanging out. We got a lot of hanging out.
Hey, everybody. What's up? My name is Alad Eliyahu. I'm a field reporter here at Timcast News. Santa Clara.
Hi, I'm Hannah Claire Brumla. I'm a writer for SCNR.com, Scanner News. Check them out at Timcast News on the internet. Alad didn't comply with a dress code today, but we should get started anyways.
What was the dress code?
Alad told me he would text me and tell me he was wearing so we could match like we did yesterday, but I guess our friendship is over.
He set you up.
Yeah, he did.
All right, here's the story from NBC News. Body cam video shows moments police encountered Trump's would-be assassin. Officers saying he warned Secret Service. This is that's the crazy bit about this. New body camera footage, video released Thursday by Butler Township from the day a man intended to assassinate former President Trump shows the moment police encountered the shooter before he opened fire on the Pennsylvania crowd and includes a police officer saying He warned the Secret Service about the building vulnerability. In one of the videos, a Butler Township officer is being hoisted onto the roof of a building near the July 13th rally minutes before Trump was set to speak. The officer appears to peek his head over the roof before quickly dropping to the ground and running to a nearby police vehicle, the video shows. The shooter cannot be seen in this angle of the body cam video, and there is no audio. So I'd like to, I'm going to read this as well. Later in the video, the officer appears to confirm the encounter, saying, F, this close, dude. He turns right around on me. Did you notice what they said in NBC News? They said minutes before Trump was set to speak. So hold on there a minute. This officer saw a guy on a rooftop with a gun who pointed at him before Trump even got on stage, and no one stopped Trump from getting on stage.
They may have the timeline wrong. It is NBC.
Fair point, fair point. They are a fake news organization. But let's just say this. With NBC News' credibility on the line, they have reported that before Trump was set to speak, this officer encountered the man with the gun on the rooftop.
Here's why I say that's not true. Because if you watch the video, the first 2 minutes, like a lot of body cam, it's silent, right? So it's just the video, but there's no audio. You don't get to hear it. But as the audio goes live,
you hear Trump.
Trump is not speaking anymore. They're scrambling, and the shooter's already down. So in that 2 minute window, Trump was already speaking. He had to be. So I'm going to call this NBC.
Oh, NBC News, fake news. That's a bad fake news right there. That's serious.
That's just lazy editing. We don't hire editors anymore.
Yeah. Well, what I will say is they warned the Secret Service well in advance.
That's true.
We know that. So the question then is, wow, as more and more information gets released, we are left with one of the most perplexing scenarios where the only official story we have is, for some reason, the Secret Service did not do their job. Now, some might argue that it was all just pure incompetence. But that seems strange to me that there could be so much of it. Now, don't get me wrong, I think the government's relatively incompetent quite a bit. But when people are screaming, he's got a gun on the roof, it's a bit more than incompetence. When the Secret Service doesn't come to their come to the security briefing, when they know that this guy snuck in, when they see him 3 hours in advance with a rangefinder, 1 hour in advance, once again, lurking around with a rangefinder, where did the gun come from? Where was he? How was he carrying it? How was he able to bypass all of this security? The idea that it was pure incompetence is, you can't call it a conspiracy theory in the literal sense, but in the figurative sense, it's a conspiracy theory. And I'll clarify this. People like to say that if you believe the Earth is flat, you're a conspiracy theorist. There's no flat Earth conspiracy. Like, two guys didn't get together to conspire to make the world flat. So
I got people telling me that it's a lot of guys. All the world governments have conspired to flatten out the Earth.
Now, if you want to argue that NASA is lying about the Earth or whatever,
I heard that one.
There's your conspiracy theory. But when you believe that like the Earth is hollow and there's dinosaurs living under it, that's just crazy. That's not a conspiracy. So what I'm saying is, if we want to use conspiracy theorist in the sense, the way the media does, that anybody who challenges official narratives or whatever, then if you believe this was incompetence, you're a conspiracy theorist. First and foremost, there is no official story. We don't know where he got the gun, how he got it up there. They're saying maybe it was collapsible or something. Maybe he got it from his dad. There's conflicting stories about whether he climbed an air conditioner or there was a ladder. We have not received an official narrative, an official story of who this guy is, what his motivation was, why he was there, how he bypassed security, why security wasn't doing their job, why Secret Service didn't pull Trump from the stage. None of it adds up. So the only thing you can do is guess.
That's what I hate. I also hate that there was so little accountability from the Secret Service. If you guys remember, I reference this all the time, but Kim Cheadle didn't do an official press conference. She didn't make a formal statement. She did an ABC interview.
She was working on the sloped roof situation. She had to work out whether that was going to pull well.
Well, she said, the buck stops with me and the Secret Service is in charge. But actually, local police was in charge of that video. I mean, she tried to throw them under the bus immediately and shift the narrative away from her, while also simultaneously trying to say, I'm the head of this organization and the buck stops with me. I think, obviously, it's intentional that we have no information here, and I think that is just going to further harm American public trust, not just in the institutions, but also in other people.
This cop in the body camera footage even says, how the hell could you lose a guy walking over here? He says he told the Secret Service 4 days in advance to post someone up there. They didn't do it. They didn't do it. So this goes back even before the rally. Secret Service was informed they needed a guy on the roof, didn't do it. They were supposed to have a security briefing, didn't go. They saw the guy sneak in, didn't care. 3 hours in advance, spotted the guy with the rangefinder. So what? An hour? So what? 26 minutes? So what? 10 minutes? So what? At 2 minutes, they're screaming he's got a gun. So what? In this video, the guy's saying that, where's the other quote? He's saying, let me read this quotes. In the video, he jumps down and he says, F this. He then runs to his radio. Before you MFer came out here, I put my head up like an effing idiot by myself, dude. I was calling out, bro, on top of the roof. Bro, were you on the same frequency? The SWAT team member says he was pissed that he couldn't find him. So you have a police officer. They say in another clip released Thursday, an unidentified Butler Township officer said about 10 minutes after Trump was shot that he told the Secret Service about the building's vulnerability days before the rally. So this guy sees the guy on the roof and yells on the radio, they don't pull Trump off the stage. So now not only do we have regular people screaming he's on the roof, he's got a gun, and Secret Service does nothing. You've got a cop saying he was calling on the radio, he's on the roof, bro, on the roof. They did nothing. I'm sorry, the only thing I can say is I don't intend to go out and buy a Mega Millions ticket right now because the amount of incompetency for it to be an accident would be the stars aligning perfectly, and I might as well just go win $1 billion. No, I think it was intentional because you got to look at the simple solution. Did every accident in the world happen? Did every person stationed here at the Secret Service just have like an IQ of 70? Or were they intentionally ignoring what was going on?
I'm going to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but I think there were just so many levels of incompetencies that overlapped with one another. Tim mentioned a few. It was this poor communication between the local law enforcement team in Butler and the Secret Service, not knowing who was going to secure the roof of this building.
What do you mean? The cops said they warned Secret Service to do it. What do you mean there's miscommunication? Well, are you making that up?
No, the miscommunication was between the Secret Service who told the local PD that they should cover the roof, right?
The police officer said 4 days before he instructed the Secret Service to station guys on that roof. That's the story we have right now. We can assume he's lying, or we can assume it's the truth. I think the safe bet we can make right now is this is body camera footage from that day, right when they saw the shooter, before he took the shot. The guy is saying, I told them 4 days ago. So I don't care about anything Kim Cheel said after the fact. This is a cop saying they were told to get a guy on the roof. Why did they do it?
Well, you see some of why.
There's no poor communication.
You actually do see some of why. And there actually is poor communication in that video. So I'll break this down. I worked with Secret Service. I was at Trump's inauguration in 2017. I've been in plainclothes. I've worked with Uniform Division in plainclothes and also in their uniform. So I've been at multiple State of the Unions. We've done a bunch of operations. My team was surveillance. So we would be on the ground, walking around. The thing that people thought that was going on January 6th, or what would be the right thing for them to do, which is to basically look for people that are dropping backpacks behind a tree and leaving explosives. We would do the thing like trying to protect First Amendment civil liberties. What I saw in that clip, which I think is very salient, number one, the guy goes up, right? He puts his head over the top of the edge. He looks over, supposedly sees the gunman. I'll believe that. The body cam doesn't show it, but there's no reason to think otherwise. Falls back down. What does he do? He sprints back to his patrol cruiser, and he gets a rifle. And he's so rattled that he's not even able to get the magazine into the rifle. I watched this a couple of times, but he's totally rattled. But listen to the thing. He ran from the one place where he knew where the guy was, and he went to go get a rifle, which is a thing, means that he was not paying attention. He could have just laid there and covered the roof and then been there vectoring in a SWAT team. That would be a totally heads-up move. That didn't happen. And what we've also heard is that the Secret Service, and this is the most probable thing that I've ever heard, didn't use the local PD's radios. When you work on a federal system, especially if you're traveling, because I used to do this for a living. I've been to 20 different field offices working out of other places. We never got local patrol radios. Why? It's the dumbest reason you can imagine. It's because nobody wants to take responsibility for the radio and then give it back to the other guy. So they don't take the radio. I've seen the least competency when it comes to functioning on a radio. So the comm situation, it makes sense that they're calling in, they're screaming across the TAC channel that's supposed to be going to Secret Service, and at best it's going into a relay station in a trailer somewhere and not getting out to those agents. So the delayed response, it does make sense in that case. I also agree with you that the number of screw-ups that have to happen defy credulity at every single level because there are so many of them. The advanced team has to screw up. The guy on the day decides, oh, I'm going to go take a pee. It's too hot here on the roof. I might as well sit inside. I'm going to leave this thing open. The kid somehow gets a rifle up there. He's flying the drone. There's a million screw-ups there.
How did we get from they spotted him with a rangefinder and then he had a gun?
Yeah, he had a backpack. And then here's the other thing. So the deputy is just...
One small step for man's best friend. Cyclones. It's a one-eyed, one-boy flying blue property either. Monopoly Go. Download now.
Director, dismantle them, put the weapon together on the roof. Is that?
Well, you could do that. That's not that hard. So
no, I know. I'm just saying they haven't given us an official story.
The story that we heard from Paul Abate, who's the deputy director of the FBI. So he's the number 2. First of all, Chris Wray came in and said one thing, and he was trying to push this like collapsible stock thing. And you could tell that Chris Wray doesn't know anything about guns because he talks about. He's like, I don't know the difference between a radio and a semi-automatic.
Collapsible stock was only like 4 inches, doesn't it?
Correct. Now the possibility is that he's got something like a law tactical folding adapter, so you can actually fold that sucker down, and then you can actually knock off 12 inches. But are you telling me that a kid took a 16-inch barrel plus the entire upper, which is still, it's 24 inches, it's 28 inches long, and that was concealable? I've seen one guy. I followed one terrorist subject in my 3 years of doing that for full time. I followed one terrorist subject who could carry an AR-15, and he was
How did he do it?
He was 6'8" and 350 pounds, so he looked like a WWE superhero, and he could put it underneath the jacket and not look crazy. That's the only person I've ever seen do that. You're not, and that kid was skinny, right? Crooks?
Yeah, there's.
He's not concealing an AR-15 under any not even in the backpack.
Let's play some of this footage we have here from NBC.
This is the video I'm talking about, showing a Butler Township, Pennsylvania police officer climbing up on the roof before immediately dropping back down, potentially because there was concern that the shooter could turn his rifle on the officer. There's no audio from that moment, but some video later captures the officer's immediate reaction to what he saw. Listen to this.
Get close, bro. Dude, you turn around on me. Seriously, he was right where you picked me up, bro. He was on that left side.
And remember, the suspect, the shooter, was able to get several shots off in the moments after that officer climbed the roof, hurting the former president and killing a bystander.
Here's what I think too.
FBI said 8, by the way. So
planned incompetence would be intentionally setting it up so that local law enforcement and Secret Service can't communicate. So if the cops find something, Secret Service doesn't respond. It could be instructing Secret Service they don't need to attend the morning security briefing. It could be intentionally not placing someone on that roof. However, the question that remains, this guy, how was he allowed in every step of the way to bypass security? And this could all be explained by a single individual at a logistical level. You get a Secret Service guy calling the hey, I see a weird guy with a rangefinder. And then the boss goes, no, we're taking care of that. You're good. They go, okay. And then they disregard. You get a team of people and you say, here's how we're securing the event. Don't worry, we'll give you your assignments. And then you intentionally don't assign someone to the roof. All the other guys, all they know is, hey, I'm covering this roof, I'm covering that roof. They assume someone must be doing the other job. It still would imply someone in an official capacity was pulling the strings to make the incompetence happen.
Yeah, or they were lazy. And so there's this thing my buddies and I talk about, the myth of competence. Everybody likes to imagine that there's just this like high-speed crew of people. It's so often not that. Here's some of the fog of war stuff that people have to put in, because some of the incompetency can be explained even though it's horrific. We saw some of it in that body cam footage, which they didn't show, which is the guys running. They actually put a couple of pallets up on a little overhang, and so they boosted a couple of SWAT guys up. They're all wearing multicam. Then they've got pallets and they're trying to get to the next tier of the roof, and they're screaming for a ladder, and so all these things are just, they get mixed up in that fog of war. The other thing that I can see happening is, apparently there were 2 sniper teams that were up there that were Secret Service. One was sort of like a B team, if you will, or a C team, and they're using bolt action Remington 700s. So that's not what the A team used. The A team uses like an SR-25, like a Knight's Armament, like higher end weapon system. And so they have semi-automatic capabilities, and they can shoot that far out with a 308. So the problem is, what I saw in the video, everyone thought it was like one dude who was taking the shot, and they're like, look, there he is taking the kill shot or whatever. And they show the rifle moving. He breaks contact with the glass, all this other kind of stuff. And that poor guy is probably going to get lambasted about this forever. But it looks like he broke contact because he flinched, because he wasn't prepared. He saw shots coming in, and he thought it was coming at him. Right? That was the nearest sniper. The further sniper is the one that took the shot. I can imagine that you're sitting there looking at a roof where someone is supposed to be, because there was someone supposed to be there for all the things that we've heard. They weren't there, but there was supposed to be someone. And imagine that you're a cop or you're a Secret Service uniform division guy, and you're on the gun, and you pan over, and there's a dude in a place where a dude is supposed to be, and the dude has a gun, and there's supposed to be a guy with a gun there. But he's wearing shorts, and he's got long hair and weird glasses, and you're like, is that Mike? Is that like, who the hell is that? And then you don't have comms with whoever the local sniper team that's supposed to be putting the guy up there, or whatever it looks like. And you have that moment of hesitation, and that guy at the same time has the same problem of the cop coming up. There can be a carnival of errors, like this symphony of things that line up. I do agree that there is some incompetence, whether it's intentional or just absolutely reckless. I don't want to speculate on it yet, but I will tell you this. The single worst trainee that any of you can imagine, just get on your imagination hats and think of the worst person that you would ever put through the FBI Academy. She was in my class at Quantico. She was under 5 feet tall.
And nothing against short women. My wife is under 5 feet tall, but like this woman was like wrestling with a toddler. She failed every single academic exercise. There were things that were non-failable. They let her go to the last 4 weeks, and she was removed from the academy for failing to do everything, okay, doing crazy stuff and saying crazy things. They removed her. She went back up to the FBI's field office in New York. Do you know what she does now?
Secret Service.
Correct. She was sent to FLETC, and they were able to rehire her. So they're hiring some people that have absolutely no business in being there, and we saw some.
And I will say this too. I know somebody who's a very smart person, but they have no experience with guns. And we went to a range, and